Welcome to Madrid. This is the 888 live event, the main event here in Madrid. Day 2 action. Your feature table awaits. I'm Nick Wealthall with Nick Eastwood. Easty, good to see you again.
And likewise. How you doing?
I'm doing great. You're very happy, aren't you? Because you're in Madrid talking about poker.
That is, there's no other. Yeah, I can't think of anything else really. That's oh, maybe the last-minute winners from Darwin Nunez. I kind of forgot.
If you're new to the stream or new to us, Nick Eastwood's a Liverpool fan. So
As is Nick Wealthall.
So we're like hyped. But we're also hyped for the poker, which is huge. Big event here in Madrid. We will get final numbers for you, but it's like over 400 players in this $888 euro buying event. And we're going to see some good poker. We saw some very good poker yesterday.
We saw some exceptionally fun poker.
We did. That's what we want.
I lost my hero at the end of the day, but I'll get a new one. And I'll tell you who it's not going to be, and that's Ian Simpson. Ian Simpson's never been anyone's hero.
That's
if
not
Ian
true.
Simpson is your hero, it's time for re-evaluation.
He is people's hero. You can't say that.
I just did.
He's many people's hero. That's Ian Simpson with his back to us with the cap. He's 888 ambassador. Also on this feature table, when we get into it, we've got last year's winner.
Desma is his name.
Yeah.
He won last year, yep. And beat Juan Lyons heads up. I think that's how you say that. So, yeah. Extremely good result for him last year. Can he back it up with a deep run here? Ian with a spade here after defending big blind with king 10 off. And I imagine knowing Ian after check, I believe it was check, sorry, we were talking. I believe flop went check. That would have been very reasonable. Murciano, see? Murciano goes, has to call here. Really no other choice. I can hear you in the background.
I've got a very penetrating
voice.
voice.
I'm being penetrated.
Do you know how much trouble I used to get in at school? Seriously.
Really?
Because I can't whisper.
Yeah.
So I'd like say something like this at the back of the class. And
Yeah.
the teacher would go, you, like that.
Yeah.
Hi, chat. I've interrupted your analysis, Nick, because I want to say hello to chat.
Yeah, sure.
Hi, Fat and Roses. Hi, Jedamonas. Hi, Dordoni. Hi, Sub-Zero. Good to see you all. Welcome along. Hi, Andy Rednick. Andy Rednick's enjoying the Liverpool win with you, Nick, and me.
Yep.
Ontario Poker, good to see you. Kid Fan Flow, what is up? Lime Ricky says, Ian is a hero. Nick, you can get wrecked. Hey, Champagne Poker, good to see you. Hey, Jamogi, welcome in. Welcome, everybody. Good to see so many of you here on Saturday. We're going to have a good night. Got a lot of poker for you, haven't we? A lot of poker,
Yeah.
lot of giveaways.
I mean, in equal measure, you could say. There
Poker
is
and
rarely a
giveaways.
moment where we're not giving things away, and there's rarely a moment where we're not watching poker.
Yeah.
So
Apart from all
those
those moments where we're talking chutney, but don't
Yes.
worry about that.
But Ian won that pot. We did miss the rivered flush and check, which is not all that thrilling. So surprised not to see him go for another small bet on the river, but potentially looking for some optimistic bluffs and just controlling the size of that pot.
I know that we've got 888 regular viewers in the chat, but for people that don't watch Ian Simpson, before you get into the banter,
Yeah.
how would you characterise his poker? Because he has a really good success, doesn't he, in events?
Yeah. So, in all seriousness, he is.
I won't tell him you said any of this. Just
Please don't.
Yeah.
No, I'll be balanced. I think he's extremely horrible to play against for your average player. I think Ian's game is based a lot around the fact that people aren't doing X and Y enough. And what I mean by that is he's extremely aggressive in 3-bet. If someone was responding correctly, it would be to a fault. But he's very good at recognizing who isn't. And he will batter them relentlessly, especially when he has a stack. And just pick off pots and pots and pots and go for like 4-bets and pretty much take every single spot against people he doesn't believe are going to respond correctly to those situations. And he picks them, like I said, relentlessly. He never ever misses one if he believes it's good.
I think people watching will be able to learn a lot.
Yeah.
Because it's not something, as you said at the start of that people really do.
No. And it just puts people out there. He puts people out of their comfort zone, and any sign of weakness at all, it's just over and over and over again. So what I'm looking to see from him is some cold 4-bets with stuff like ace-10 offsuit, pretty much like king-jack offsuit, stuff like that, relentless 3-betting, especially in position against certain opponents, and extreme stickiness. He's very sticky. Like, you know when you play against that player and you're just like, oh, they just don't fold. Like, I'm c-betting small, like, I'll go for the c-bet. He just doesn't fold, check raises you a lot. Like, his game is based around making you uncomfortable, and that is obviously a very successful strategy for him.
Hard to play against.
Yeah.
But also you hate him. Is that what you're saying?
Well, you told me not to say that, but yeah.
Got an all-in here from Tran for 23,000. This is last year's winner, the Desma, who's going to call with 8-6.
Yes, I didn't see exactly what the how many big blinds this was. The blind level pops up at the start of the hand, but it looks like 23k all in, which is not a lot, +1 from Tran. Ledesma, with the ante out there with his big blind and that small blind, probably just thinks, I mean, certainly with 45%, he's doing absolutely fine. So let's see a flop. How do you win ace-8 live tournaments? Well, Ledesma's going to show us, I think. This is
plenty of ways to win.
Yeah, hasn't hit the flop directly, but now it takes the lead. So he technically has the best hand, but not in value. Now has the lesser hand. 32% for Ledesma, but a lot of options. 8, 6, 3. Not a 7. Oh, sorry, a7 as well. Apologies. I didn't even, there were so many outs I didn't finish my list.
It's 5 in a row now.
Yeah, 5 in a row. Is that what is that called?
It's called a striat.
A striat.
Yeah.
Ah. See, this is why I'm in here.
That's right. Yeah, bad luck to Tran, who leaves us on day 2.
Yeah. And that's how you win.
That's how you win.
Main events.
That is 100% how you win main events. You got to win the all-ins.
Preferably all of them. And especially the ones where you have all your stack in the middle.
Yes, you do want to win those.
Yes.
Hi, Master Grogu. Hi, Zepp. Hi, Dordoni. Hi, Pash Royale.
And we're going over to Lucia Navarro, who have an interview here.
Que ya está sentada en el high roller. Uno de los cambios más significativos de esta primera parada es que el high roller pasa a ser el sábado. ¿Qué te parece?
Okay,
sí,
high roller on Saturday.
Personalmente a mí me gusta porque así cuando busteas el main, pues
When she
tienes
busts the
un
main,
buen torneo al que meterte. Así que yo personalmente me parece un buen cambio.
She doesn't like. She likes change.
¿El high roller cómo ha ido?
Bueno, ha ido bastante mal porque no he podido ganar ni una mano y la única que he ido all-in pues he caído eliminada. Así que bueno, es lo que hay. Ya sabemos
It
cómo va
happens.
esto.
It's just another day.
Vale,
Nothing I could have done.
Hasta luego.
Something like that.
I love Nick Wealthall. So that was the last thing.
Yeah, she just actually whispered it. It was very quick and extremely slurry. And why is it 2-0 to Arsenal?
That's not part of this coverage, Nick. You're going to have to grow up a bit on the old. It's really the poker stream that you're supposed to be commentating on.
Yeah, sorry. It just popped in front of my face, and I was like, no.
Parabellum says, hello, family, I'm here for a birthday ticket. Happy birthday, Parabellum.
Happy birthday, Parabellum. We cannot wait giveaways in terms of birthday.
Yeah, we can't give you a birthday ticket, but we can give you birthday love. And let me tell you, there's that in abundance. Hey, Leo, good to see you. Good to see you all in chat, even if you're just lurking and you haven't chatted yet. Don't be afraid. We've got lots of ways for you to benefit from watching this stream, apart from the great poker and some fun banter. We've also got some tickets for you. 5 $109 tickets for player on 888. Huge value tickets. And 10 $33 tickets, which are pretty good in themselves. Parabellum says the love is worth so much more than the ticket. Well, that's right. You can't put a price on the love. But you can on the ticket. It's $33 and $109. That's literally the price.
Yeah. I mean, it's very literal.
Yeah.
We have a spot here. We spoke to Lucia. It was extremely fast. And when I started talking, trying to translate whatever I could, Lucia was just like babbling on in the background. So I was talking over her, and then I couldn't understand what was going on. I lost my train of thought. But basically, she's having a great time. She loves to be here, and she loves Nick Wealthall.
Well, she loves to be here because the first time she played this as an 888 ambassador, she finished. Was it third or fourth? She finished.
I think it was fourth. I think Ricardo came third though.
That's right. That was that year. It's not easy to finish fourth in one of these. Very, very difficult.
I mean, I assume it is. I've never even been remotely near, so I don't have any experience there. Now they've tucked me as far away from the tables as possible.
Yeah, but you're inside the velvet rope here in the commentary booth.
Quote unquote velvet rope.
Yeah. There is the aforementioned Ian Simpson. My perception from the outside is that he's had a very good 12 months or so. I think he's won 2 or 3 different things, won a big side event.
Yeah, it's always hard to tell with Ian because he will max fire bullets at every single event. So when he wins one, it's like, how much did you really win? Because sometimes he's about 7 bullets deep, and you're like, okay.
Fair comment.
You kind of had to win, otherwise, you weren't actually going to make any money. But yeah, he has a lot of success when he gets to later stages of tournaments. But he does take a lot of high variance spots in order to generate stacks, I would say. And when that doesn't work, he just goes back to the desk and gives them some more money. And he gives them more chips.
Yes.
It's kind of unfair, really.
Cheating, really.
Yeah, it's unlimited, just, yeah. Do we have the free roll this evening?
Well, I'm just... we do have a free roll, yeah. Of course we have a free roll, Nick. But it's not for a little while.
It's a bit later this evening, isn't it?
It is a little bit later this evening.
If I randomly start commentating on football instead of...
You'll be fired.
I'll be fired, yeah? Okay, cool.
Yeah. You will be fired.
Please don't fire me. I have nothing else.
This is your sole source of income for the week.
That is my sole source of income, full stop.
What did you do today? Did you get out and about in Madrid? Did you see the city?
No, I was pulled from pillar to post.
Were you?
Yes.
In demand.
Extremely, apparently.
Only one Nick Eastwood.
Well, what's
So
happened
many
is...
people want a piece of the brand.
What's happened is that everyone else is like, oh, I'm playing the tournament. I need to relax. I need a massage. I need to eat my dinner, make sure my brain is right. And then that leaves me to do everything else.
Right.
So I've done a lot of content today.
That's you having a dig at the other ambassadors, basically.
Yes.
Right.
It has been confirmed by a very important man with a green sword that I will indeed be fired if I go off topic. Although that particular man is rather happy about today's developments, I can tell you. Ace King, Desma, last year's champion. Raises it up. And flat on the button from Mata. Both options, raise and call, are going to be fine here. Here's a flop. Queen high, which is extremely un-Ledesma-like.
You would expect him to hit that flop?
A reverse Ledesma.
A reverse Ledesma.
Understandably, Ledesma's going to see bet. No diamond in his hand. Mata with top pair. The Colombian is going to continue with a call. We are getting fairly shallow in this hand, and that is an extremely Ledesma-like turn card.
Much more like it. He's got back in his groove.
Indeedy-doody. Ace of spades. Pretty much the best thing Ledesma could have seen, and almost certainly the worst thing that Mata could have seen. With double flush draw out there, can't really be folding turn. So we do see call, and about 2/3 pot exactly remaining on the river, which is a deuce of spades. Brings in a 4 straight. That 5 would make a wheel, and spades get there as well. Desma has a spade of his own, so may still be tempted to value bet. And he should, I believe. But he may choose block rather than an all-in as a result of this river. It does give Mata some good hands that Ledesma may not have from flatting button. It's going to be a small value bet, and I like this a lot.
15.
Yeah.
So Matter only has 42.
Yeah.
So if you do get shoved on, you're not bet folding, I presume.
I think that it's hard to say. Like, I don't think you'll find many players bluffing here, so I think bet folding is better. I don't think Matter will shove this hand. I think he has better options in which to choose to shove with.
No, I was just asking. I don't think he'll actually shove here.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. I think that Desma has an ace like all the time. So I don't think you see. I mean, you tell me, Nick. You've seen a lot of these tournaments. You tell me you don't remember anything, but how many times do you see someone go?
I remember
bet,
the poker.
Yeah, bet, and then they make a flush and then suddenly block the river.
Yeah, you don't see that.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen.
So, from the standpoint that you're probably capped there, in general, in like live poker, I would say it's actually fairly reasonable to attack with a lot of your range, because I believe that the best possible hand that you're really going to see there is an ace, and I don't think this is going to be very comfortable. Having said that, we can see that the best plays probably fold. With this particular hand, you may have some spades in your range that perform better as a bluff shove. But then again, if you don't think your opponent ever has a flush, does it really matter if you don't have a spade?
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
Anyway,
and
the safest course of action.
I think like things like blockers are much less important in these kinds of live events where you can just play player tendencies in such an extreme way.
Especially when people generally can be so out of kilter with what theoretically should be done, quote unquote, that blockers give you 2-3%. Those inaccuracies in potentially in people's play, they can give you 10-20% in some spots. So drilling those home is going to be far more important than worrying about what kind of card you have in your hand in a lot of spots.
Totally.
Yeah, and it starts to become more important the closer people are in skill at the top of the game, obviously, and that's why we see so many of the pros taking any edge they can.
It's all the quest for an edge.
Yeah.
And if you're going to play live poker with recreational players, improving players, however you want to categorize it, you're just going to get the biggest edges by quite extreme adjustments to their quite extreme mistakes.
Yes, absolutely.
So, yeah.
Methiano's going to 3-bet the button here with ace-jack offsuit, which I like a lot. And we are quite deep as Ledesma, which I assume, by the way, Massimiliano, who happens to be an Italian with a Real Madrid hat, which I don't have a lot of time for at all. I don't have time for Real Madrid hats at the best of time, Nick, as you know.
No, you're not a fan of Real Madrid.
But Italians with Real Madrid hats? I think we're going a bit far. Ledesma folds the 5-4 suited, which I am surprised by. It's the kind of hand this deep that you can make calls with, and I know you're out of position, but you can play pots.
I know you haven't, walked the city very much, but you're going to see a lot of Real Madrid merch if you go out and about.
Yeah, but I expect to see that here. But Massimiliano, come on.
Something we want to put your way, just in case you're watching us and you want to play some poker, because our free roll is not for a couple of hours, but starting at the top of the hour is a free roll which doesn't require a password on 888, and first prize is an $1,800 package to 888 Poker Live in Glasgow.
You're telling me
that is a free shot to a $1,800 package.
No, Nick, sorry. Let me just stop you there.
Yeah.
You can't go giving away $1,800.
I just did.
Oh.
It's just how I roll.
Okay.
I free roll.
Right. Fair enough. That's what we are doing then. Would you like to go to Glasgow? First ever 888 Live in Glasgow. I'm sure that you would like to go.
Yeah. Have a free shot at it while you watch us.
Yeah.
And then in 2 hours' time, we've got our free roll with $500 in it for you, which I'll tell you about later on.
And interspersed through said free rolls will be additional tickets and our dulcet tones.
We're going to give away some tickets in a second, actually.
Picking up the kings, Montanari, indeed, yes. And as I said before, the stickiest man in the room, Ian Simpson Poker, this hand he's not going to fold, but he's very difficult to get rid of. So the best thing to do is have a really good hand. High level analysis
doesn't
here.
matter how sticky you are, does it?
Yeah, top pair for Simpson. And Montanari with the overpair. Now I do enjoy large bets on this board texture. I think defaulting to small bets here is actually a mistake. Your range advantage should generate larger bets to leverage your advantage over the big blind's calling range, to have a lot of raggedy hands, Jack X, maybe even some bottom pair. You're doing so well against those hands that you can afford to bet larger. Now, Montanari is going to go for the typical small bet, which is fine if that's how you want to construct your strategy. Nine on the turn. That gives Mr. Ian Simpson a gut shot. A 10 would give him a straight. But
so now how are we betting?
But a 10 would also give Montanari a straight.
Now how much are we betting?
Well, I think it's a matter of...
We've had a call on the flop.
Yeah. It's the fact that when it's the big blind, you can afford to be still betting like quite chunky here, because Ian has a lot of hands that like 9, 10 and like Jack 7 off that are just, you really want to get value from. This is good. It's a large 2/3 pot sizing. It's going to set up a round pot on river on like a deuce, 3, 4. All those cards you're definitely going to want to still shove. I'd prefer a slightly bigger size, but I would have begun sizing up on flop to set up something a little bit more geometric across 3 streets.
Geometric?
Yes.
In open play?
Indeed.
You just rolled that out.
I just put that out there. I want to get people. I want to bring geometric into the fold here this evening, and that would geometric being even sizings across streets. So Ian now can't fold to this 2/3 pot size. He will continue with call. I'm fairly confident of that. Sometimes you're watching people and you think, I think I'd call here, but they might not do that. Because they have their own agendas, but I'm pretty sure that Ian will just continue with call.
It is one of those horrible hold'em spots, though, isn't it, where you're way ahead, way behind a lot of the time.
Yeah, I mean, if he folds here, it's actually really impressive.
Yeah.
I don't know, because he would have been playing, this is the second session of the day, he would have been playing with Montanari already.
Okay.
So there's a good chance that if I think it would be really, really dialed if he did find a fold. I don't think he should. I think calling is just definitely better. 7 of diamonds on the turn. It doesn't change anything. No flushes arrived. 10-8 was already there. All it does is give the Jack 7s and the Queen 7s of this world, maybe 9-7 of spades, 2 pair.
Now
There's not that many hands.
Here, I think you want to think for quite a long time and then move all in.
Yeah, I don't want to see any others. Unlike the last hand where the board changed a lot on the river, and that change of the board does produce donk bets. Oh, sorry, not donk bets, block bets in abundance. This kind of spot where the board doesn't change significantly and you retain a large advantage in the very best hands like Ace Queen plus, you always want to be using that large sizing. Nothing's changed here. What do you mean check?
Whoa, that's extremely weird. Why has that happened?
Right.
Why has that happened?
I actually have no idea.
So this is my red. You haven't done that much commentary with me to know, but this is my red button. I don't kick off about many poker situations anymore. Yeah. I can't stand it when people miss value bets on the river. Do you know how expensive that is? I'm not even going to give a shout out to Andre, our 888 ambassador, because
don't worry about that.
In the middle of Iran.
Yeah, Iran.
It's so expensive. Like you pretend if Ian calls there, which he can do with a lot of range, because you've got.
It's Ian. Of course he could.
You've got bluffs there as well, by the way. You've got draws, you've got, all kinds of stuff. You've cost yourself 60,000 chips. You know how hard it is to grind 60,000 chips by trying to raise and pick up the blinds.
Well, this is what it's a product of. I know I've gone off a lot of spiels, which may or may not be accurate over the course of this weekend. But, Nick,
yes.
Here's the thing. When you're playing a tournament like this, it's expensive, you're into day 2, it's getting deeper, and not even necessarily at this stage of a tournament. You get into a situation where instead of asking yourselves the right questions, like how many value bets,
how many
hands do I beat, how likely is it that I have the best hand, because that's where your value bets are driven from. How likely is it that you have the best hand? On that situation, it's extremely likely you have the best hand, but when you're in under the lights, big tournament, big pressure, the first thing your mind goes to is, oh, but I lose to that.
Yeah.
Oh, but I lose to that.
Yeah.
Oh, but I lose to that. But what if I shove any calls? The answer to that question is, it doesn't matter if you shove any calls and you lose. That's poker.
Yeah.
The best play, on average, always in that situation, is going to be to go for a value shove, especially against a player like Ian, who doesn't have a fold button.
Doesn't shows up with so much one pair stuff there. And if he did have something bigger, he's not checking 3 times on that board.
No.
Like if he does have some funky 2-pair or whatever, it's just a catastrophic mistake. Sorry to bang on about it, everybody.
No.
Lots of stuff to tell you about. Stay tuned. First of all, I messed up. It's not an $1,800 package. It's a qualifier package, but it's still a free roll. So if you want to jump in, that's happening right now. Our free roll starts in 2 hours. The password for our free roll is 888day2. Absolutely no. 888day2. Someone just came into this booth and tried to take my drinks.
It's more the door being open that offends me.
No, and taking my drinks.
Yeah.
Just a wandering poker player.
I think he might have been from, who is he?
GT.
Oh, he's one of his.
Oh, he's one of yours. Oh, he can have it then.
You might have to apologise to him later.
That's so funny.
I don't think he thought you were defending the drinks. I think you were defending the integrity of the booth.
Well, also he was clattering about.
Yeah, the clattering was... I was mostly offended by the clattering because I can't drink all that coffee anyway. If I do, I will never sleep, and we're here all day tomorrow.
Anyway, the password for the free roll is 888day2. 888day2, as long as put in chat. Jump into the free roll. It will get you a shot of $500. We'll also give you a shout out, and we'll be on air throughout the free roll. So if you do well, you will get lots of hero worship on the stream.
I have made a faux pas.
What have you done?
I need to apologise to Mr. Mata. Look, the colours are the same.
What's wrong now?
But it's a Venezuelan flag, which I should know because
what did you say?
I'm quite proud of my flag knowledge. It's I said Colombia, and it is an understandable mistake to make. But I should have not said it with such vigour and confidence. I should have hedged my bets a bit more. I should have said I think that's Colombian, but I didn't. I said Colombian. So I apologise, Mr. Mata. I'm sure you're very, very proud of where you come from, and I can't say enough.
You still should have bet the river.
Sorries. Oh no, he was. It wasn't Mata that was in that.
Okay, fine.
That he was the king queen.
Everyone should bet the river.
Before.
Is there anyone anywhere? Is there anyone anywhere that hasn't bet the river? Because I'm all over them.
Yeah, someone didn't. It was the Italian fella in the last hand from under the gun. That's big blind.
Piano Cat says coffee at 8 p.m. would be keeping me awake all night. Yeah, but we're commentating until 2 a.m.
Yeah, we actually do have to be awake all night.
So that's the way it goes. We're giving away some tickets, Nick Eastwood, after this hand.
Yes, Ledesma's just picked up that flush draw though, so we should probably talk about this first. And there's less than half pot back for Mata, so now we are going to be all in. There's really no escaping this situation. Ledesma's going to check, snapshot, and yeah, it's only half pot. You have not only do you have top pair, which may ordinarily be enough as it is, you also have the nut flush draw, so this is going to be a call, and the only way that Mata, the Venezuelan, will not double up here is through a spade or a 9. We are missing 3 spades from the deck, not before the hand, but as a result of the cards that have already been dealt. We do not have the king, 9 or 8 of spades available to Mata here. But we do have 6 other spades and 2 remaining 9s. Any of those will be good enough. Let's see if Ledesma can find them. No, he cannot. Jack of hearts on the river, and Mata will double up. The Venezuelan up to 100k.
Yes. Definitely Venezuelan.
Nick's going to put the microphone closer, down his throat effectively, and hope that helps. I am actually very loud, especially when I'm excited about stuff. So we are going to turn me down because, I mean...
You're too excited.
I'm too excited, and... we do appreciate you guys, though, letting us know exactly the volumes, because we can't really hear.
No, we don't know what you can hear. We know what you can see, though, and that's our chip counts. Decent spread of chips at this feature table. We'll look forward to getting to know some of these players. A couple of them we already know. Manuel Desma won this event last year. Ian Simpson's 888 ambassador. The rest we'll see in action. But let's get you in some action and get you some tickets. We're going to do a keyword giveaway.
For me?
Not for you. You don't get them. Only our viewers get them. If you're watching on YouTube right now, you need to come over to Twitch if you want to enter the contest. The reason why is it's software-based, works on Twitch, doesn't work on YouTube. Hi to our YouTube viewers, but to play this game, you need to be on Twitch. All you do is enter the keyword once you know what it is. If you don't know what I mean, you just copy what everyone else is doing in chat. It's incredibly easy. Lime is the keyword ready. Just making sure it's ready, Nick. She likes confirming that it's ready. It's one of her favourite things.
Exactly.
Yeah. Just waiting to see if it is ready. Do you want it to be? Obviously, I want it to be. And this is not a magical mystery tour. I want it. I want it. I want the keyword.
Yeah.
I want the keyword. The people want the keyword. The people want tickets. Lime. Is it ready?
Murciano. Ace Jack of diamonds.
Oh, we're not doing it. She hasn't said it's ready, so we're not. She's not ready.
I refuse.
She's not ready.
I actually refuse to partake.
Well, no one can partake because it's not ready.
I think Nick had too much coffee. I would say I haven't had enough.
Yeah, you have to answer me. We've done this for we've done this for years now, Lime. You have to answer in the public. That's the part of the drama.
Peak passive aggressiveness.
The keyword in celebration of 888's first visit to Glasgow. And you can qualify for the event right now on 888 if you'd like to come and play in the main. The keyword is Glasgow. G-L-A, Osgo. Glasgow is the keyword. Type it in chat.
Isn't it GLA's go?
Yeah. It's what Lime's put there, look.
Yeah.
GLA's go.
It's not Glasgow, is it? We're not a sheep.
Well, I don't know how to pronounce it in Scottish.
Yeah. Glasgow. I'd give it a go, guys.
A wise man once said, Nick Eastwood, no Saliba, no party. Type in Glasgow, you've got a couple of minutes left. Two of you will win $33 tickets. Good luck.
There is one Colombian that I would like to support, and that is John Tran.
There's loads of Colombians I'd like to support. You should go online, mate. It's brilliant. No, just like they've got a lot of freestyle footballers, that kind of thing.
Yeah. I've had some good footballers in the past, to be fair. Some really good footballers.
It's not wanting to stereotype, but most of the Colombian footballers that have been produced have been mental.
Yeah.
There's some very talented people. Carlos Valderrama, do you remember, with the hair?
Oh, yeah.
A long time ago.
James Rodriguez.
Ace-X all over the place.
Yep. We have a Latvian. I am committing to the flag this time. That is a Latvian flag. Shoot me. Dokins. With the A7, picks up a diamond on the turn. Pair of threes, though, for Montanari, who hates value.
He did in that one hand. He did in
King
that one
on the river. Check, I imagine.
So my other hobby horse about those value bets on the river is that there are so many poker players that don't realise, like they look at their results or they even just experience their results and they sort of remember when they've gone out to a flip or
confirmation bias,
all of that, and they don't remember the value bets because they're not even aware it's such a big leak.
Yeah. Hopefully we helped. Maybe he disagrees and maybe we're wrong. After all, we are in here.
The thing is, it's really hard, and you'll know this if you've sat at a poker table, to get an overpair versus top pair. It's actually really hard to do that.
It's like your bread and butter tournament spot for money.
For money,
for
yeah.
value.
Yeah.
And then add into that, I mean, sometimes you're not going to get the value you should do against certain opponents. Add into that it's Ian Simpson poker, who hasn't folded a river in 3 years.
No, he likes a pot odds argument, and he's right. Probably not too much longer to get Glasgow in. Oh, yeah, we have to close it, don't we? I can't adjust to this. We're going to close the contest and give away our first tickets of the day. There's lots of tickets coming your way over these next few hours. But let's give away the first two $33 tickets. Lime, roll the thing. Congratulations, Daz Blues. No longer feeling blue. because you've won a $33 ticket. I presume that's all it takes to make you happy. Come on down and collect your prize, Daz Blues. Well done.
If it doesn't make you happy, we don't really have anything else.
That's all we've got to give, really, isn't it? And our second winner is poker_UA. Well done, poker_UA. You are our second winner.
There you go. First two of the day.
First two of the day.
13 more to give away.
13 more tickets.
Yep, seems that way.
That's fantastic.
Mathematically speaking.
That's fantastic. And usually what happens is I sort of forget about them a bit, and like, you know, they all come in a rush, so look out for that.
Indeed.
You're watching coverage of 888 Live's Madrid event, the main event, day 2, getting towards the business end of proceedings. At some point today we'll have confirmation of our payouts. We're over 400 runners deep. And that man in the stripy shirt, Senor Desma, is the defending champion with chips again in this main event. Nick Wealthall in the booth with Nick Eastwood. Day 2's fun, isn't it? Day 2's where we get some interesting tournament spots.
Yeah. You can afford passivity on day 1s. You can't generally get away with it on day 2s.
Yeah, that's
not too much.
Great point. And you start to get to the longer today goes on, the more stack size aware you have to be, don't you? You have to understand what stacks are playing your table, what stacks are behind you. All of that stuff becomes so important. You know, we're playing a bit of cash game poker on day 1, really.
Yeah, exactly.
But not so much now.
So I may talk with less authority.
No, no, just talk with authority.
And just make it up.
I mean, chat doesn't know what you're saying anyway. Sure. They're all half cut in their lounges.
Matter opens to cut off with Jack 3 of spades. It's a little bit of a reach. You can probably get away with it, depending on who's behind. He's not going to get away with it. Balsa... Oh, goodness me, this is a test. Balsalobre is going to 3-bet. He's got ace-king.
We'll go with that.
Yeah.
Well done, you.
I like his hair.
I like his hair.
3 bets to 16,000, and Matter has got... is it Matter? This is the button. So this is probably, so I think that this is a I don't think we have Jack 3. We wouldn't have called it 3 bet. Look at this,
somebody's kicking the graphics machine.
So I think Matter did have Jack 3, but that isn't the hand that ended up opening. It was the button who opened the action. I don't know what they have, but we know that, sorry, not Desma, that long name in the big blind, Balsalobre, 3-bet, and we know that Dokins called with pocket 5s. Now we know that. No set for Dokins on flop, and the most optimistic of backdoors along with a set draw. Not really the kind of ammunition that Dokins was hoping to work with on this flop, and that may result in, even versus a small bet, a relinquishing.
Dokins sounds like a
Star Wars character.
I was going to say an Enid Blyton character, or like a talking rabbit from...
We're going to go for the float, which is understandable, and the turn does bring us some of the hope and optimism that we were hoping for. And after check from Balsalobre, who he may be concerned about some potential 2 pairs, I guess, or just wants to control size of pot, which is a bit strange. And we're going to get check raise. And now, Dokins could have checked back, realised equity here, and instead he's reopened the action, Nick. You see?
Yes.
And he's allowed...
I see this.
Yes, he's allowed Balsalobre to check raise, and now we're playing for our tournament life, which is not ideal when you got an underpair to the board.
No, I mean, I don't completely loathe the bet because
no, absolutely not.
Like the initial bet, I mean the turn bet, because you know people do just call with all kinds of stuff on ace highs because they know you're continuation betting all the time. But now it's over.
It should be. The thing is about this spot. Oh my God. Dokins is going to stick it in. So Dokins decided that he has put too many of his chips in. Rightly or wrongly, to fold this hand. Balsalobre's called, and we're going to be off to a river. 8 outs for Dokins, which is, you know, about as much as he would expect to have in that situation. Can he find one? No, he cannot, and that is going to knock off Latvian Dokins. Balsalobre takes some more chips, 200,000 of them. $53 bigs for Ian Simpson. Nobody's hero. Sorry, guys. Well, Nick. Whew.
I know, it's exciting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Day 2 action. Doesn't get any better. Doesn't get any better. Montanari opens with, I mean, nobody ever doesn't open a suited ace. And then people find it very hard not to 3-bet suited aces, even people that don't ever 3-bet, I found. Especially the wheel aces.
Yeah, they're a real weapon. The suited big little, Nick.
Suited big little.
What's better than big little? Suited big little. Because obviously when you use big little, and by that we mean one big card, one small card, good removal, good blockers, sometimes they continue. It doesn't always get through. So when it doesn't, it's nice to have a little bit more equity. Anyway, nobody's got really anything here.
No.
If you told Balsalobre he had 62% equity here, he'd be confused.
That's quite remarkable, isn't it? If you are just watching us for one of the first times, the percentages you can see are the real percentage chances of them winning the hand. So they take into account cards that have been folded and so on.
Yeah. Completely accurate.
Thank you. Cicello and Nitrous are typing Glasgow when, I'll be honest, that tournament ended, that contest ended a long, long time ago.
In the region of 4 years ago. Pair of ducks for Montanari. So that's 62% from the flop. Balsalobre is in the bin. As is the best hand. So Massimiliano, I think they were bluffing, but they had like one of the strongest holdings available.
They did, yeah.
I'm not convinced that any better hand would have folded, but alas. Actually, well, any better pair, excuse me. A deuce did fold. Ace deuce did fold.
There you go. Extremely random shot from our outer tables. Just a man looking for a date tonight. Well, I don't know. You could be. So apologies if he's married.
Could be both.
He's looking up. Oh dear. Could be both. I think he's just looking at his Insta.
Yeah.
Look, everyone looking at their phones when they're playing poker. Focus, people.
I do that a lot because I'm writing stuff down. I've got excuses. Hater of Pheasant says, this Arsenal game, man. Look, we'd never dream of...
What's happening in the Arsenal game,
we
Hater
don't
of
know.
Pheasants?
We have no clue what you're talking about. We're watching a poker tournament.
But if you want to fill us in, that'll be quite interesting. Passing interest in the title race this year.
Yeah.
Jack 10 suited. Back in the early Hold'em days, years and years ago, they used to believe it was the best starting hand.
I think some people still do.
It's certainly a very pretty starting hand.
We're going to get a 3-bet from Big Little. Suited
See,
Big Little, right on cue.
You can't not 3-bet it, Nick. It's too attractive not to 3-bet. Even players that don't 3-bet.
The dealer's gone, look, Nick's talking rubbish again. We need an example of exactly what he was just saying. We've 3-bet the Big Little.
Yeah.
And we've gotten called. Now, it's nice to not have ace-3 offsuit here. It's nice to have a little bit of something, so that when you see this, you have a bit more ammunition. But guess who's got the big guns? It's Murciano, the top 2 pair.
So now you're praying that the 3-better doesn't have a button 3-betting hand, but actually has a legit 3-betting hand.
Yeah. This situation is interesting because it's always tempting to c-bet, but this particular kind of hand, it's so annoying to get check raised, even though you have to balance out like how many times you get check raised, and like you've got hopeful equity, and you really don't want to fold hopeful equity. You don't want to give yourself a chance to fold hopeful equity because you don't want to waste it. Backdoor, straight draw. Backdoor,
you just
nut flush draw.
I mean, I know it's like we can see the cards, we can see he's got top 2, but Jack 10 is just such a hard board to get a fold on from a 3-bet caller because there's so much Broadway.
Yeah, and similarly, see, this hurts to do, I guess. If you had ace-3 of spades there, I'd be completely on board with c-bet fold. Jack 10 I love raise because your opponent a lot of the time has chunks of overpair ace-king, ace-queen, which always continues. So I think your opponent's going to continue so often that not check raising would be a mistake. Yeah,
we're down with that. More scenes from the outer tables. We're playing day 2 action here at the main event in Madrid. We'll have payouts for you when they're available during today, and we'll play down to, well, the players will have a very long day. We're going to have quite a long day here on stream. Usually we'll play down to about 2 or 3 tables tonight before the final day tomorrow. You'll be able to see all of the action here on 888poker.tv. all the way down to our champion tomorrow on Sunday. Lots of fun, lots of poker, and lots of tickets to give away.
Speaking of tickets, I've got an absolutely, well, it's a humdinger of a question for you, for Nick Thinks.
Have you?
Yeah, it's an absolutely
sensational
question.
You've actually been doing work on the show in your downtime.
Once you hear the question, you probably won't think that, no.
Oh.
But it is I think you'll agree, it's quite a good question.
Okay, good. I'm excited. We'll get that in a few minutes because we need to start our giving away of the big ticket process. $109 tickets you're going to be able to win today, chat.
I mean,
if you don't mind.
Every day. I mean, we have to keep reminding you because it's just a leak. You
know, several times we've had people turn those into 4-figure payouts.
Yeah, I mean, we had somebody on our Magic Monday win a $250 ticket because for some reason we were doing those. I think we came to our senses. And they just won 40 bags in the main.
40,000 something, yeah, we did.
So it's not just for show. We're not just blowing smoke.
No.
It's actually a thing.
This is real potential for you to, well, at the absolute minimum, you get to play a big tournament if you win one.
Montanari, by the way, this kind of hand, one of the hands that you see a lot of the regs ISOing because it's so rubbishy that you just don't care. Like, you knock out hands that are way better than yours. Not this one. You wouldn't get the fold from Desma because he never folds. But you knock out loads of hands better than yours, and if you get 3-bet on, then you just don't care because it's rubbish. Do you know what I mean?
Chat Press says, if you do go to Glasgow, where you can go for our first ever 888 live event in Glasgow, don't forget to try Haggis Pakora, Iron Brew, and a deep-fried Mars bar. What is Haggis Pakora? It sounds amazing. Obviously, it's haggis in some sort of Indian styly.
It's tense here in the booth. We don't know what Haggis Pakora is.
We're on the edge of our seats waiting to find out. It's a delicacy, deep-fried foodstuffs. No, it sounds amazing. Look, I think haggis is delicious. Like, really, really good.
Nick, I've got a question for you. It's not Nick thinks.
Okay.
But how many points clear are Liverpool FC?
Let me just check. Infinite.
Oh.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel?
Makes me feel good. Makes me feel powerful.
It gives me an enormity of strength to continue through this evening.
Yeah. Knowing that number 20 is coming in.
Oh, he wears the number 20.
I love that song, actually.
Yeah.
It's a brilliant song.
It is a phenomenal chant.
Let's have a look. King Queen just flatting due to the under the gun raise.
By the way, I think I said some things and some stuff earlier about Ian Simpson taking every spot under the sun. Here it comes. Especially when he's had little opportunity to exercise his itchy trigger finger. The trigger finger will be exercised, Nick. That is my read. I can't talk all that stuff earlier and him let me down here. He's let me down, man.
But what's quite interesting is that he saw that as a 3-bet or fold spot.
Yeah.
Where I think most players would see that as a flat call spot.
No, he prefers to have initiative.
I think that's really instructive for people watching, you know?
Yeah. I don't think calling this bad, by the way. Like, not necessarily.
Depends what you think. It depends what you think of the under the gun raise, doesn't it?
And it also depends on who's behind you. How often do you get to actually see flop?
That's also true. Let's watch this hand play out.
Supposedly our volume is low. What would we like to see?
I feel like.
I feel blamed.
Do you feel slightly worried that we've just got a real preponderance of people with hearing issues in our chat?
I'm certainly feeling like self-conscious.
Lime says she doesn't have it at full volume and it seems okay.
You have to understand, guys, that we have. It's kind of like being a football manager. We are the face of things, or at least the voice. There is a whole team of people behind us, Mark, that are responsible for these things.
No, that's not correct. No, Nick, you don't. That's not. You never admit.
You never blame it.
You always take the blame for everything.
Okay. Well, that's what managers.
I'm trying to get you to pro level.
Imagine if Slot came out and was just like, Richard Hughes, here's a bus.
Yeah.
You know. Mark, we're not throwing.
Our volume is fine. Thanks, Paul. We haven't done this yet, so we've just had half an hour to get up to speed. Say hello in chat, even if you haven't already, and tell us where you're watching from. It's good for us to know that there are people out there and we're not just talking into headsets. And I also want to know where you are in the world. Con Martino's in Sao Paulo. Player Quilla's in Calgary. So that's 2 continents knocked off from the first 2 people. Unbelievable. Doc Matush's in Germany. Can't believe we haven't done an event there. S Champagne Poker is also in Calgary. Dude and Ben is in Vancouver. Lucky you. Scuddy's still in Loughborough. Kev Thallam's in Doncaster. Hi, Kev Thallam.
He spelt Loughborough correctly today, though.
Put in extra effort for us.
He missed an O out yesterday.
Only Poker and Pink Zeppelin are watching from Romania. Stinky's in cold Alberta, Canada. How cold is it, Stinky? Shane is in East Germany. Tully's in Hungary. Killin is in Porto. Oh, Portugal, lovely. Is that still quite sunny? Chat Rest is in Glasgow, of course. Hope Tuck shows up to the tournament so I can get my pint off him. I don't think he's going to do that. Jamogi's in Telford. Benito's in Vienna. Piano Cat's in Edinburgh. FCJ. Oh, F-Jack Poker is in Santiago. Gika is in Hungary. Big Hungary contingent today. TJ Elva is in Denmark. TJ Elva is in Denmark. Player Quilla and Stinky are experiencing -19 and -22 degrees. Wow. That is very cold.
Unacceptably cold.
Stay non-frosty. Serenaki's in Innsbruck. Hope you win a ticket today, Serenaki. I remember you haven't won one yet. Cindy Bear is in Calgary. Andre's in Romania, Axel guys, and the Sunshine Coast, British Columbia. Lots of Canadian watchers. And Ian's in New Zealand, so that gets us round the globe, I think.
I think we've visited most areas of the globe.
Amazing.
We've got a bet in the call here. Desma picked up open end straight draw on the turn, bricked it off on the river. Now, you see Desma snap checking, and this reinforces the point that I was making yesterday. These situations are extremely underbluffed because they're so unappealing naturally for human beings to bluff in, because it just doesn't look like your opponent's going to fold anything that called the turn. So people don't bluff them as much. So while there are some situations where scare cards can come down and you feel like, you know, you're scared because the card is scary and you want to fold, it's actually more likely you're getting bluffed in those spots because people think you're more likely to fold those spots. And it's less likely they're bluffing on the boards where it bricks out.
The voice of Nick Eastwood, known as Easty. Make sure, if you don't already, make sure you're following him on Twitch, and do check out his YouTube channel as well. He's a great content creator. He can't hear me at the moment, but he is a great content creator. And give him your support if you don't already. Pleasure to have him along. Shout out to David Tuckman, who unfortunately can't be with us this week. Obviously, we wish him and his family and everyone they know well. Caught up in the horrible fires and so on in California. Not great. Tuck, I'm sure, will be back with us soon. If you haven't already, make sure you follow the channel. We've got live action from Madrid, as you can see right now, today and tomorrow. And we have great, all free content, of course, throughout the week, usually at 8 o'clock GMT. Every weekday, you can always have fun with us, chat with us, and win prizes. We're going to have lots more giveaways. And we're going to do a giveaway now-ish, I think, Nick.
I was about to say, I am really struggling to keep this question bottled up.
Let's uncork it. So the way this works, I believe you can play on YouTube as well as Twitch.
You can, confirmed.
Because Lime is just all over everything. The way this works, if you haven't played it before, is you just need to guess what Nick thinks. So one of us, we're both called Nick, spoilers, one of us will ask the question, the other will answer it, and you're trying to predict our answer. You get one guess, just one guess per player. We're playing for a $109 ticket for play on 888. Lime runs the contest in chat. There are no arguments. It is an unskilled, largely unfair game. If you want to complain, do it to your cat. Nick Eastwood, what is the question?
The question is, Darwin Núñez,
yes, he's
today,
a professional footballer.
Yeah, came off the bench to score 2 goals for Liverpool, 2-0 win over Brentford, leaving the Reds comfortably at the top of the Premier League table.
True story.
Not necessary to the question, but thought I'd add it in there. How many days has it been since Darwin Núñez came off the bench against Newcastle?
That's so random.
To score twice in a 2-1 victory at St James's Park with 10 men.
Okay. How many days is it since Darwin Núñez scored 2 against Newcastle? So that was last season, and I'll do the rest of my working out quietly.
Yep. Please do.
When was it?
Do you think that's a good question? Topical.
It's good for me. I don't know how good it is for chat.
I don't care. I don't care how good it is for
you
chat.
Don't care about chat.
I'm having a good time.
Yeah.
I'm still like, especially after that unfortunate 2-goal
unfortunate
blowing.
Loss of a 2-goal lead by Arsenal.
Yeah.
It's the most Arsenal thing of all time. Very Arsenal. We're contemplating a call here with King 9 on the button.
Yeah, we're contemplating. It's a contemplation spot. Contemplation is actually allowed and encouraged in poker. I wish people did more of it sometimes.
More contemplation. Just not on the stream, really. Sort of, in order to play well, you want them to contemplate, right? But in order to have a lively stream, you don't want to contemplate for too long.
I think there's a middle ground.
We don't want a Doc Stand type situation.
That, or a Christopher Vogel song. I think he's the worst, isn't he? So we're leaving that with Nick. He's trying to figure out how many days it's been since Darwin Núñez last came off the bench in the Premier League to score twice in a 2-1 victory for Liverpool. As it happened today. How many days separate these two occasions, these two beautiful moments? He hasn't done much in the middle.
He's done plenty.
He's run around a lot.
How many goals and assists did Darwin Núñez have last season? I'll give you a hint. The #1 player in our club for goals and assists last season was Mo Salah with 38.
Yeah, Darwin had like loads of Salah assists last year. I think he had like 14 assists or something in the end. Or something like that. It was definitely in the early 10s. And he had about... I think he had about 21 GA last year. Or something.
31.
He had 31 GA.
Second in the club. And all he gets is... Like, he's completely dismissed by people. It's so weird. I've never seen a player treated more oddly. Actually, since Lucas, if you can remember back that far.
I think it's because he has missed some glaring opportunities. That's kind of what people... It's like in poker when you lose a hand, you know, and you remember the ones you lose, not the ones that you get.
Yep, that's absolutely why.
Yeah.
But it's still been taken to ludicrous proportions. Look at this. Everybody's in this hand.
Look at this, by the way, for Mata. Pair plus straight flush. Is that allowed?
It's pretty outrageous, isn't it?
And honestly, it makes a lot of sense that nobody else has really got anything because he has all of the things.
So Chat Breast says they can see many dupes, no one Googling correct answers. So you can Google the correct answer if you want. Go ahead. And you will know that I've got some awareness of this one. Some awareness, but I'm not very good at calendars and stuff like that. So I'm probably not going to get it bang on. Also, of course, remember, in this contest, the first person to say a particular answer effectively owns that answer. No one else can have the same answer. So if you repeat a value, your entry's just wasted.
Yeah. Yes.
Matters all in. Can't blame him. It's a pretty good hand.
Yeah, I mean, what more do you want?
What do you want in life?
Massimiliano, I'm going to come down there, get a time machine, take that hat off your head, and fold your hand for you if you don't do it in a minute.
He's got a lot of chips.
What's he doing? Have we got the wrong graphics or something? Why is he here still?
Possible we got the wrong graphics.
This is... I mean, if he doesn't have the wrong graphics, this is a joke. I'm sorry. Why? What does it gain?
Catching. Somebody's asked the question and Catching Fire's repeated it. How many days ago did some player I've never heard of come off the bench? Which is, even if you put the name, even if you put the name of the player in, is still not the question. But never mind.
I don't care whether you look, guys. The game is the game.
The game is the game. This is the beauty of this. It always has been. You don't even need to understand the question to win. And you can still win.
If you're concerned that you don't have enough edge in this game, then just put ! unfair in the chat and then ask me how much I care. Both of those things in order will sort you right out. I don't care, Ontario. Like,
he doesn't.
If I was to try to make a list of the things that I care less about, it would be very difficult.
It's the Pit says, let's go Ian, cheering for Ian Simpson, our 888 ambassador, who's at this feature table. We've also got last year's winner of the Madrid main event, Senor Desma. Not in shot at the moment, but he's also on this feature table. Day 2 action here in Madrid. We've got a player count, top right. 403 brave souls entered. Only 107 remain.
A little bit of whithery going on here. 3 different degrees of whiffing on this flop. Balsalobre has whiffed in the middle of the king and the 8. Massimiliano has a gut shot whiffing around the bottom of the board, and Murciano has just got nowhere near any of it, but he's the one putting money in the pot. Make it make sense, Nick.
It's a tough one.
It should probably work. Massimiliano spent about 4 years folding 8 high with no backdoor last hand, so I imagine he'll struggle to fold a gut shot.
Hey, they've got over 300,000 chips. You don't just fold
The third of them.
under draws to the board or whatever it's called.
There was no underdraw. It was just 8 high, as far as I was aware.
He could have hit a 10 for a straight.
Could he?
Yeah, it was Jack 9, 8, 7. I mean, it wasn't.
It was King Jack 9.
Yeah, he had 8, 7.
Yeah. Okay, so a 10.
He could have hit a 10
on a spade board.
Yeah.
Okay, look. The less said, the better. Massimiliano is going to call here, I imagine, because he does have that gut shot. Or is this a check raise? There's a lot of chips.
Yeah.
No, it's a call.
Piano Cat says there have been complaints about the sexist nature of the questions. I assume that footy is a man's thing. However, I, a she-cat, have won a $109 ticket by guessing something Eastie thinks about football in the past.
Bink.
I then turned that ticket into a live package to Coventry. So that's one in the eye for people that say things.
And one in the eye for me as Massimiliano turns the absolute brass Brazilians.
That's worked out terribly for you, hasn't it?
Yeah.
That's commentator's curse. Commentator's curse. And this is why you can't just throw away a gut shot, Nick.
No. Duck on the river. Will Massimiliano find another check? The one Real Madrid fan in Italy goes for bet, and this will be the end of proceedings because Murciano was a little bit out there on the flop and then decided that he'd had enough of this particular adventure on the turn and is allowed to fold on the river.
Massimiliano builds that stack.
So, we are close to the end of our giveaway.
Well, we're there, I think. We can actually give it away.
Go on then. So, Nick, I asked you the question. How many days do you think it has been since Darwin Núñez came off the bench to score twice against Newcastle? The last time that he did that, incidentally, before today.
Yeah.
Coming off the bench to score twice in a win for Liverpool. What is your answer and how did you get there?
I'm notoriously bad at calendar things and which season things happened in. So if I've got this wrong, I don't even apologise still because it's random, innit? I'm pretty sure it was last season. I'm pretty sure it was in the first half of last season. My memory says it's somewhere in the October window. So I've gone 365 plus 3 months to get to my answer, which is 455. My answer is 455, Nick Eastwood.
Congratulations, that is actually the correct answer.
That is the answer to what does Nick Wealthall think.
And it means that we do have a winner, which is F Jack Poker, who guessed 450, which is pretty scary, really.
Well played, F Jack. You've won a $109 ticket. Boom. Well done. If your name is not F Jack Poker, you didn't win, but here's the good news. There are 4 more of those bad boys to be given away on this stream.
Yeah. If you care, I believe that it was September. So you're pretty much bang on. If I was guessing, I think I'd go 475, something like that. But I think it was September. I think it might have been the 3rd or 4th, 5th game of the season last year. But you're absolutely correct. It was the start of last season.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah.
Okay. Wasn't too far off, thank God.
Yeah. I remember because I had to go to the doctors the next day.
Did you?
Yeah. I'll let you fill in the blanks. So congratulations, F Jack. Thanks for playing our silly game and winning serious amounts of ticket value.
Absolutely. Lots more of that to come.
cold coffee.
Yeah. Well, that happens, doesn't it? Time passes.
I'm grasping that concept.
Yeah.
In this booth. But more time has elapsed than I thought. Because the last time, I feel like it's been like 2 minutes since I last had a sip, and it was like warming and
nice,
enjoyable.
Yeah.
And now it's like I've left it in Calgary overnight.
In -22, or whatever it was in Calgary.
Yeah.
How does like anything work in -20?
I don't know. Andy Regnick, do you have the actual answer? I'd love to know what it actually is.
Well, the actual number of days.
Yeah. Someone wants to work it out.
Well, it's whatever was duplicated because. I was actually in August. Was it really?
Yeah, I knew it was early doors. Third game, I think it was.
Ah.
What is the actual answer? Is it like 480?
That's more than I said then, yeah.
Yeah.
Lime says even at -40, you just do what you need to do. Well, what if I need to do is like barbecue? Gonna be tough.
Yeah, we want the number of days, Andy. I know we're asking a lot, but
we're too lazy. Sorry, I mean busy.
Yeah, it's way too lazy / busy.
Ian Simpson banging in with the 10-6 offsuit. It is blind versus blind, in fairness.
Yeah, and Montanari with options. You can actually 3-bet this hand. It's super reasonable. Call is announced, just to avoid any confusion, because he grabbed a few chips, and I don't think he was sure exactly what he wanted to do.
We're playing 2,000, 4,000, by the way, viewers. We do put it up in between hands. I sort of wish we'd leave it up all the time because, you know, when you're in the middle of a hand, you want to quickly figure out what stacks people are operating with.
So this is interesting, even though it doesn't look it.
Tell
and the
us
reason
more,
it's
Nick.
interesting is because Ian Simpson, he's seen more than we know, but what we know Ian's seen is Montanari check back the river with an overpair in a spot where Ian would clearly shove. So that means I expect Ian to be aware of that and probably play Montanari as scared money, quote unquote. Probably going to be tighter than he should be, extrapolating from the fairly tight check back with kings. And therefore will probably assume that he can leverage more. Now, there are some levels to this which are not worth getting into. But there's a queen on the turn. And what I expect is Ian to not slow down. And I think that's correct. I think this card not very good for big blind overall. Especially, like I just said, from a player that's shown a propensity to maybe play on the tighter side. I would imagine that, and this is a great example, by the way, of what we were talking about earlier, removal and blockers are secondary, distant to how often do I just think my opponent's going to fold way more than they should.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, Ian does check, which is obviously still understandable. He still has the option to bluff the river. I think he will be aware also that obviously Montanari showed him that, and Montanari's not silly. He's playing an €888 tournament, so he'll know that Ian saw that, and that does provide another level. Check, check. I would be utterly gobsmacked if Ian didn't blast this river, and I wouldn't be surprised to see all in.
Really?
Yeah.
This is something not to try at home, kids.
Yeah.
If he tries it. No, he checks.
He goes for check, which I find really strange, honestly. I believe that Ian should have found a way to win this pot.
Maybe Ian feels sleepy.
He has a clear check back.
He might feel sleepy.
Yeah. I think that Ian should just barrel off, to be honest. The 6 of clubs blocks a decent number of flushes that your opponent can have because it's big blind. So, like, stuff like 6-5 suited, even like stuff like 10-6 suited or just random 6x suited. It does block actually quite a lot of flushes. Now, obviously, big blind can have a lot of flushes. And Ian's probably thinking that it's extremely reasonable for big blind to play check back on turn so that they don't get their equity blown off of on the turn by check shove if they have clubs. So when the club arrives on the river, Ian probably assumes that Mantovani, no, not Mantovani, that's it, Ali, the Italian fellow in the big blind,
sure,
probably has enough of an amount of flushes that Ian's not overwhelmed with joy about bluffing the river.
Cindy Bear says you can still barbecue Winter barbecues taste so good. Yeah, but I can't barbecue in my shorts and apron only outfit, can I? I mean, I suppose I can, just indoors.
You wear shorts?
Yeah. Lime says you barbecue in the garage. I would so burn it down.
Yeah, it's a little bit out there. Risky.
Chapress says Ian set that up and backed out a bit.
Shots fired.
Shots fired.
I think
Ian is tight, says 888 chat. Who wants some payout information for this tournament? Ooh. You're getting it either way. We had 403 entries. We have 102 remaining. 48 of them will make the money. So we're going to lose about half the field, and then we cash. It's a big cash, as it always is at these live main events. They bought in for 888 euros. The min cash is 1,765 euros. That's a huge min cash.
Yeah, very nice.
If you satellited your way in here, that's really big. First place tomorrow is 62,000 euros.
Wow. Wow.
That's right.
62 bags for first.
That's good for 3 days' work.
It's certainly above average. Can think of worse things.
For sure.
Murciano opened this up +2 with 10-9 of spades. Ledesma defended the big blind, and we saw a check call on flop. 8 of diamonds on the turn. Gives Ledesma a pair that he will not be happy about necessarily. Ledesma now with option to... Sorry, Murciano now with option to check back with his bottom pair from flop. Now third pair, and does decide to do so. Can beat things exactly like this, so doesn't need to fire off loads of barrels here. Now, this is quite interesting. Ledesma will probably check because he can't value bet, and he has showdown value in essence, kind of, but not really. And Murciano should certainly value bet this hand against the big blind defend. Big blind can have like ace-7 offsuit and like king-queen and like king-5. Now, what is interesting is that after Murciano bets, and I don't know if we're going to see this, but Ledesma has a fairly reasonable candidate for check raise as a bluff. Now, they are a rare breed, the check raise river bluffs in live tournaments.
I just think, like, it's exciting what you're saying, but it doesn't directly pertain to what's happening, does it?
I mean, if
he's not going to check raise river bluff.
If you are going to bluff a hand, ever, and this is further to the point...
But he's not going to do it.
No, I'm aware.
What you're saying is a theoretical construct.
Yes, exactly. But I'm just trying to, talk the things that I find interesting and hopefully other people do.
That's fine.
But if you're going to choose a hand to bluff,
yeah,
that would be the prime candidate. And that's supporting our notions from before that it's just super unnatural for people to find these things. They're so hard to find because they are hard to find, emotionally and theoretically.
But you've also got to be looking for them in the first place, haven't you?
Yeah. And you're absolutely right, people aren't generally. But I think after check back on turn specifically, which people don't really do with sets and straights and stuff, and when you have very good removal to both 2-pair and straight yourself, it just makes such a great check raise off. If it had been Ian, I wouldn't have at all been... In fact, I'd been surprised if he didn't find that. Because, like I said, he powers every single spot.
Well, he used to.
Used to until he...
Now, having watched him today, he's clearly old and withered. It's clearly over.
I think what's happened is that Ian hates me so much and wants me to be wrong as much as possible that he heard what I was saying and then decided to make me look stupid by playing...
He's just adapted his game just for today to make you look bad.
Yeah.
I can see that.
Yeah. It can be the only reason.
Slightly worried about some of the pace of play at this feature table.
Well, Barcelobre...
I don't think you need to think that long about ace-8 offsuit in the +2.
The only sympathy I'd have is if you actually ended up 3-betting it.
Yeah, but I just think he was sad that he had to fold an ace.
What about the 9-3 of hearts and the hijack? This is egregious. Now the sympathy returns.
Oh, sympathy returned. Not egregious, sexy.
Extremely arousing, in fact, and a lot of time for it I now have.
Yeah, you
Massimiliano
flipped your sentiment.
back in my good books.
Exactly. So when he's like tanking and things like that, he's actually thinking about doing crazy shit that's really fun.
I mean, the last one he would have had to call off with 8 highs.
He might have been thinking about raising.
He can't raise. It was all in.
Oh, yeah.
Massa was all in.
That's wrong, yeah. Yeah, he wasn't tanking. I'm trying to, like, build up some excitement.
No. Anyway, we have some excitement. I mean, Massimiliano's just randomly 3-bet 9-3 of hearts. Just as a rule, guys, there are better hands than this to choose. I said big little, not medium little, although we do have about the best
I'm starting to think you know
board.
nothing about poker. And, like, people like
You're starting to think
Massimiliano,
that.
people like Massimiliano just know a lot more.
It's extremely possible. Winner, winner. Massimiliano takes it down. Again.
Play against that, GTO gits.
Yeah. Stick that in your
your
generator.
In your bloody solver. Solve that, nerd. Look, let's be slightly more serious. He may have the person that he 3-bet there pegged as someone that doesn't fight back.
Yeah. He may have been pegging him all day.
Indeed.
And now he's been able to exercise.
He's getting the death stare. He's getting the death stare. People don't like being 3-bet.
No.
Which is why you should do it.
Exactly. We haven't really had any, like, things happen. Do you know what I mean? There's not been any, like
things.
Severe clashes.
Not really. I mean, what's very noticeable is that yesterday we were running very good with flops and hand distributions and things like that.
It's not just about the players, guys. We are...
You do need spots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're starved. That's sometimes what poker's like. There's been a lot of nothing versus nothing today. We've had something versus nothing and something versus something, and now we're having nothing versus nothing.
I don't mind it because if it's saving up the big clashes for later in the day when everyone's a bit more sleepy,
yeah,
you know, to power us through the late night,
exactly.
I'm into it.
We're going to be going for quite a while today, guys. Check call from our flush draw from Panetti. We don't have a flag for Panetti, but we could assume things if we wanted to. I don't know if I will. It sounds Italian.
It's a good bet, isn't it?
Hello. Balsolobre has just shoved this turn. This is fairly impressive. Recognises that Panetti from the big blind has a lot of very middling, unhappy hands. And probably isn't going to want to wager the rest extremely often, even in the worst case scenario where they have like a top pair type hand. That's not even like that thrilled. So yeah, it's pretty cool little leveraging there of range advantage.
Like a cool little leveraging of an evening.
Yeah.
I like the Nightbot message in chat. Like the stream question mark.
If you don't, then just stop there.
Yeah, just that you probably shouldn't continue to watch. You should like what you're watching,
yeah.
Definitely. But do give us a follow. We really appreciate it. It also helps you to know when we're live. We will be live for a lot of today and then tomorrow. And tomorrow we'll be on from about 2 o'clock in the afternoon if you can get both of us out of bed.
I think it's 2:30.
Different beds, obvs. Well, we'll watch the final day and we'll watch right until we crown a champion. Nick Wealthall with Nick Eastwood here in the booth at 888 Live's Madrid main event day 2 action. That's Ian Simpson, 888 ambassador. You can tell that because he's got 888 stuff all over him.
Nettie says, hello, Nick. Do you think that covers both of us?
It does.
Grammatically?
Yeah, it does.
Or do you think she's just saying hello to you?
Just saying hello to Nick.
Well, it covers both of us. I like that. It's very cost efficient.
Now, Panetti's picked up a big hand here, but doesn't have chips, as you can see.
Which means that Ian will have to call.
Bad for Ian. Good,
Yeah.
good for Panetti.
Do you know what else is bad for Ian? Murciano's just mucked a 9. So 2 outs for Ian.
Hearts.
And hearts.
Things that run with a 9 in them. Don't
Yes.
be so pessimistic.
Well, 2 direct outs.
Still has 19%. That's good.
The outs change, you know. Just to give you an idea contextually, we do have Mr. Diaz with 750k as our chip leader right now. That's heart. Nothing much else, unfortunately, for Ian. Who
This is
will
what
need
3% feels like.
He will need more of the red hearts on turn and river here, or he will be doubling up Mr. Panetti, who may or may not be from Italy. Oh,
See?
we're Ian Simpson poker. It's just what we do.
What have we got? 10 for a chop, heart for a win.
6 outs.
Panetti is the all-in player, needs this to hold, and it does.
Certainly does. Whew, says Panetti. Dump.
Zonked says, come on, Ian Simpson, bring home the brackets vegan bacon.
Yep.
What's vegan bacon made from? Vegans.
Usually
Controversial.
some sort of tofu.
You don't know, do you?
No.
No. I don't know either.
You know when you start saying something, you're like, oh, I better say,
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
better make some sort of sense. No, I have no idea.
My entire professional career.
Yeah. All I know is that I don't partake. No offence to those that do. Each to their own.
Each to their own indeed. Chip counts our feature table. Panetti, who just doubled up, is still our short stack. Ian next up after that. Manuel Desma won this event last year, defending champion in healthy shape with 47 big blinds. Massimiliano, who just saw do that 3-bet light, is our chip leader at this feature table. And as Nick just mentioned, Carlos Diaz is our chip leader out in the field. 98 players left. He has 765,000 chips. We reach the money in 40 players' time, so it won't be too long, depending on whether we get a stall on the bubble, but it'll be sometime this evening. Massimiliano, the guy to Ian's right there, does look dangerous, doesn't he? He does look like the sort of man that would bet 9-3. 3-bet 9-3,
I mean, like I said, I'm glad that the tanking wasn't just for the TV time. He actually did exercise a rather aggressive option, so fair play. Murciano with a random 2 cards and Balsalabre has a very good hand. Queen Jack of hearts, and not random anymore is Murciano's Queen Jack offsuit, which is nearly as strong but not quite. And these kind of situations can be quite interesting post flop. Generally, whoever's more aggressive on the brickier boards is going to win the pot. This one, due to its texture, will chop most of the time. Maybe even always. Maybe even always. It would take something spectacular for this not to chop.
Let's hope for that.
Because it's...
Always root for spectacular.
Because both players will be incredibly incentivized to show this down and not very incentivized to do anything but. So I believe check, and then, I don't know, river, maybe some sort of small value bet potentially, but check seems the most likely anyway. I think we'll see it again. Especially now that...
I think we'll see a bet on the river.
I don't think so. Especially now that the queen...
Oh, we didn't.
Yeah, because if you had something like... If you had the queen jack here and the 10 doesn't come on the river and the river's like a 3, you can maybe squeeze right from like a queen 7 type hand.
Yeah.
But when the river's a 10 and counterfeits that...
I wasn't analysing. I was just guessing
that
they would.
Well, you shouldn't guess.
Why? I'm just looking at them and trying to guess what they're going to do.
Okay. I looked at the cards and guessed.
Right.
That's my best. I think that was.
Alison
fairly
Becker
close.
on the move.
He wishes.
We're following. Why are we following? This is like some sort of weird POV thing.
Yeah, it's just to give a little bit of contextualized
I love
action.
it. Bit of flavour from the outer tables.
Yeah. If you enjoyed that flavour.
World Series of Poker bracelet winner Vivian Saliba has bust this event.
Ah.
For those of you that are fans of Vivi Saliba, which we all are.
Unlucky Vivi. GG's. What's Ian got there? This guy, it must be important. Do we know who this is?
Just at our table, isn't he?
Chip leader. Second chip leader. He's got a lot of chips.
Okay. So we were just experiencing what it feels like.
600 bags of chips. 600k.
What it feels like to carry a load of chips around a tournament hall. That's what we were doing there.
Yeah, and you could have a camera following you in Glasgow if you play potentially.
Well, the camera's there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Yeah.
If you qualify online.
Yeah.
Through our satellites.
First ever visit to Glasgow. You're going.
Yes, I will be there. I'll be playing. Yes, I'll be playing.
Okay.
Barring a severe set of circumstances, I'll be playing. And losing.
Well, that's not the right mindset to go in with, is it?
Mindset's irrelevant.
Is it? Well, mindset can't be irrelevant, can it? Because you can't possibly know that you're going to be losing. You must have some equity, even if you're a complete.
You know, when you have such
Dunderhead.
you have a very large sample of examples to draw from.
Yeah.
It's just a fair conclusion that I will indeed lose.
I don't know. Just don't want you to think that way.
It's not your fault.
Where's April?
She is going around the city this evening.
Is she?
Yeah, waiting for somebody to go to dinner with.
You.
Potentially me. She may want an evening off.
Nothing much happening here. It's a little while since we had a big confrontation at this feature table. I think we're going to be closing in on a break in about 20 minutes or so. And let me tell you, these boys need to up their game, Nick.
Yeah.
Because if I don't see action,
And this dealer.
I'm getting a new table in.
Yeah. In fact, we would like a new table.
Really?
Yeah.
That's it for Ian Simpson. That's
Yeah.
it for his TV time.
Well, he had 2 or 3 opportunities to
He's given us no
be
fireworks.
interesting.
No
And
fireworks.
he took 0 of those 3 opportunities. So get him off.
Yeah, I can get on board with that as a vibe.
He couldn't have taken fewer opportunities to be interesting.
No.
He's all talk.
Is he? I don't think he is. It's like the least talk poker player ever. XL Winter Series is a big deal on 888. You can tell it's a big deal because there's a very big number underneath it. $2 million in guaranteed prizes, all building to the $1 million guaranteed main event. Pretty sick stuff. It starts tomorrow, I think.
19th, which is tomorrow.
Yeah, it starts tomorrow. Goes on for about 9-10 days. Lots of different tournaments, different buy-ins. Check it out, get involved, and you can, of course, satellite in on 888. We'd love to join you. You'd love for you to join us. And we will have a stream of the final table of the main event next Tuesday, 28th. All in for Panetti, our short stack. And it's a win. Grinding that short stack very nicely.
Indeed.
Zonk says, shall I text Ian and tell him to stop being a nit and make the stream fun for us by shoving 6-3 offsuit under the gun or something like that? Yes. The answer is yes. Give us action.
Completely do that. Yeah,
we're action junkies. We need fireworks.
We need fireworks and we need a refuel. We need a new table. We need some food in our bellies. And some action.
Another Aston Villa Arsenal game would be good.
That'd be nice.
That was good. Do you remember that? That was one of the best bits.
Barely stop thinking about it. Just bring the league table up. That'll help. Morale. I thought the 10-6 would be fun, but no. And Piano Cat is a dedicated Ian Simpson fan. Confirmed. Yet still disappointed with Ian. So it's not just me, a perennial Ian Simpson criticizer, that's upset. It's both ends of the Ian Simpson fandom that have been disappointed. Josh is very interesting.
What's Josh got to say for himself?
He played about 10 minutes of the main event and then lost. And now he's
some of your equity.
And now he's coolering his managers on the cash tables. So he's probably getting fired.
Is that a good tactics? It's like when you in the old days when they used to go and play golf with their boss.
Yeah.
Didn't they? And you'd have to lose on purpose.
Yeah. Massimiliano. Ace-10 of diamonds. There's still hope. I haven't given up on this table yet.
I have. I've asked for it to be changed.
You've specifically requested a change?
Yeah, we're getting a change after the break.
Who do you blame?
No offence to these boys, but they're all good players. I'm not saying they're playing badly, but I need blood. I need fireworks on my feature table.
Heads are going to have to roll for this last 2 hours.
Yep.
And it's not going to be ours.
We've had fun in the booth. I hope you've enjoyed it in chat. We've had some giveaways, had some laughs. We haven't had enough fireworks. I need action.
Thank God for my riveting question. Otherwise, I don't know what.
Well, that was good, wasn't it? That was good. Very riveting.
Even the players look like they know they're not going to bother. Do you know what I mean? Glasgow. Glasgow. Isn't it Glasgow?
Glasgow. It's pronounced Glasgow.
Is it?
I don't know.
Who cares?
No, Piano Cat, you cannot have a change of comms.
Yeah, literally, there's no one left. As evidenced by the fact that I'm here.
Yeah, that's the level we've gone to.
Oh, I got it right, apparently. I don't know which of the attempts was correct.
Something was
One
correct.
of them passed the checks.
That was me trying to pronounce it, though, not you.
I had like 3 goes.
Okay, here we go.
Come on, Ian.
Here we go. Come on, Ian. Ian's got 25 big blinds.
Yep, deservedly bled
24
down
actually.
half of his stack.
Deservedly.
Peels. More passivity. The Desma.
Squeeze.
Last year's champion.
Squeeze. No, don't call from the small blind ever. Calling from the small blind equals disaster.
510 days was the actual answer.
510.
So I said 490. I'm okay with that.
I said 450.
I mean, that's just not helpful, dealer. It's not going to cure.
I'll go and talk to the dealer in the break.
Was Easty the first one eliminated from the tournament? No, I didn't even enter the tournament, so you can't really get eliminated for something you don't enter.
Nick Eastwood found a way not to be disappointed by the tournament.
Well, actually, until this session.
Look, everything has to have a little lull. We had a lot of action yesterday. There'll be action coming, don't worry.
Ian's finally going to do something.
He's going to bluff his sevens. Joke.
He's going to protect them.
Protect them, exactly.
I'm surprised that Massimiliano just didn't bet, to be honest.
I think he's one of those players you don't actually want to play against because he's pretty unpredictable.
Yeah.
Like, I think any 3 of the options available are possible here on his action.
Do you think we could see a check raise here, or is it just not on the cards? I mean, he's done some strange
That's what I'm
things.
saying. I just said anything's possible, but he is going to take the conventional route. Ian Simpson won a pot.
First one.
Let's hear it in chat for Ian Simpson's first pot of the feature table just before we boot him.
Look what
for
happens.
more exciting poker players.
Look what happens when you put chips in.
You get a win.
I need some ham.
Iniquitous. Cindy Bear, It's the Pits, Zonkt. There's plenty of love for Ian in the chat, despite our good-natured abuse.
We like Ian. Don't speak for all of us.
So Quan says LFG Ian.
Balsalobre opens up the king 10 off.
We're going to get a raise and take it. Red hot poker action here in Madrid. Sometimes it goes like this for a little bit.
Yeah,
we can all use this time to contemplate and reflect on our life decisions.
No one's taken any creative lines, and there hasn't been any clashes. So combine the two, and this is kind of what you get in poker. It's not that rare.
We've got 15 minutes left of this table, and I'm going to make them entertaining by giving away some tickets because they're not doing the work, so we're going to do the work.
I feel like crap. Just want Jonat's back.
Yes, I bet you do. He was fun, wasn't he?
Yeah. This is what I mean. Like, my affinity for Jonas is being justified here.
Yeah.
Jonas would never
Wouldn't
stand for
countenance this. No, no chance. Look at this, raise and folding. What are we even doing? Okay, good. Big blind defense,
Nice
at least. Nice 3-bet.
Well, it's quite deep, so it makes sense versus early position raise. Oh, there's a little bit of something.
Okay, let's see this one, and then after this one, we'll give away some tickets.
So trips for Massimiliano, check. 9 of hearts, never mind. Give the tickets away. Little bet. We're going to see bet, and we're going to see call. Now.
Are we? He's bet 15 into 26.
I mean, probably we do have to see call. King high could be best hand. Spades as well. The only unfortunate thing is that the 10 of spades isn't available to make me happy.
King high could be best hand, but you're not often checking back worse, are you?
Yeah, I think
on the flop, I mean.
I think this is mandatory call. Queen river. Pair.
So bingo.
For Murciano, who may believe this is good enough to call this inevitable river bet. Something around 30, 35k here.
It is that Fugazi, I believe we agreed we'd call it on Magic Mondays. It's that Fugazi card where you think you've hit a winner, and actually it's just going to make you call with a loser. The Fugazi card, the Queen of Hearts.
I don't like this size. I think this is too small. And as Murciano, honestly, you can actually just chop here, or you could even beat like Queen Jack. You should be able to for this size because it's so small.
Another one for Massimiliano takes him over 400,000. That's a big stack. Let's do a giveaway. We're going to do a keyword giveaway before we take a break. And the players take a break and we take a break here in Madrid. We're going to do a keyword, which means you just type in the keyword. It couldn't be easier to win. If you're watching us on YouTube, hello, welcome. If you want to play this game, you've got to come over to Twitch. just for the game. It's 888poker.tv on Twitch. The software that we use is on the Twitch chat, not on the YouTube chat. Lime is the keyword ready. Is the keyword ready? Lime. Is the keyword ready? Lime says it's ready. Very nicely, lovely. Let's run it. The keyword, in honor of our departing 888 ambassador that we won't be watching after the break due to a lack of action. The keyword is Simpione. 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 Type in Simpione for your chance to win. 2 $33 tickets up for grabs to play on 888. Bingo. We do a keyword for Simpione. He hits a bingo.
Unfortunately, can't see any.
Well, I can't do any more than this, can I? I can't do any more than this. I can't do a keyword in his honour and give him the nut flush. What else does he want?
He probably wants Balsalabre to have something. Could go check here. Certainly extremely reasonable. We have just an absolute hammerlock. Nut flush. Straight flush draw.
Yes, this is probably not the... I accept this is probably not the answer to our action needs and desires.
4 of spades, though, for Balsalabre, who will float dead.
See? There's always hope.
Picks up a straight draw.
Wonder if Ian ever checks here.
Yeah, I think you should probably sometimes against like certain players go for check back here.
Against like the big blind, which is a super weak range. A lot of times just calling with one pair or one spade or something.
Yeah, but I would just rather just see bet from Ian. He knows he's going to have a lot of rubbish, like single ace of spades that just piles here. So I think he will just want to have really good hands as well that go bet. Bets again, 27k. Looks really nice. Nice to see some solid sizing from Ian. Really tough to continue here.
It's over.
Yeah. The fun's over, guys.
Okay, we're having technical problems. If you have entered the contest, please re-enter the contest. Type Simpione again. Type Simpione in the Twitch chat in order to enter and potentially win a $33 ticket. 2 of you will win. As we close in on a break here in Madrid, it is dinner break for the players and for us in about 5 minutes or so, something like that. It'll be a 15-minute break. We'll give you something to watch. But make sure you come back because not only have we got a lot of poker for you, we've got plenty of giveaways left. I was just trying to think what we've got left. We've got a whopping 4 $109 tickets to give away after the extended break, as well as some small giveaways. And our free roll has started. I hope you're in it already. Oh, no, excuse me. Starts at 9 GMT, doesn't it? So our free roll starts in half an hour when we won't be around. And the password for that is 888-day2. 888-day2. Has he really raised to 104,000?
This is just... Right. He's unendeared himself to me.
I love it. I love his randomness.
What on earth is this? You've got ace-king. This is such a strong hand. And we've had very few opportunities for anyone to make any money here. Like, it just seems like a waste.
I love that Balsalobre still tanked.
Yeah.
I could do anything here, facing a 100,000 chip bet. Anything.
What kind of things are you looking to order for your meal this evening? What's really speaking to your stomach?
Well, I've had the food from the menu here before, so nothing. But you know, I need a certain amount of energy to get through.
Yeah, sustenance. We've got a long
Let's
way to go.
close the contest line. Let's run this bad boy. Let's give away 2 tickets. Let's make the people happy. Thanks for bearing with us with a small technical problem. We're now going to make someone's dreams come true, or one of their smaller dreams, but still. Zayo _0. Zayo _0. You have won a $33 ticket. Yes, Zayo. Well done. And our second winner is... Wow and Chill. Wow and Chill. You are our second winner. Congratulations there in Wow and Chill. If you haven't won a ticket yet today or yesterday, do not despair. Tons of tickets to give away later this evening. 4 $109 tickets, huge tickets, and some 33s left as well. And we'll be doing that after the break, which is coming up in a few minutes. Ian Simpson hits trips on the turn here against Murciano's flush draw. Just wait a minute on the dinner ordering, Nick, because we've got a bit of poker.
Well, I just assumed nothing was going to happen.
Well, look at the hand. We've got things. Things
Oh,
have happened.
Ian's got trips.
Yeah, he has. He heard that we might be bumping him off the feature table, and he's like actually opened up his game.
He's got trips, so makes sense. Murciano with a flush draw, but on the paired board and without like a nut flush draw and nothing else really occurring.
Yeah, he's going to call.
I wouldn't surprise me if he folded.
Let's see. Doesn't look like a man that wants to fold to me. Murciano, thinking about it, I don't think he looks like a man that wants to get bullied here.
Well, sometimes that's not really a factor. Sometimes you just have to.
Sometimes you have queen high.
Sometimes you have queen high with a draw that you're not sure is going to be good by river.
Yeah.
So I think folding is prudent.
Is Murciano in team prudent or team you only live once?
This is also a chunky bet, by the way.
Yeah, it is.
I believe it's an overbet.
Yeah, overbet the pot.
Murciano could barely be taking longer.
Do we not have shot clock?
We don't.
Are you joking? Do we have shot clock later?
I don't know.
I hope so. I don't want to play a final table without a shot clock.
I don't think you get a say.
I might stand in there. Yeah, but I might stand in there.
Just doing this.
Yeah.
Pointing to your watch.
Just standing there going, clock, clock, clock. Closing in on our break here in Madrid. Let's see if we see some fireworks before we have that break.
Mata limping the kings.
That is going to make fireworks harder to achieve, but you never know.
Murciano with Queen Jack going to go for ISO, understandably.
So Mata started the hand with 98k, which is 24.5 big blinds. So I presume his plan is to shove when it gets back to him, but maybe it's not. Maybe it's just going to be an extended slow play.
I think that would be fair, like reasonable, the stack depth to do that. But I think it will shove.
Let's find out.
I wonder whether Mata has got anything but kings and aces in this range.
In they go. I mean, I've seen people do this with stuff like ace, queen, and jacks as well in live tournaments. But I'm certainly not excited about queen jack in this spot.
No. Exciting is not a word we could really use.
No, I'd be quite keen to leave the premises with queen jack in this spot. And that is what happens. Mata wins.
One more hand.
Uno.
Mano.
That's it. One more hand, then we'll all go and have some dinner.
Even us. We are allowed to eat.
We're allowed to eat. I hope you've got a glass of something Saturday night at home. We'll make sure there's something on the channel if you want to continue watching. We will be back with you in about 45 minutes. And as mentioned, not only will we have a better feature table, guaranteed, all your money back, but we'll also have lots of giveaways, 4 big $109 tickets, and lots more fun coming late into Saturday night here on 888poker.tv. Wow and Chill, you won a prize. Help out our moderator live. You need to contact her in whispers to claim your prize. That's what that man in Spanish was saying in the tournament hall.
Yeah. Wow and Chill.
Wow and Chill, open your whispers. Last time before the break. And Ian Simpson's going to be involved.
Yeah, I think this is the kind of, again, he's let me down, but a kind of situation where, yes, finally, what I was talking about, ace-10 offsuit, taking every opportunity to 3-bet players he believes maybe not appropriately responding. Here we go. Finally, a bit of proper Ian Simpson, and he's run into jacks.
Rut-row.
Rut-row indeed. So I guess we will see shove. A very, very happy spot to shove in against Ian as well.
Yeah, you're delighted with this.
Yes, it's so clean. This is like the cleanest of all clean spots to shove in. And we get all in.
I think Ian will actually quite like a change of scene away from this feature table because it hasn't been the happiest 2 hours of his poker career, I don't think.
No, but he's contributed to that in some way.
Has he?
Yeah, he could have won. He could have won more pots. You know, that doesn't mean he should have done things differently. But if he had done, he would have won more pots. We saw that. Massimiliano again. Trying to find a better phrase than wasting my time.
Wasting everybody's time. And it is a bit naughty, really, because, you know, there's one tournament clock for all the players. You're not sticking in 100,000 with pocket deuces here.
Not just that, but you've got Ian uncapped behind you, who 3-bet.
Yeah.
This is just nonsense. Ian does what we should have seen, which is snapfold.
And that'll do it for session 1 of day 2 from Madrid. We'll be back in about 45 minutes. Lots of giveaways, lots of poker to come. We'll see you in 45.
Are you ready for an unforgettable year with the 888 Poker Live 2025 series? This year, we're bringing the excitement to you with 5 major stops and 6 incredible UKPL events. We start in Madrid, where the thrill begins in one of Europe's most vibrant cities. Then it's on to Glasgow, a city known for its heart, energy, and epic poker showdowns. Next, join us in Barcelona, where poker meets party under the Spanish sun. And in London, we'll see you at the newly renovated Victoria Casino, where champions are made. But that's not all. Stay tuned for a 5th event to be revealed later in the year. And while you wait, the UKPL is back with 6 stops bringing poker closer to you. So whether you're a seasoned pro or new to the game, 888 Poker Live is your chance to be part of something unforgettable. Play our satellites online for a chance to qualify or win a tournament package in our passport promotion. Get lucky and you might even be our next 888 Poker Live champion. 888 Poker, made to play.
There used to be a clear path from the low stakes to the high stakes.
Oh, okay.
And it was open to anyone. And that's gone now. If you're the best chess player, if you're the best football player, like, you work your way up the system, and that's how it works. And in cash, it's broken.
Here at 888 Ride, it is official Hat Backwards Day because I've got the one and only Jeremy Ausmus alongside me. We try to provide a service, Jeremy, and take you around town. I know your car's in the shop, so the least we could do is get you to your poker game.
Exactly. I
Right.
really appreciate it. I don't have to pay for an Uber. It's free. I get to talk to you.
Oh.
Win-win.
It's
all
not.
around.
It's not free.
It's
Not free. This is-
Yeah, you send a bill.
Yeah, I have
Okay.
5% of your next tournament. You didn't get the memo?
I missed that.
This is awkward. Okay, well, hey, good luck. Hey, so there's a lot I want to cover because I always try to get you in the commentary booth, but you're just busy crushing final tables, so I never get you in the commentary booth.
I know. We went back and forth for years, and I'm always like, yeah, I'll get in there, and then I never get in
I don't even
there.
ask you anymore. I don't even bother asking you because I'm like, hey, Jeremy, you want to do this one? And you're like, yeah. And I'm like, well, obviously if you make the final table, but now you just always make the final table, so there's no point.
And the other issue is, thank you. I made a lot last year. It's not always quite that many, of course, but ran good this year, or whatever, 2024 World Series. But a lot of the problem also is I'm just so busy with the World Series. I get so little time back at home and see the family. So whenever I'm actually not playing, I like to kind of not be there even more than I have to, So that's a lot of it. It's kind of timing is bad. But that being said, I have been asked some other times outside of the World Series and haven't done it either. So just a lot of poker to play these days.
Yeah, and listen, you're a family man, which actually brings me to my first kind of topic I want to talk about. So there's an article that I remember reading, and then I reread it in preparation for this conversation.
Okay.
There was an article written about you back in 2013, and it was you and your family and how you balance that.
Yeah.
And I was particularly interested back in 2013 because my oldest son, who's 11 now, was born in 2013. And at this point in my life, I was a full-time poker commentator, but I was also playing probably 30, 40 hours a week.
Okay.
And I was really kind of wondering, okay, how do I balance that?
Yeah.
How is this going to work?
Right.
And I always had a lot of respect for you, and I read that, and I was like, oh, wow, okay. How has it gone since? Now, in 2013, you were talking about how, listen, you've got to figure things out, and you have a schedule. And I felt like back then you were more of a cash game player than you are now. So
Yes.
how has it gone since?
So
the balance.
back then, I could pick my own schedule more with, cash games. And luckily, I mainly had a day schedule. And so would roll into Bellagio at 11 a.m. and play till 5 or 6. It worked pretty well. But now I'm playing tournaments, so you're at the mercy of the tournament schedule. So it's more like when the series go, I kind of got to be there. Our kids are in obviously much different stages of their life now. They're like middle school, so it's just different kind of needs that they have. So a lot of it's sport, school and sports is like their lives basically. So,
I mean, your oldest one is now a teenage girl, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Does she care that you're home or not? Not to be blunt, but I was like,
she's getting to the point where, honestly, they're both to the point where they like to have me around, but they don't care that much.
Right, and I don't mean there's a slight, but I say that as a dad. I remember when my wife was pregnant, and she was like, she has 4 brothers.
Yeah.
She was straight out. She was like, man, if we have a girl, when she's a teenager, she's all yours.
Yeah.
And I've heard stories. I have a lot of good friends that have teenage girls and everything, but also teenage boys too. Like right now, my 11-year-old is like, there used to be a time where he's like, I was everything, and I was like, yeah, Dad, I want to hang out with my friends.
Exactly.
Which is good. It's normal.
Yeah. It's good. It's normal. Yeah. So it's good. It's fine. But sometimes if there's like an amazing tournament, maybe if there's a whatever tournament, that I really want to play though, I'll like late reg it if they have a game or something. So I get to see most of their games. But then if there's amazing stuff, I miss stuff, or if I'm out of town. So
is your wife constantly sending you videos?
Yeah.
Of your kids?
Yeah, I get a lot of videos.
Scoring goals.
Yeah, sure. Exactly. Yeah.
Their accomplishments.
Definitely. More when they were younger. Now I guess we've done it so much, it becomes less of a novelty kind of like thing.
Was there a point where you felt guilty? You sit at the poker table and you get a video from your wife and your kid's doing something and you're like, man, why aren't I there?
Not really. I think I'm there enough. I'm there enough that I don't feel like that. If I wasn't there that much, I would feel like that for sure. But I'm there for most of the games. Like, I missed an out-of-town tournament in Arizona last summer during the World Series. But some of my sister met my wife and kids down there with her kids, and
oh, nice.
So it all worked out. And
by the way, I've been to Arizona in the summer. You're not missing anything.
Yeah, exactly. It's rough. At least it was. Wait, yeah, it's always 115 degrees down there. So, and luckily the kids, I mean, you want them to watch the game or want you to watch the game, but they're not that hype. They don't care that much if I'm there or not. Like they would prefer to have me there, but
it's not the end of the world if you're not.
It's not the end of the world.
And I guess at this point in their lives, this is all they know, so they understand, hey, this is what Dad does.
Exactly.
And, for 3 weeks here, 6 weeks here, 2 weeks here, 20 days here, he's just not there. But when you are there, you're all there. And I've read that about you, and I've kind of, I'll be honest, I want to thank you, first of all, because you've given that to me.
Nice.
I think it's a really amazing thing to be present.
Yeah.
Like, hey, you're here, we're here.
Sure.
And tell me if I'm wrong, but what I read from what you said was that when you're somewhere, whether if you're with your kids, you are with your kids.
Yeah.
And if you're with your wife, you're with your wife. And if you're at the poker table, you're at the poker table.
Yeah.
And I think it's just great advice because I feel like, okay, yeah, there might be times you're not with your kids, but at least when you're there, you're there. And I compare that to a lot of other people who, even when they're with their kids, they're just like,
yeah, and that's
oh yeah, sure.
That's the whole problem these days, these devices, and I'm definitely far from perfect with them too. And then now the kids.
I don't want to hear that blasphemy. Okay, you're perfect.
my dog.
Everybody in the poker industry hates you because you are perfect. Okay, so I don't want to hear this.
Not true whatsoever.
This is utter bullshit.
But it's and now the kids like, he'll have we monitor their time, and we give a little more freedom to my daughter as she's gotten older, but. Then making them put everyone devices away, we can sit down and have dinner and talk to each other. That's which is I think is very important for a family to do. But I don't think some families are doing that, or everyone's staring. It's just too easy. Everyone's staring at their phone.
Honestly,
and all this
I wish
stuff.
I could just throw this away.
I know.
I know there's so many prop bets in poker world, and I'm too eager for it, so nobody will give it to me. But I genuinely want somebody to offer me a prop bet where I can't have my smartphone for a year.
Wow, a year.
Oh, I would.
I think it would be very great for everybody.
I would
if they did
love
it. Yeah.
I did start doing this. I got a charger, like we all have in our phones and watches and stuff like that. and I put it in my office. Not my bedroom, I put it in my office. And when I get home,
Yeah.
my phone and my phone and my watch go on my charger. And I don't look at it again until the morning.
Wow. That's
my
amazing.
thing.
That's actually amazing. I like that a lot.
That was just, it was, and because I'm not home that much. So I was like, okay, listen, if I get home at 8 o'clock at night or 7 o'clock at night, whatever it is, my phone and my watch, they go in there.
Yeah.
And I'll get it the next morning at 7 when I wake up.
Yeah. That's really good. Most people can't do that. I've gotten better about social media. I'm kind of just not spending much time with that.
No, I by the way, I tried to prepare for this. So I'm checking out your Instagram and I'm looking at, and there's nothing there.
Yeah. I try to update like a big, tournament progress or anything that happens there. But besides that, I'm just not that active on it. One thing I did do that's helped me when I feel like I'm on my phone too much is put it into black and white mode. And it makes it less stimulating, I think, for your brain, and I think it's you just naturally want to look at it less. So that's actually helped me a little bit in the past.
You can make it really, really small fonts, and as we get older, we just can't read it.
Yeah, you can't.
And it just frustrates us. Okay, forget this. I'm throwing it away. Okay, I want to turn our attention because I think we're about at the 11-year anniversary of your first bracelet, and I was there.
Oh, okay.
We were in France, and I remember it because you told me that you were like, I don't even know how to play this game at the first time. And you have since won another PLO bracelet, and that was in a 50K.
Yeah.
But your first one was in Enghien-les-Bains, or whatever. I'm messing it up.
That's
I said it a million different times. It was like 13 miles outside of Paris, World Series of Poker Europe. I was there commentating. I remember Daniel Negreanu was a story then because he needed a certain number of points to get a second player of the year. There was a lot of stories going on.
Yeah.
And here you come. You're a cash game player mostly at this point.
Yeah.
And you're like, whatever. You were running pretty well in tournaments. And you're like, okay. And you played PLO, and you were like a Nolan and Hold'em crusher. Now, was it true that you basically learned the rules of PLO that day?
No,
no. Oh, okay.
Not at
that was
all.
an exaggeration.
Exaggeration. I had played online cap PLO quite a bit.
Oh,
actually.
Okay.
My results weren't great, but I played it a fair amount. I blame it on the all-ins. You get the all-in EV graphs, and I was like 110 buy-ins below expectation, and I should have been winning barely, and I was losing 110, at 510 PLO,
Right,
so I was down 110.
You had won Sklansky bucks.
No, yeah. I had played for sure, quite a bit actually. I'm like hundreds of thousands, 100,000.
The story is much cooler if you woke up that morning and learned how to play
No,
PLO. You're like, wait, how many cards do I get?
Not at all. No, there are a lot of those stories out there. None involve me though. Anytime I'm new at a game, I have to play it a while to get good at it. So.
Are you naturally good at things like that, or no? Do you have to kind of?
I'm not. Certain people are really good about figuring something out right there on the spot in game. Like Sean Deeb comes to mind.
Yeah.
He'll just solve it. I can't do that. I need more time. I need to do some math. I need to really crunch some numbers and think about some things for a while. So the mixed game's a good example. It's taken me a while to kind of get to where I feel good at most. The stud games now those were kind of my worst games for a long time.
Right.
So if there's ever any new games in the mix, because I kind of want to go play some live mix sometimes, but they're always throwing in new games and all this stuff, and it's like, I don't want these new games, we're already playing 12 games.
I could hook you up with Ollie, and he'd welcome you in the game.
No, I know. I can play those games or the resorts game. They invite me to play.
You're probably good enough at the other games that you make up for the ones that you're not good at.
I was playing like 300, 600 mix,
okay.
pre-COVID. I'm fine in the games, but I don't like when they add the new games, the new games.
You would have loved, by the way, during COVID, I played in an online game with a bunch of mixed game players, and it was just for fun. 10, 20, but there were 21 different games in the mix.
Yeah.
And it just, it was kind of a little bit of an oasis. And we got to we were
fun.
all Zoom, and we're playing online, and I got to learn a lot about those games.
Yeah.
Whether it was some stupid game like Archie or whatever it might be. They were super fun.
They're a lot of fun. I love the mixed game tournaments, even though it's not the more obscure games, or just playing online in those games, because they're just a lot of fun. You're just thinking about a lot of different things. Like from a making money perspective, for me, they're not the best of the brand new ones, but I have a lot more fun playing those than just like No Limit Hold'em again. You know,
I was going to say, I mean, at this point in your career, you know, you're 45 now?
Yeah, I just turned 45. Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Do you age at all? You look the same as you did.
Definitely. I definitely don't feel as good as.
You might not feel that way, but you look the same. But at this point in your career, you know, you've played so many hours of No Limit Hold'em, whether it was online, whether it's cash game, whether it's tournaments. Does it still excite you? Do you still love the game? Do you still wake up in the morning and be like, yeah, I'm going to play some No Limit Hold'em?
I still do, yeah. I mean, I go through phases where maybe I get a little burned out, but it's really just poker. All the games are just have their own little nuances, and even though I played that game so much, it's not solved in my head. I don't know every spot, and you know, like I work hard and try to get better all the time, but there's still spots that come up where I'll talk with my, you know, good friend on break who's one of the best players in the world or something, and we both are like, I think we name drop. I mean, maybe like Jason Kuhn or something, or you know, he's just a lot of the guys.
He's pretty good.
Just a lot of the guys at Aria, you know,
right?
Sam or Ike, or just there's so many great players there, and you know, it's always debatable. Like, oh well, you know, we weigh the pros and cons, so it's just like there's never set answer. I mean, there are set answers, but you don't. Everyone just doesn't know all the answers, which is kind of a cool thing. The game has been played probably like billions of hands, right? It's just cool. It's always.
I think that's my problem. See, like during break when I have a question about something, I'm asking Joe, the guy who just brought me coffee.
Yeah.
And Joe's like, yeah, I think the show was totally fine, Tuck. Cool, well, thanks, Joe.
Yeah, you might want to go to a better source.
Yeah, whatever. Joe's really good. Okay, he crushes. You talked about working hard. You talked about crunching the numbers. Besides talking to Jason Kuhn and Ike and the other crushers in the world, what do you do to work on your game? Do you study?
Yeah, I try to make myself watch. I just consume very little poker content in general, but I try to watch like the final tables and some of the live streams of the high rollers more and more than I used to. But then it's just like solver stuff and things like that. I think it's really important. Like a lot of people think solvers are ridiculous, but everyone at the top is nearly 90+% are all, you know, looking at outputs, and even if you're going to deviate from those optimal strategies, it's like you need to know them, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, Stephen King used to say, listen, break the rules for writing. Mm-hmm. But before you can break the rules, you got to know what the rules are.
Exactly. Fundamentals are just huge. I mean, I coach a lot of people, and it's just like they even look at solvers, but then I watch them play, and it's like their fundamentals are just lacking in so many different spots. Whereas if they just played solid, they would get a lot further in a lot of instances. So you need to mix it up, obviously, a little bit. But I
remember talking to Sean Dean about this even. He was like, you know, even in this, he's like, even if I don't necessarily believe in, I don't want to say believe in solvers because they're there, but it's,
yeah.
He was talking about, even if I don't want to kind of incorporate that into my game as much, he's like, if I study them, I then know what my opponents are studying.
Yeah.
And that's valuable.
For sure, definitely. It's just to know the baseline optimal thing of what you should do. I think it's very important, you know.
You brought up coaching. How often do you do that? I mean, when do you do that? When do you have time for that?
I mean, you know, there's all these series I play, and most are like 10 days up for the smallest, and the World Series obviously 6 weeks now. So, and there's, I don't know, 10 of those a year maybe or something. Okay. And then I'll fit in some online here and there. And then, but then, yeah, because of my success the last few years, there's been a lot of interest in coaching. So I've been doing a fair amount of it, and it's I like it a lot. It's rewarding, and the money's good, and you know, it's a win-win for both parties. I feel
right.
Like,
you wake up in the morning, you know how much you're going to make that day.
Yeah, as you get older, that's kind of attractive. Guaranteed money versus, especially when you play high-stakes tournaments for a living and have a family, the swings are just kind of ridiculous. So
I can only imagine. I mean, honestly, from my perspective, you know, as a poker commentator there was a time when I was playing 30, 40 hours a week, and I do miss playing as much. Mm-hmm. But yeah, there's something attractive about knowing I go to work and this is what I'm going to make.
Exactly. The 7-figure downswings, you know, and you lose that much money over months or whatever. It's just, I mean, yeah, if you have 30 million, it's fine, but if you don't, which I don't, it's just the swings are huge, you know, and it can go bigger and bigger and bigger.
4-figure downswings that are really, really painful. My wife's like, hey, can we get DoorDash? No, not tonight, hon, okay? Just lost $1,100.
Yeah. It's, you know, the swings. It's all proportion, right? So.
Well, that's the important thing. I think a lot of people look at the numbers of, like, you know, that you play, and they go, oh, wow. It is all relative.
It's all relative. Yeah, of course.
You'll have those down, you have the up, you have the all that kind of stuff. You know, so when I first knew you, and when you were kind of coming up, you were a cash game player, and I remember reading that article, and it talked about your schedule. Like, okay, I'm playing cash games at Bellagio, and now you are pretty much just a tournament player.
Yes.
How did that evolution happen, and why?
Well, you know, if you rewind 10 or 12 years ago, there were hardly any high-stakes tournaments. You know, there was 100K at the World Series here, like, once a year. But outside of that, there weren't. You could play, like, some 10Ks and things like that, but maybe some 25s. But this whole phenomenon of the high-stakes scene has kind of just, you know, blossomed in the last 10 years, so or less. And cash, I used to play a lot of cash. Most of that's gone. I saw the writing on the wall of it going to private, you know, so someone will organize the game and then they decide who sits in the game.
Right.
And then
you were pretty vocal about this.
I was very vocal about it.
You thought it was wrong.
Yeah, and a lot of the guys who were vocal with me ended up going and starting their own private games because you kind of have to. Like, if you're going to do, like, for me, I'm fortunate I'm able to play tournaments too. A lot of them probably wouldn't have had the success if they switched over, but some of those guys are running huge cash games and they're making more money than most. They're making all the money in poker, if I can be honest with you. The guys who are running these games, these private games, they're winning all the money because the game is filled with all recreational players for the most part, you know what I mean? And they're the best players in the game. Sometimes pros will come in. So they have a real stranglehold on, like, a lot of money in poker. So anyways, that whole what's involved with that, running a game and maybe schmoozing and networking, that's just not my thing whatsoever. I'm like,
you're such a social person though. It's just,
I am, but I don't
not a schmoozer.
I'm not a seeking out relationships to I guess to, like, take their money is what it feels like to me, right? I mean, it's win-win. Like, I'm probably just looking at it wrong, but
no, but I get it though. I can certainly see a side of it where it feels very manipulative, very vampire-ish in a way.
Yeah.
Like, hey, come on, I'll take you on a date. We'll do this, and then don't worry, later on I'm going to suck your blood.
That's what it feels like to me. So it's not.
I get it.
But I don't know. I've debated trying to start a game because I'm friends with so many people. Like you said, I'm pretty social, and I know tons of recreational players. And the thing is, it can be just a win-win also, right? Because you're setting them up to have a better game than they would have in a public casino, where oftentimes you'll have players that are, you know, unfriendly and taking shots and things like that. That's not going to happen in the private game. So they provide a more fun experience. Mm-hmm. But it's kind of a false hope that these guys can beat the game, most of them are just going to lose just the same as they would in the other games. But maybe they have more fun along the way, but I think they get it.
Or maybe some of them don't care. I mean, I guess
maybe they don't.
I go back and forth too, because I do understand both sides of it. And I guess my thought process on it as well is, why are we parenting these men and women who are, in most likelihood, ridiculously successful at something else that they've done?
Sure.
And really, really smart.
Yes.
And they might be looking at it going, you know, listen, I losing a couple $100,000 a year, but this is my outlet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You know, we all have our vices, and this is my vice, and I have a good time doing it. I don't care. I know what I'm doing. I'm not stupid.
Yes. Yeah. And it's probably a lot more enjoyable than a lot of the public games. Like, I always thought our game was fine at Bellagio. Like I said, the private games now are ran by the same people who played the game. So it's like they had to switch over if they were going to stay.
If you can't beat them, you join them, right?
Yeah. So I get it. Whatever. It's just an evolution of poker. Maybe it's kind of, I should look at it more like it's wild that we had open public games for that long whenever this was an obvious kind of other thing to be going on. And casinos are kind of incentivized to make it happen because then, like, they want their private game to do good because they're pulling in these whales into their casino more, right? So they don't have a problem.
Well, the casinos had no choice. I think also the same thing. I think the casinos, where it used to be, all these games are public, they realized they were losing those games to homes and whatever.
Maybe that's
and they were
some
like,
of
well,
it too.
I can't have, I can't have these whales at not at my casino.
That's the thing. Yeah, that's part of it too. Where if you can pull in the whales to your place, it's very beneficial for the casino. So you can see how they would want it to happen. So, anyways, I'm kind of removed from the whole cash scene. I know all those guys. I could probably play their games sometimes if there's a seat. Maybe some of them are pretty cutthroat though. They won't let you play. But, anyways, that's why I veered towards tournaments because there's so many. It's really the promised land of, like, to play poker for a living and reach the top. Whereas cash, I feel like there always used to be a path of, like, starting at the bottom and reaching the top through hard work and getting good at poker.
Right.
And now in cash, that's broken. Like, that doesn't exist anymore. Like, you have to be.
I'd argue the best players definitely do not win the most money. It's just game selection, and this is something I've read about. It's like game selection is paramount if you want to be a good poker player.
Yes,
and
yes.
Now probably truer than ever.
But what I'm saying, yes. But what I'm saying is there used to be a clear path from the low stakes to the high stakes.
Oh, okay.
And it was open to anyone. And that's gone now. And that like the purity of that I love the purity of the thought of that. Like any game, any sport you play, if you're the best,
high school, college, pro.
Exactly. If you're the best chess player, if you're the best football player, like, you work your way up the system, and that's how it works. And in cash, it's broken. And I hate to see the system kind of for people who could maybe be the best. So, anyways, in tournaments, that exists still. You have that. You can start at $1 buy-ins online, and if you're good enough and you see people do this, every once in a while, like, they come out of nowhere and they've been working their way up from the bottom the whole time, and then they can go play the biggest stakes because it's open to everyone.
One of our recent 888 rides earlier this year, we had Jesse Lonis on.
Yeah,
and I think he's kind of a perfect example.
Yeah,
of a guy who was
exactly.
Playing, I don't want to say he came from nowhere, but
yes,
upstate New York guy.
Yes,
was playing lower stakes, and now he's crushing the highest.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a pretty cool story. He's crushed it. I like Jesse. He's a cool dude. But in cash, that you can play get up to the 510 area limits live. 510 no limit in Vegas, anyways. Maybe there's some open 1020 here and there, but anything bigger than that, you have to do different things. You have to network. You have to bring in a fish that's going to lose a lot of money to get into the game. Things like that. So, anyways, that's my 2 cents. I'm just thankful there's other options, and like what Poker Go's doing with the PGT is amazing. They're giving away all this free money all the time. And so I just make that my bread and butter. And
you prefer online or live?
Live, yeah. I prefer live at this point. I do like online, and it helps keep you sharp. But I like live. And live poker is just kind of exploding, and live tournaments. So it's a good time to be a tournament pro, I think.
Besides money, why do you play? I mean, I noticed that you won a bracelet, an online bracelet, in a relatively low buy-in tournament. I think you won, I don't know, $51,000, something along those lines. And listen, I'm not going to say anything like $51,000 is $51,000.
Yeah,
that's great,
Right.
But when I look at your lifetime earnings, $22 million, it almost feels like it's a satellite for you to another event in a weird way. But what drives you?
Yeah, I mean, part of it is, I guess I won a couple bracelets a couple years ago, so then I had 3. So then it's like, I wonder how many I could win. So I will try to win some bracelets. Like last night, I jumped in the PLO online bracelet, but I'm not playing every single one of those. It's just like if it works out, I play some of them.
When you play online, how do you go to your office? Are you alone? Are you present in that, or are you sitting on the couch with your wife while you're watching TV and it's got a laptop in your lap?
No, I'm up in the office. I'm focused.
You're focused.
Yeah, because often I'll have. I can't help myself from opening like some cash tables too and everything. So yeah, I'm pretty focused. At times, there's times like that where maybe we have something going on, so I like sneak in with my phone and play on that. Like if I made a day 2 but we have something important.
You didn't realize, you're like, oh man, I didn't know this was a
tournament. Yeah, it's very rare though. Generally,
is your wife getting mad at you?
Not really. She's pretty understanding. That doesn't happen that much. It's more, usually it's just up in the office and playing on that. But I guess I just love to compete and play, and also again, like the leaderboard system they have, like a PGT, and I like to compete for that, and I play all the games, and like you get 50K if you win it. I'm leading that right now, so that I like to see. I like a year-long competition type thing is kind of cool. That kind of motivates me a lot.
You're a competitive person.
Yeah, I'm pretty competitive, I guess. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am. I like to compete. Like I got really into chess for a while, and so
Are you good?
And no, not really. No. And
what's not good? What's your ranking? What's your rating?
It depends a lot on like the speed of the game. The fast ones, the minute ones, I'm beyond awful, and like the 10-minute plus ones, I'm like, I think I was 1,200 or 1,300 or something like that.
Okay. So you and I could have a pretty good game, I think.
Yeah, maybe so, but only if we play bigger. The longer game, time controls.
I used to play like 10-minute, 30-minute ones. There's some people that only want to play like the 3-day ones, and I'm like, I'm too ADHD for that.
I kind of like those ones, the turn-based ones where you have a week or 3 days to make your turn. It's just long. But you just make a move every couple days.
Right, but I made a move and I'm like setting something up, and I'm kind of like, oh my god.
Then you forget.
Did he fall for it? Right.
Yeah,
Did he forget? Is this game over?
That's why you just have to start like 5 of them, 6 or. I used to just start like 10 of them and play them, but then I kind of realized like poker. I don't know. Poker is that kind of, but for money, right? And I can always improve at poker, and so now and honestly, chess was tilting me so bad. Chess is so frustrating.
You ever throw your phone in chess?
No, I never throw my phone, but I just get annoyed because like you don't have anyone to blame in chess, or you can't justify it like, oh, maybe that was a good play. Like in poker, it's not so clear. In poker, you're like, oh, maybe that was okay. I called and lost, but he could have had these hands, maybe.
Right.
In chess, like when you just give your rook away, you're just a dummy, and it just annoys the hell out of me to do that. So I was just making too many blunders. So
do you tilt though in general, poker, or no? Because you strike me as very Phil Galfond-esque.
Yeah, I'm naturally, luckily, just very, I guess, not too emotional with. And having it affect my decisions, I guess. So I don't tilt really, no. I think sometimes I used to play bad whenever, this is like pre-solvers, whenever, if I would like drink the night before or something, if there was a party or something and I would drink, the next day I would be much more impatient, I notice, and more likely to just like have a huge bluff and fire my sack off, like way more than I should.
Okay.
But now, like, I have so much foundation that I'm always thinking theory and things like that now, that's just way. I mean, I don't like party like I used to either, but
no.
Sometimes
were you a big
I do.
partier back in the day?
No, I'm not. I mean, I was like in college and stuff. Like
right.
We would go out a lot, and drink a lot. But now, like, I just have such a good foundation of theory that it even if I feel like that, I won't let myself do something because I know how bad it is or something. So it's kind of good. Yeah.
I want to talk Hall of Fame.
Okay.
I was commentating on the World Series of Poker this summer, and we've got hours and hours and hours to kill.
Yeah.
Besides the poker, and a lot of times one of the favorite topics we always talk about is, hey, who's this year's nominee?
Yeah.
We can get into whether they messed it up and whether there needs to be more nominees. But forget about that. I brought you up.
Okay. Thank you.
At what point, he's eligible. You're over 40.
Yeah.
And I was like, at what point does Jeremy Ausmus get into the conversation. And it was funny, somebody else on Twitter mentioned the same thing, and I was like, 6-time bracelet winner, he plays the highest stakes, $22 million in lifetime earnings. At what point is Jeremy in the conversation here?
Yeah.
Does that mean anything to you? I mean, is that something that's important to you?
Yeah, it would be cool to get in there.
It'd be cool.
I would like to get in. Definitely. I don't feel like it's really I feel like it's definitely tailored more towards live WSOP players, right? And that's kind of why I'm in the conversation, because there's people that have a lot more winnings than me that aren't in the conversation, maybe. I mean, maybe not a lot of people, but some people. So I feel like it's a little biased in that sense. Yeah. But so that's why I feel like I'm kind of...
I think it's biased toward Americans too. I mean, that is obvious as well.
For sure, yeah. American, live, exactly. So, yeah, I would like to get in there. That'd be amazing. This year, the system they have, I don't know, you have to be publicly nominated, and I was nominated the year before, so I assumed I was more likely, because then I won a bracelet after that, and I've, done really well.
The year before, you were the flavor of the month. I mean, then it's like,
Yeah, but I thought...
I've had coffee chip.
But I thought I still was, because I made 7 final tables, and I won another bracelet, and I did all these things. I'm like, I'll be in there for sure this time, and I wasn't, because I guess their public nomination thing is I don't know if someone has to on Twitter, formally say it. I don't really know. It seems a little unclear to me. So, anyways, I don't really know, but I do think the current system allowing one in probably needs a change, and it's very hard to determine industry people and players, how do you compare the two? But all that being said,
and you brought up some players. I mean, like Ike and Jason Kuhn. You got a whole bevy of players that are about to turn 40.
That's the thing. That's why if I wasn't going to get in this year, it's going to be tough, because there's so many auto ins right away first year. Schulman and Ike, and there's lots of them that are just turning 40 that maybe Galfon. So, but I was happy to see Antonius when I saw he was nominated, which somehow he wasn't nominated. Maybe he just turned 40. I
think people just assumed because he's ridiculously gorgeous, they just assumed he was still 27.
Yeah, right. He does look very young. So maybe that was his first year. He clearly, I mean, I don't know about all the rest of us who should have got in, but he was the clear guy. Not comparing him to the industry people, because that's tough, but as far as poker players, he's just a legend, and he's crushed poker for how long, and so he clearly should have been the guy that got in. So
yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing. I mean, I don't think they necessarily have gotten it wrong. I mean, Brian Rast the year before that.
Yeah.
This year, Antonius. Mm-hmm. It's just a matter of, I think we need more. Otherwise, there are really deserving people out there that are never going to get in.
Right.
Which is kind of stark contrast to other sports Hall of Fames, where it feels like
everyone's in.
Everybody gets. You won a Super Bowl? Yeah, you're in.
Yeah.
It's right. Like Oprah. You get in.
Yeah. Well, it made sense, right? When I don't know how long it's been around, but since the 70s or 80s probably, it made sense one guy a year would get in maybe. But
right.
now poker is enormous, so to keep that same ratio is kind of silly. Well,
they probably thought in the 70s, they're like, okay, if we do this one thing, everybody gets in. I mean, listen, we can put Eskimo in it pretty soon. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly. And now it's like, no, not all these great players are going to get in, so I don't know what they'll do.
I feel like back then there might have been a thought also of, hey, let's just put them in, make them feel good, because they don't keep playing in the cash games. It was so manipulative back then.
I bet it was.
Right?
Yeah.
Whatever. Yeah, I know he sucks at poker, but who cares?
Yeah, exactly.
He loses. He's an all-star for us, right? He's a Hall of Famer. He's our Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to turn our attention, and then we'll pretty much be there. Your family. You met your wife in college, in Colorado. You moved to Vegas. You guys have long distance for a little bit. Then she's like, okay. I guess she figures out that you're the guy, and she moves to Vegas, and you guys have a life. Talk about her for a second. I checked out her Instagram, and just to add on to your ridiculous life, beautiful family, gorgeous wife, and she's super handy. Like, what is that? How does that work?
She has recently just started doing that as a hobby, and she's gotten
As a hobby? Okay, listen. A hobby is like, hey, I can build a chair.
No.
She builds homes.
Not quite, but almost. She can do like electrical stuff now, and because she's really into redoing a room or something, and so she started doing that and just teaching herself how to do it. Just it started small, and then she just kind of liked it and was like, okay, I'm gonna do this room. And now at this point she's redone like our whole house, like she's tiled, she'll build cabinets, everything. So I used to work at a cabinet shop, so I like to take some credit that
you're handy too.
Yeah, I worked I was a woodworker for like years.
Of course you were. Why would I doubt that?
So I can help her with some of that stuff, or give her tips and advice. But a lot of the stuff, like, I have no clue, and she's figuring it out and doing it. And yeah, she's amazing. Like, she's always been very supportive of poker and been there, through the ups and downs. And
okay, listen, everybody in poker, by the way, hates you. You know this, right? I mean, I'm being serious. Okay, you're like Tom Brady. You're good. You're obviously great at poker. You're a good-looking dude. Okay, I'm secure enough with my sexuality. I have no problem saying that. You're a good-looking dude. You've got a gorgeous family. You've got a gorgeous wife. You've got a YouTube channel, and I know there's only 2 videos on it, but you play music. Yeah. And now you tell me that you're also like, you're a craftsman. You're a woodworker. What are you bad at? Like, what are your faults? What would your wife say? Like, if I said, okay, give me a list of Jeremy's faults. And maybe she wouldn't be public about it, but what are you bad at? Come on.
Listening to her sometimes. Like, she needs to tell me things lots of times before like, when is the game Saturday? Oh, yeah. And then I can't remember. I don't know. I think that's a guy thing. Maybe that's an excuse.
Yeah, that's every husband thing.
Maybe I'm a little slow sometimes. Like, hey, go grab this for me. I'm not quite as peppy. I'm nice and calm and relaxed. Those would probably be a couple of her things that I'm.
Do you guys fight? Because I can't imagine you fighting.
Yeah, we fight a little bit.
Or does she? Is that one of her biggest gripes that you were like, will you fight with me?
No.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, we get along good for the most part. Very good, yeah. So it's good. But everyone has their little quarrels, sometimes.
I mean, yeah, you're married for a long time. You have kids.
Kids complicate things for sure.
Kids complicate things. Yes, remember that. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
What about you've got a WPT title now, right?
No. I wish.
What, the high stakes one? Oh, I guess doesn't count, does it?
The one I won at that series, the PLO? No. It's WPT's, it's got to be the one tournament. Like the one, yeah. I've won a couple of the side events before, but never. That's why it's really hard to win a WPT, because they have like, I play like 5 WPTs a year. They do great things, by the way. It's just the buy-ins are a little smaller. You got to travel for most of them, so I just don't play a lot of them. But they have. I love to play the local ones there.
How do you determine traveling now that with your family and everything? It must be hard. I mean, I know obviously I referenced you, winning a bracelet, your first bracelet in France, and being able to travel with EPTs and WPTs. But now you're a little more choosy, and I guess having the PokerGo studios in town makes it a lot easier.
Makes it a lot easier. Although back then I was doing so much cash, I would take maybe a couple poker trips a year. Now I probably take 3 to 5 a year. I just don't go overseas a lot. Like, I want to go to some of these Tritons, but oftentimes there's something here, and it's just so much easier. That overseas stuff, I don't know, it wears you out, man. So, as you get older, right? So, it's nice. There's so much at Aria I can play that's mainly kind of what I stick to.
What's next for Jeremy Ausmus? I mean, obviously you're playing poker right now. You're a dad. You're a husband, and that's all seemingly going very well for you. But where are you in 10 years, say? Where are you in 15 years? If you had to kind of like look at a crystal ball.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty happy with where I'm at and the trajectory I'm on, I guess, as far as just playing more and more high stakes. Because there's always like some bigger tournaments to play. Like I said, the Tritons. the stakes are just so big that, you know, I'm not there to just go play all those and have all myself. Like, hardly anyone is, honestly. Those are just enormous tournaments. So I'm pretty happy with just like what I'm doing now. Like, it's a good little gig.
Is that what you see, though? I mean, do you see yourself like 10, 15 years from now still playing poker?
I think so. I enjoy it. Yeah, I don't plan on really getting into anything else. Like, I've always kind of wanted to start a business or something, but it's like you kind of just need to stick with what you're good at, right? I'm like
stay in your lane.
Yeah, stay in your lane. Like, I'm one of the best players out there, so it's like it'd be silly to not play, especially when high stakes tournaments are as, you know, as prominent as they are. And
what makes you one of the best players out there? I mean, because it's kind of funny. I mean, you were always a good player, but it almost feels like your career has taken on like a Barry Bond-esque arc, where, or even Tom Brady. I brought him up before. Like, you're getting better as you get older, which is, and you're not old by any stretch at this point, but it's like, you know, a lot of people aren't getting better as they get older, and you seemingly are.
I think because I put the work in. I think I just like study and do things like that. I stay healthy. I'm healthier now than I was 5 years ago, 10 years ago. I keep myself fit. I get good sleep. I don't drink as much. And then you kind of just learn about players and tendencies and more, even though you've played this long, you're still figuring things out, you know, in that sense. So yeah. And like I said, I didn't play full-time tournaments before. Maybe, who knows how I could have done if I did, and now I do, and that gets the main spotlight is tournaments. So that's where I'm at most of the time. So
if you were a poker commissioner, let's say this hypothetical world where the sky is purple, and there's a poker commissioner that can control everything, what would you change about the game? Is there anything?
Well, online poker I love online poker. There's gonna have to be some things going on to like, because it's a little scary, like how easy it can be to cheat these days. That's one of the biggest hurdles I see for online poker in that sense. As far as live poker, obviously I'm not a fan of the private stuff, but I don't see that ever changing probably. But that's something I guess I would change, is that. And tournaments.
I mean, if it did change, would you go back to cash games, you think?
I don't know, maybe, because you can arguably make more money depending on the stakes, and it's kind of nice. You pick your own schedule, things like that. There's definitely some big pros. Leave when you want, show up when you want. So, but tournaments, I feel like, are just doing great things. They're I wish there was a little less competition sometimes between some of the big. I mean, there's only just one, like in December.
Can't
the
we
overlap.
all just get along?
Exactly, it's ridiculous, and so that's annoying. But otherwise, I feel like everyone puts their schedule out and kind of works around each other a little bit for the better of everybody, which is cool. And I think there's been good progress as far as like big blind ante and shot clocks and things like that, and
shot clock, yes.
Yeah, shot clock is amazing, and just poker production has come a long ways, and there's so much streaming poker now, which is cool. So I think the tournament side of things is going pretty nicely.
We're here, but I'll ask you last thing. You know, you talked about poker productions. Who's your favorite poker commentator, and why is it David Tuchman?
Oh yeah, because you're. By the way, you're so handsome, man. Look at this guy. Look at you. Come on, you're giving me all these compliments. Look at you, a hockey player.
Do you know how many people have told me that they hate you? and by the way, in full, like you're like, I hate him. Like you are, seriously. You're like the Tom Brady. You are Tom Brady of poker.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks. I didn't know there's so much hate.
Today we are going to talk about overbets and no limit hold'em. They are a powerful tool that you can use to punish your opponents, both to get value and as a bluff. How and when to use them is an important skill to master if you want to be a great poker player. I'm Ian Simpson, and this video will help you apply overbetting at the tables. The scenario. In the following scenario, the button opens and the big blind calls. The flop is king of clubs, 5 of hearts, 4 hearts. The big blind checks, the button bets, and the big blind calls. The turn is the jack of spades, and it's a blank card for our opponent because it doesn't really help the big blind's range all that much. The big blind therefore checks, and the button has a decision point. This exact scenario is one where the GTO line involves betting the turn with a sizing that is bigger than the pot. So let's take a look at the ranges here. Breaking down our range. This is where we need to break our range down into 3 categories. We have very strong hands like aces, ace-king, king-jack, pocket fives. We have mid-strength hands with showdown value like pocket sevens, ace-5, 10-jack suited. Our mid-strength hands are happy to control the size of the pot. We don't want to bet again because a hand like pocket sevens is going to struggle to get a better hand to call because hands like 5-6 are often folding. Our opponent will rarely fold a better hand than pocket sevens here.
Welcome back to Madrid. We're here in Madrid, a very cold and fresh Madrid, speaking of someone that just walked outdoors. Nick Wealthall, Nick Eastwood here for 888 at the 888 Live Madrid event. Day 2 action. Here are our chip counts on a brand new table. You asked for it, we delivered. I mean, when I say you asked for it, we delivered, I mean you asked for it, Nick Eastwood.
No, you exercised your considerable sway.
My heft.
Yes. And made it happen. And we've been rewarded with Tom Axel Bedell. Tom Axel Bedell has $3.7 million in cashes.
It's pretty sweet.
He usually plays 5-figure entries.
What is he doing here, Nick?
Having a good time.
Having some fun.
Yeah. And he was treating himself on day 1 when I was here with Josh. So I'm hoping that at least Tom will satiate your desire for action.
He's going to bring the action.
Yeah.
Good evening, everybody in chat. Hope you're having a great Saturday night. If you were with us before the break, then thank you for sticking around. If you've just joined us, then welcome. Good to see you. Champagne Poker, Genomonas, F-Jack Poker. Say hi if you're in chat so that we know you're there. We've got lots coming up in the next 2 or 3 hours. Lots of giveaways. $109 ticket giveaways, would you believe? 4 of those left. So lots of fun games to play as we see some action immediately here with the all-in.
It's better, isn't it?
Just a cheeky little all-in.
Yeah, we just needed a burger, a soft drink,
and an all-in.
And an all-in.
Hi, Bougie.
I believe that this will be inconsequential, other than to... Sir?
You couldn't be more wrong. There's been a call. This is the new way we're doing things.
Okay.
Action.
I am approving of the new era.
Hey, Smasher. Good to see you.
How many big blinds was this? It was. I think it's 6K, is it not?
No. Oh yeah, yeah, it is.
10 big blinds.
It's gone up. It's
yeah,
gone
this is too much to call with Queen 10 offsuit. It's way too much.
Well, you're wrong.
Well, it's too much to theoretically call. It's not. It's not. There's no rules against flicking it in.
Yeah.
Willy-nilly, which is what Till has done. Sorry, no, what Deravianko has done here, which is a good name. Not the best play, potentially.
On this occasion.
On this occasion, but was hoping for about the amount of equity that he ended up having. Put him on ace-king, Nick.
Nice first hand for you. Yeah, and I needed it.
Nice first hand indeed. Straight back from dinner, double up. That's what you dream of, isn't it?
Comms is a bit quiet, apparently. Mark, when the ball goes out of play in the Barcelona game, could you turn us up a little bit? But we don't seem to have a handle on exactly what volume levels we need.
Yeah, I don't. I just think that people have got different volumes on their computers.
Potentially, but Noodaloo has been frequenting, so
they're all over it.
More inclined to trust them potentially. Look, we're doing our best. Our best is maybe yet to come.
Do you think?
I hope so.
I'm saving my best for the final table always.
I think I will also kick it up a notch.
Good.
If not only to... You've
got to build to the final, Nick.
Yeah. If not only to, like, try and keep up with your level.
That's right. Have you got your final table outfit ready?
I haven't laid it out.
Okay.
Or anything.
Well, me and Tuck usually dress up for the final table.
Do you?
Yeah.
Even though we haven't got a camera.
Well, it's not about that. It's about giving it the right level of respect.
Maybe I'll reflect on that this evening. You Till. 10 deuce off. Bosco. Another Italian. Lots of Italians.
So tell us a bit about this player, for those that weren't watching on day one.
Well, extravagant outfits. Today's got a Gucci number.
He has, with a bucket hat.
Yeah. And he just is really active. Super, super active. Takes lots of spots, splashes about, enjoys himself, and generally walks away with more money than when he started.
Nice, because usually those people don't walk away with more money than he started. So is his secret that his image is splashy, but he's actually good?
I think potentially. I mean, he's splashy, but clearly has a very good handle on the kind of things that he's seen a lot. Played a lot of tournaments for a lot of years. So I think he's got a fairly decent handle on the kind of things that people do.
Get up to.
Yeah.
You can see the player count in the top right-hand corner of your screen. 84 players remain out of 403. And 48, I think that's right, 48 make the money.
Oh yeah, this clip here, if you didn't see, if you want to get some context for Bedell, he bet multi-way with ace high on an 8-8-3, I want to say. Yeah, 8-8-3, 2 spades. He didn't have a spade. He bet multi-way. He got check raised by the big blind who had a king high flush draw, and he just 3-bet shoved the flop with ace high. Just
nice.
Bare ace high.
Love it.
And the flush draw folded. So he cleaned up all the equity as well. It was one of the more sensual moments of the first day.
And is he contractually obliged to deliver that kind of shizzle for us on day 2? Or
I'm not sure about contractually, but I believe he himself has a personal, non-written contract with himself.
To not get bored.
Probably framed in his bedroom.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing.
No, just the dealer put his raise back and then decided, yeah, you could raise.
Well, I think you also asked for a dealer change, and they're now enforcing certain actions to improve the action levels. That's not actually true.
Well, could be true.
Could be true, but it isn't.
No.
Piras, another Italian. The Italians are taking over. Hopefully they act quicker than the last Italian we were met with.
Well, you're sort of irrationally angry about he's gone. All right, let him go.
If you didn't know me, I do hold on to certain things.
You hold on to grudges and bad things.
Yes. I generally like to keep all the bad things.
When you start to get frustrated, I'm going to just show you the league table. Like a you know, a dog's favourite toy.
Yeah.
Look at this, don't worry.
Yeah, it's like blowing up a balloon and then just sort of just letting a little bit of air out every time I see that lead.
That's a very good flop for the ace-6 of diamonds.
Well, I'll tell you what, Deravianco has also got a flush draw here.
This is why we got the dealer change. Look at this. Something for everyone.
I mean, not just something, like pretty chunky something for everybody here.
Everyone's excited, aren't they?
Yeah, Piras is like, okay, I mean, if you'd have offered me that, I'd have taken it. Bosco can't believe his luck, and Deravianco's like, well, I was in the big blind, so a flush draw. I already asked for much more than that. We're going to see raise. Oh, sorry, we're going to see call. It looked like a lot of chips. We need to get used to the fact that there are just a lot of chips around now.
Yeah.
So we're going to see call from Bosco, which is the correct move, and that will mean that Deravianco will certainly continue as well.
Well, he could do anything.
Yeah, he could do, but I think it may be something like 5-6 of diamonds you could consider raising here, but I think this is just way too
I jumped in because you were predicting his action, and this is the man that called with Queen 10 when you said he wouldn't. So I'm just...
Yeah.
I don't want to get ahead of ourselves.
I'm okay with saying he's going to call. I think anything else would be significantly strange.
Yeah, but I'm rooting for chaos.
Yeah, but
tonight.
this is rather chaotic
Saturday
as it
night,
stands.
Nick, I need violence.
Let's not use it all at once. But let's see what the turn brings. There are a lot of interesting turns that Piras will not like that the other two, well, would enjoy more. Oh dear, that is the card in the deck.
That's sick.
Card.
That's absolutely sick.
It's the Queen of
Get
Diamonds.
this dealer a raise. Not if you're Deravianco. Apologies for celebrating on there. Let's face it, pretty horrible beat. Flush over flush in Hold'em is always a horrible beat.
This is such a sick spot. Piras needs to slow down here. Okay, there are two players in this hand, both of which can easily have flushes. Obviously, this is one of those hands that you can make boats with on river. It's kind of tempting to call, but like...
But can you imagine being Bosco? This never happened, right? You're sitting there, you go, oh my God, I hit my flush. That's awesome. That never happens. And then the first player bets, and then the second player calls. You're like, this never happened.
Great composure from Bosco just to call here. I wouldn't have blamed him for raising because I think Derevianko has a flush a lot in this spot, and you don't want to necessarily see the river kill your action.
Such a bad card for Bosco.
As the 5 of diamonds does. Bosco did the right thing by calling, but as we know, if he had raised the turn, Derevianko probably would have lost his whole stack. Now both players will check, and Bosco has to choose a price that will get paid by what he can only assume is probably some sort of ace and a 10 high flush-ish.
6,000.
I mean, honestly, that's like I wouldn't even mind it.
Maybe like 30,000 or something.
As long as you don't shove. Something very... No, I don't like this.
No, relax.
You need to get called. You have to remember, you need to get called.
Relax. His other problem is that his hand is kind of sort of crazy for face up. I mean, he overcalled. Pretty chunky flop bet.
Derevianko doesn't know it, and he's fairly annoyed. But he doesn't know that his tournament's just been saved.
Well, not yet, it hasn't. I keep warning you about this. Okay, now it has.
Don't worry, Nick. I'm okay with this. If Piras calls here, I don't really.
He's not going to call. He's just sad. What? This is the number one thing you see in live poker, which is sadness.
Nick. Stop predicting things.
He's sad.
He is very sad. He's not as sad as.
It's like I had 2 pair. I had 2 pair. I remember it. It was just moments ago. I'm sad. Look at him, sad.
Well, he still does have 2 pair.
Yeah, but it's a sad 2 pair. It's a sad 2 pair of tears. Told you, it's sadness.
Yeah, and a fold.
So this is the number one phenomenon in live poker. People get very sad when they have to say goodbye to their cards. Online, they just fold.
Yeah.
Live poker, they just want to think about them, and now he wants to have a funeral for it with his friends.
Probably. When's the next time either of them are going to have a hand that strong in live poker in a deep tournament?
Well, make sure a diamond doesn't come. That's what the real champions do.
If we hadn't seen a diamond river, there is no world in which Derevianko wouldn't have shoved. I don't know what Puras would have done. It would have been a really sick spot, which I think he should definitely fold in, but you never know. And then obviously Bosco just clears up whatever's left.
But that didn't happen.
No, it didn't happen. His hand turned into complete boogs on the river. Absolutely did.
That was action. That was an action run out.
Yeah, that was an improvement, Nick. It might even have been overkill. We don't want to use it all at once, do we? I feel like we were treated like completely out of line with what we've been used to.
But these things have a momentum. Ooh. Like, you get a loose table.
Here we go. Momentum.
28,000 all in.
Cortho with 7-6 suited. Bosco with ace-jack suited and chips. Lots of them. 479,000 of them. Calling the standard play, but you could maybe consider trying to knock everyone out behind as well. Just call. Jack-6 off for Bedell won't be good enough. In the muck. Derevianko folds the Queen-8, and Barber, with the same hand as Derevianko had the big blind last hand, it might be a bit expensive potentially, considering how many chips we have left. Reverse implied odds, all that good stuff. We have to play a dry side pot out of position. We didn't want to do that, understandably. And Cortho, we've lost at least 1-7. We'll need 7-6 straights, flushes, things that help.
Very live.
Extremely live.
It's all you can ask for when you're moving all in for 4 2/3 big blinds. Cortho needs to improve and doesn't, but he's got a 5 of hearts. That's the best backdoor card going.
The window was very promising.
It was. Is that Nunes?
Darwin.
Is that?
Could be Darwin.
Oh, hello. Hello, darling.
There is a 9 or a 4 available now for Cortho.
11 outs. Feels like a lot of outs.
It's enough.
Shebang. And he didn't even stand up.
No.
So that was impressive. He just sat still, and he goes, I'm fine. 7-6, I'm fine.
7 on the river, double up for Cortho. A how would you describe the hit that our button player just took? A dent? Is it a dent?
4.5
A
big
chip?
blinds. It's just a little whittle away.
A little whittle. He's still chilling.
A flesh wound, not even. Not even.
Glancing blow. How long can we do that for? $81 left, 48 paid.
We're getting there.
Yeah.
We're getting there. Be interesting to see if things slow down or if people start making very tight folds. Because it is a very big cash. The min cash here is basically 1,800 euros, Nick. That is a big cash.
Can't really call it min in that case, can you?
Can't really.
Sort of disrespectful to cashes.
Boxwax says, when did Hunter S. Thompson join the table? We had a table change.
Yeah. We requested it specifically.
Also, I think Hunter S. Thompson is dead. I'm pretty sure.
Well then.
Good lookalike though.
Way to bring the mood down. Ace queen off on the button.
It's all right. Lots of people are dead.
It's true. People will continue to die.
Yeah,
as well.
no, this is pretty certain. It seems like.
Yeah.
Small blind. Ace with a little card. 3-bet or fold. Those are your options.
I like fold here. Seems good. Big blind now is Stevic with jacks.
Oh, look out. Strap yourselves in. I told you, it's a new table. It's a new dawn for this stream. Action wall to wall for the next 3 hours. That's what we're going to get.
I strapped myself in when I sat down, so I'm just going to leave myself. I might even buckle up hard. I might
tighten it.
Yeah, tighten the little.
Yeah.
What do you call it?
The buckle. It's a buckle.
It's a buckle.
Yeah.
Even the thing you pull is called a buckle. No, because
that's
the
the
buckle's
belt.
the actual.
That's the belt.
The belt.
Yeah.
Derevyanko's going to.
Literally the phrase is tighten your belts.
Yeah.
So. All in a cool classic race, except for our odds on screen take account of folded cards, so we know that Stevic is a significant favourite here, but the players don't. It's 50-50. Derevyanko needs to win this. He's the all-in player.
Yeah, you summed it up pretty nicely. Ace or a queen will do it, but we know there aren't as many
I've said that.
as there could be.
Yeah, I've said it.
Ace,
I've
queen.
said it. This is the pause for dramatic effect. You're not supposed to be talking. Boom!
Ooh.
Jack on the flop.
There's no club in Derevyanko. Oh, the stand-up.
Stand up, yeah. Now, he should have done it slightly earlier, but he has done it. He needs to put his coat on quickly, I think, here for it to work. It's probably not going to work now. I don't know what I'd do. Sit down, fall down, or just leave. Unlucky Derevyanko. He basically got smashed him out by the deck there. Flush over flush is hard to survive. And then loses a big flip.
I believe it. Oh. No, I missed it there. It was it's a kappa.
It's a what?
Kappa, which means that he knows that they are in fact dead.
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
As we said, many people are dead, including Derevyanko in this tournament. Gets us down to 80 players left. 48 make the money here in Madrid.
Yep. Lost Derevyanko, who had like a fair amount of chips when we sat down, and then, yeah, like you said, fell foul of the deck, which happens to the best of us. Bosco 8-7 suited from hijack. And a rather rare fringe quiff. You either go for the quiff generally, or you have a fringe. But I don't see many fringe quiffs.
That's because you're not cool.
Well, I knew that. Bosco. Would like to build some of that momentum you were talking about.
Yeah. I mean, he's fine for momentum. He's got 439,000 in chips. It's good.
Barber has taken up the mantle of the tanking for no reason mantle. Piras with kings.
So let's have a look. He's got 109,000 back. That is, well, about 18 big blinds.
And that looks too big.
Nick Eastwood says too big.
You want to make it a sizing.
He's made 46,000. So like nearly 4x.
It's too much with our stack size because you want to make it a size. For that size, you may as well go all in because you can't fold now. You put half your chips in the pot. So you either want to choose a small 3-bet sizing that allows you to have some bluffs where you can, obviously probably doesn't have any, allows you to have some bluffs that you can fold to 4-bet shove, or allows you to get value from your very best hands like kings. Raising 46,000 kind of makes your opponent, as you always like to say, play perfectly.
Yeah.
Doesn't give them tough decisions, which we really want to do in poker.
We do. You always want to think, what's my opponent's range? What do I want to happen? What am I trying to do? What is the intent of this bet? Don't tunnel vision your own hand. Not long now until we give away a $109 ticket, it says here. Exciting stuff. But before we do that, who's in the free roll?
Come on, guys. Who's in the free roll?
Don't type your position in. Just tell me if you're in the free roll. You can say if you're doing good or something. But I don't want to start a cavalcade of numbers. That's really annoying. But if you're in the free roll, say hi. I'll give you a shout out. Doc Matouche is in. So's player Quilla. Con Martino. I'll never get your name right. Con Martinoni is in. So's Bougie. Good luck. Players in the free roll. Gio Tramas is in. Gairica is in. Rodrigo Van Bonom. 777 is playing the free roll. Raj was. Oh dear. Oh dear. Thanks for playing. GG's. Bad luck. Jupiter Wolf. I like your screen name. I don't even know what it means. The Shane is playing. Have fun in the free roll. Experiment. Win big. We'll check in later on. Let us know when we get close to the money. Player Quilla just got killed. That's bad.
Oh, we said people do die.
People do die. But I didn't want Player Quilla to die.
No.
Day Magi is still in. Nice. And these players on screen are still in Madrid. Day 2 action. And a nice spread of chip stacks at our final table. The well-known player Tom Bedell. Fun to watch. He's on this feature table. And we've got, quick maths, 33 players to go until we hit the money. We'll definitely hit the money here in Madrid sometime tonight. We'll be with you at least until then, I'm sure. And we'll be back tomorrow for the final stages. So if you want some entertainment on Sunday, make sure you've got us followed on Twitch or subscribe on YouTube. We'll go live somewhere around 2:30. Somewhere around there. Greenwich Mean Time. Back to the action.
I won. You did? Yeah. But I didn't scream. First DPT. Wow. 20 years ago, but the guy at the World Series, he came to the final table. I don't know, but I remember he was.
Yet to see Bedell crank it up a notch. King 10 off his first real half chance to do something interesting. Probably should just let this go, but I know, having watched him play already, that he enjoys opening a pot whenever he gets a remote chance. It looks like he will here.
Yeah, this is one of those hands that you won't find on opening hand charts from early position.
Nope.
Can go badly, Nick.
It can. We've got Barber cam here. And I think we're going to get a customary tank. Oh, not too bad. Let's go the Jack 7 with haste. Cortho can't compete. Over to our big blind, who is also going to fold. Bedell takes his first from this feature table. I think that corner, that camera angle there, those are the two you're going to want to look out for.
Yeah, that's where we're getting our action from, is it?
I think so far.
Okay.
Obviously, Devienko is in the mix, but he is now a fatality. So I'm a big fan of what I'm seeing so far from those two, and I think the recipe for a better 2 hours.
Good.
and then some Spanish.
That's what we're trying to deliver.
Most of them was Scandinavian,
It's not really down to us
Danish,
overall.
Swedish, Norwegian.
We can only control so much.
True story.
Yeah, there
If
was.
you like random Darwin Nunez trivia,
What?
then
Who doesn't?
But very few.
well, your
Who
place.
doesn't? That's my question.
Only the northern, Dutch people. Yeah, Big Ed was there. I remember. Yeah, some Italian for sure, and some Spanish, but mostly Scandinavians and English and Irish.
We've ordered some blind versus blind battles from those two as well. They are blind versus blind this hand. Oh no, sorry. Already a fold from the 6-4 offsuit from Bedell. So Barber lets the King 6 suited go. I believe Barber has entered I'm near the money mode. And has begun taking his time.
What do you think already?
In advance.
Already.
Well,
Still got 30 players to go. I mean, he's going to be there for some time.
I didn't say that it was timely. I said it's what's happening.
That's what's happening.
I'm merely commentating, if you like.
Yeah. Yeah, I can understand that. Someone gave you a microphone and now you're going to use it.
I'm exercising my option.
That's right.
Bosco in the big blind with Queen 7 suited. One of the more favourable defending hands. So we'll see a flop and two of our bigger stacks. We'll go heads up. We don't know what Stevic has.
We're playing blind. We can play as Stevic.
We can play as Stevic.
No, sorry, Bosco.
Yeah, we can play as Bosco. Playing as Stevic should be quite easy.
Yeah.
Because we actually know what
Yeah,
Bosco
that
had.
would be way easier.
Even if we didn't know what we had, it'd be fairly easy.
Yeah.
Flush draw for Bosco. One of those paired boards at the big blind that we were talking about. Maybe the 9-9 is a little bit high for like aggressive check raising, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, but we also have a flush draw.
Yeah, which we can continue.
Which is, you know, quite a nice hand to check raise.
Bosco partial to flush draws so far. Oh, we do know what Stevic has. It is Ace Jack of clubs.
Okay, so now I know that, I would definitely check raise.
It looks like Bosco.
How can, like, 90% of Hold'em players would check raise here? Because how can you not? It's a paired board. You've got a flush draw. Let's go.
It's such. This is another thing. Like along with the big little from the big blind that's getting overdone. This is well overdone as well, because the c-bet's so overdone. The c-bet is so underprotected because people just aren't checking back enough of the hands that they should check back. Stevic, this is a reasonable candidate to check back. Like you've got good equity against most hands, but you can't withstand check raise. And in those situations, especially on these boards that aren't, this board is not that good for you as the opener. It's quite good for big blind, who has a lot of offsuit 9x that you can't have, and not respecting that is a big mistake. Having said that,
The thing is, this is one of those situations where even if he thinks he's bluffing, what do you want to do now?
yeah,
Even if he thinks there's a very high chance that that was a bluff, if you're the player with the ace-jack, what do you want to do? Do you want to flat and face another bet? Do you want to re-bluff into what is now a massive pot? It's quite hard to do anything about.
yeah, especially as we are, well, as you said, we're not close to the money, but we're approaching it.
Yeah.
And
You don't want to. You don't want to play
You
a
don't wanna
300,000 chip pot with ace high.
especially against the only other player at the table that can really damage you or knock you out even.
Yep.
So, for that reason, I'd like check back. You know? Bring back checking back. Stop range betting everything.
Well, I don't think anyone should have range bets or range checks in a live tournament like this.
There are some boards that make sense on, but I think the big blind paired one is getting way overdone. Maybe the meta will adjust soon. If we bring it to light.
Who's meta?
Well, you know, the
wider-
population.
The
Yeah.
population.
I was victim of it recently, and it brought my attention to it. I played a hand in UKPL. Shout out to the UKPL. Portsmouth next week. I'll be there. If anyone's going to be there, please come and say hello. I'll be playing the game as well. Playing the game.
Yes, go and play with Nick in Portsmouth.
Yeah. And I see better paired board versus the big blind, who just unceremoniously check raised me, and I felt really stupid. And then once I folded, he laughed to his friend and said, "Paired board, opponent," which I took to mean it's a paired board, so, you know, I get to do whatever I like, and also the opponent hasn't got a clue what he's doing, which may have been true, but I felt it was out of line. So I duly put him in the bin a hand later.
We've got all in and a call. Corzo's the all-in player here. Bosco has him dominated.
Bosco is finding some spots early doors.
Corzo got out of it with the 7-6 earlier. Can he get out of it with the ace-6? A little bit harder, but 23%, you know. I've seen it done.
It's not 0. It's a quarter, nearly a quarter. 6 needed.
And boom. No, no boom.
Not even like a semi-boom.
I think getting up now is appropriate. It's quite a long pause. Okay, here we go. That was a lot of drama for a blank.
Not the best card for chopping.
No. So 8, a 4 or a 6 required, or Corzo will be out the tournament. Hiya! That is not one of those outs. Unlucky, Corzo. GG's. Good run in the tournament. But he's another elimination. As we career towards the money here in Madrid.
If anyone's been paying attention culinarily over the last 2 days,
yeah,
I have brought attention to the blueberry situation, which I've ordered 2 plates of fruit and I've received 1 blueberry on each.
Yeah.
Now, I speculated that it may be due to a blueberry shortage. And
they're running out.
Having just received my 3rd fruit platter of the week, I am presented with no blueberries at all.
I mean, you are getting hand-delivered fruit platters at work. I mean, like, I'm not sure how much people care.
That I'm completely acceptant of, and I'm really happy. But maybe I'm just saying maybe I had a thing going on there with the blueberry shortage. Maybe that was indeed the reason. Because now I've got a blackberry.
Yeah.
1.
Yeah. They're just underordered on the berries. They thought they were picking number of punnets, but it was actual berries. That's the issue. That's what happened there. Lime says, Nick, perhaps they're quietly getting revenge on you in the kitchen. What did you do to him in the kitchen? Oh, look, starting hands. So Bosco's raised the limp from Piras, and Tom Bedell has the real hand. So 21,000 is the raise. Tom's got 220,000, which is about 37 big blinds, something like that.
Rarely a more dangerous thing in poker than a man that rarely ever has anything having something.
Yeah.
As Bedell does here. We know that there's not that much of a likelihood of seeing any continuations here. Bosco's got ace-9 offsuit. It's a 3-bet bluff. The only thing that you could even remotely consider would be to 4-bet in some description, but these stacks, you obviously just want to let this go.
1 for Bedell. PGOK has the blueberries that you so badly lack, Nick. We should give away a $109 ticket.
All right.
That's what we should do.
I'm game.
It's post-dinner. People have eased in. Welcome, chat. Hope you're having a great Saturday night. Nick Wealth and Nick Eastwood here in Madrid, bringing coverage of day 2 of the 888 live main event. And we're going to give you some prizes, or one of you is going to get a big prize.
Do you have a prepared question?
I do. I do need to mention that YouTube can also play. So if you're watching us on YouTube, you can play. I've got the lamest question of all time, but it doesn't matter because I've had to come up with it quickly.
You didn't have to. We've got a long time. Would you like another minute, or are you happy to proceed? Because remember, you have to follow my question, which was stupendous.
Yeah, but it was about football, and I don't want to do a question about... And I've also been stung by criticism in chat. I want to do a gender-neutral question.
Okay.
The rules are very simple. You only get one guess. Whoever's closest wins. Very, very simple. And you're trying to figure out what Nick Eastwood will say is the answer to this question. Google will not help you, especially because the question's about something that isn't Googleable. It's going to be a speed round, kids. You're going to want to get your answers in quickly to this one. We are in, what's the name of this casino? Gran Via Casino, I believe. Gran Via Casino, Madrid. You know there's a main event going on. My question is, how many people are playing poker in this casino right now, Nick Eastwood? How many people are playing poker in this casino right now? Now, just so you know, viewers, obviously we go out into the casino, but we're in a little commentary booth with a fruit platter. How many people are playing poker in this casino right now? Put your answer in chat. One guess per person. Whoever's closest to whatever Nick Eastwood guesses wins the $109 ticket. You can play on YouTube or you can play on Twitch. Simply type in your number. You just need to be able to play poker on 888 because you're going to win a big ticket for 888 poker. Good luck, players. Contest open for a couple of minutes until Lime says it's closed.
I'm locked in.
Nick Eastwood's answer is in. Simply align yourself with the mind of Easty. Easy to do. Noodaloo, the question is, how many people are playing poker in this casino, Casino Gran Via in Madrid right now? You know there are 76 people playing the main event. I'll give you a clue. There is other poker action going on. How many people in total are playing poker in this casino right now? Easy question.
It is an easy question for me because I just got it right.
Well done, Nick.
Thanks, mate.
It's about the little wins life, isn't it?
Yeah. And I don't get many.
Well, that's why I'm celebrating this one.
Now, Barber has taken his time over the course of the last 20 minutes, but this one is permitted. It's too good of a hand not to play in some facet. Call is reasonable, as is 3-bet. And we're going to see call, which is in keeping with Barber's presumed willingness to stay in the tournament at all costs. Which is a good general
Presumed?
rule.
I mean, he might be open to more exciting stuff than you think. You never know. Heads up to the flop.
It's 10 high.
I mean, what a flop for util.
You can absolutely smash this.
Dream flop.
Smash it so hard that no one else can really have anything. Barber's got king high, no suits.
No hope.
Not really. Wouldn't mind seeing check from util. We won't see check, which I think will be the end of this one. 2 overs, yes. But not much else.
And that ends it. Nothing else. Nothing else. No chances. No hopes. New player incoming. If you were watching yesterday, you will recognise the player. It is Asif Waris.
So I go for dinner, and because I have to book a hotel, you know, I have to go quickly go to my hotel.
He's coming in with a story.
Before the hang, I'm in the big line.
That man has a lot of stories.
They threw my big blind again, and they all know on the table.
Okay, so he is complaining that he played his big blind twice in 2 hands.
Okay.
And they basically steal my chips. I mean, like, this is like...
He claims robbery.
It's like they know. The guy under the gun, he's next to me, he knows that he raised under the gun. So they make
Will this be a factor? He's clearly heated.
Yeah, he's...
I hope you're watching that, because I'm complaining.
Complaint noted. Actually, I shouldn't say that because I'm not going to do anything about anyone's complaints. I'm not the person to talk to.
You're not because we don't care.
No, I'm just not. I'm just no one will give me the power to sort out a complaint.
No. One can have too much power.
The contest is closed. The contest is closed. If you entered, move to the edge of your seat. Winner announced in the next couple of minutes.
No more entries will be accepted. Which is fair enough. We gave ample time.
Lots of time.
And for those that called the casino and asked for a count, that wouldn't have helped anyway.
No, that's the point. The right answer is what you say it is, Nick Eastwood. This is the most power you've ever had.
Yeah. I don't try not to get to my head. Mammon is back. Commentated on him before. He's going to shove the ace deuce. The big little.
The big little. Seems reasonable to shove an ace versus a button open.
Yeah.
That seems reasonable for about whatever that is. 12, 13 big blinds.
Yeah, we'll be aware that Stevic should be appropriately opening lots of these type of hands. And if you're opening all these type of hands, there's a lot of offsuit 10-9 in the deck. A lot of offsuit 9-8, Jack-9, all that stuff. None of it can call. No. And guess what Big Little does? It unblocks all of it.
Thanks for that.
More you know.
We're in the money in the free roll. Doc Matouche, does that mean you made it? I presume it does. Who else made the money in the free roll? Who else deserves a shout out? Well played if you got this far, or even if you got close. There's a lot of people in the free roll. Solomon made the money. Doc Matouche made the money. Pink Zeppelin made the money. Bad luck, Bougie. Gio Tramus made the money with 1 big blind. Well, yeah, chip in the chair. Also, making the money is the goal. No Money Player is in the money. And here we've got a call of the all-in with the 10-9. Jupiter Wolf, I want to give these players their flowers. And Jedamonis and Chat Breast, all in the money in the free roll. Well done, Chat. Very well played by you.
Yeah, so Stevic deciding there's enough of this going on, which we know there is because we've seen it going on, to give him enough equity to call, given what he'd already volunteered into the pot. We'll need some help. It's a little bit wide of the mark.
Need some help, but he's not the all-in player.
No.
Mammon needs no help. He would like a very dry, uneventful run-out, please.
We are missing a 10 and a 9, so 4 outs twice for Stevic, or Mammon will double up. And he's a handy player, so could certainly get those going to work, those chips.
Yeah, we've got plenty of aggressive players at this table now, and one of them's doubled up. Mammon more than doubled up. Very important result for him. Shout out to Fenfop and Day Magi, also still in the free roll. Well done, everyone still in the free roll who's now made the money. Remember, the point is not how much money you win, it's how many players you beat. That's what matters. Should be a lively feature table now, Nick.
Yep.
Now, we've got a $109 ticket to give away. I asked you quite a simple question.
Yeah.
We are trapped in this commentary booth.
Yeah.
Out there is a wide world of poker going on in Casino Gran Via here in Madrid. How many people are playing poker right now? What was your answer?
Would you like to know how I got there?
Yeah. What's your working?
So we had 78 at the time when you asked me the question.
Yeah.
So I took those 78 and
that's your starter for 78. Yeah.
I've been walking around the cash game area. There's like 2 tables tucked away, We're 8-handed. 2 tables tucked away there, and I think there's 8 more tables along the row as well, past the desk. So 8 times 10 is... Well, it's 80.
Usually, yeah.
And then we've also got a high roller going.
Okay.
And I think I might have overshot the high roller.
Right.
I just went with 60 runners.
Yeah.
In the high roller. Which might be high, but also, you know, I also wanted to allow for a few more that may be straggling around doing something else. Potentially more poker going on than I
there's
thought.
cash games.
Yeah, well, I counted those.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I just said there's 10 cash games.
Oh, yeah, that was your 10-8. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
So, the answer I gave was 216.
216 is the exact right answer to the question, how many poker players are there in Casino Grand Via, according to Nick Eastwood. He's got it right again. If you were close to 216, you might have won. Move further to the edge of your seat. Don't fall off. You might land on your coccyx. The winner, who guessed 214 players, is Easy Gamer. Easy game for them. Well done to you, Easy Gamer. You've won a $109 ticket. Boom.
Congratulations.
Enjoy playing in a big tournament on 888. Hope you win loads. Hope you win heaps. Do not despair, fellow chatters, because we have 3 more $109 tickets that must be given away this stream, and some $33 tickets as well.
They must go.
They must go tonight, because tomorrow we've got a whole another load.
Yeah, and we can't be behind on ticket giveaways.
No, that'd be embarrassing.
Especially after promising them. Well done, Easy Gamer.
We're very glad of your company on this Saturday night. Here in Madrid, wherever in the world you're watching us, Nick Wealth and Nick Eastwood for 888 Poker, covering 888 Madrid live. And Tom Medell has the aces. UTG.
Yeah, first of the day. Don't think we've seen aces yet.
Yeah, you might be right, actually.
We had plenty yesterday.
Yeah, yeah. You might not have been one today. You might be right.
Bedell opens under the gun, as he well should. Barber folds in slow motion. Again. We had a lot of walks with the aces involved yesterday. Util wants to know how much it is, and he's going to do Nick Walthall's favourite thing in the world.
Look, I'm just trying to help the people. You call out the small blind, you lose money. I don't know what to tell you. Stop doing it.
Bosco with something a bit raggedy, but
now,
7K
like,
to call.
oh wow, he had unbelievable odds.
Not good enough. So it's Util against Bedell, heads up to a flop here. And
you see,
the call out the small
you got to
blind.
you got to take your pods in the big blind.
Bit of flop
yeah, exactly. I mean, how frustrated would you be? You're like getting 520, going, no, I'm going to be disciplined.
Yeah, and this would have been a huge pot.
Would have been a huge pot. Not to be.
It will now be nondescript, this pot. Unless Util would like to compound his pre-flop error, which he does not.
Does not. I mean, the irony is, I think Bedell's won the 3 pots he's contested. I think he's won them all without showdown, and people will think, oh yeah, classic. He's at it again. He's had queens, aces. Just like,
yeah, he's probably not had the action that he would hope for. As an aggressive player, when you get those hands, it's like, okay, it's payday. Time to cash in. But while he has won the pots, and at this stage of the tournament, any pot you win is quite significant. You get all those blinds, you get the ante, and anything else along the way. But Bedell would have been after more, and we know he's not shy of a pot. So I imagine maybe a little disappointed with the return on investment, but plenty of time. Barber. Barber, black sheep. Have you any ball? Queen 10 suited. We We have some wall. Opens it up to 12. Stevic with King Jack suited. Apologies.
King Jack suited with players behind.
Just a call.
Does decide to call. Noodaloo, you ask a fascinating question because have I got a story for you?
Ooh, story time.
Not really. Noodaloo says, I wonder what percentage of hands in a tourney go to showdown. So I don't know the exact number, and it's going to depend heavily on the stage of the tournament. But I can remember the first time I was ever at the World Series of Poker main event, specifically, and I wasn't playing. I was just soaking up the atmosphere, and I was walking around watching tables, and I think it was like, let's say it was day 3 or something. And I had a revelation, because you could actually see it in front of you, just how few do go to showdown.
Yeah.
And how much primacy there is on aggression. So it's an interesting question, and it's something that, you need to be very aware of. The most aggressive players, generally speaking, unless they're manic, equals the best players, as we were saying with Ian Simpson earlier. And then he neglected to show us, but...
Yeah. As is his prerogative. King Jack suited for Stevic is by far and away the best hand, and the only one that's even sniffed this one.
Yeah. Everyone has managed to blank.
I believe Stevic has fired out about a bet of 29,000.
Raj says, is Bedell wearing the matching pyjama bottoms? He's actually wearing non-matching pyjama bottoms.
Yes.
They're both from Gucci ranges of different kinds, but they're delightfully non-matching, which is very cool.
I don't know if they're pyjamas, though. They might
well,
just be
tracksuit type thing. If you want to see the payouts for this event, the link's in the chat. We are playing for over 60,000 euros for first. But the first bit of business before then is to get to the money, which is a nearly 1,800 euro cash. And that happens at 48 players. So we're closing in.
We're not storming to it, but we are crawling towards that magical 48 number. I don't know how much Wasif has, because he did yesterday finish on one of the larger stacks in the room. And obviously does have a few of those reddish pink chips, which are worth 25,000 each. Waris, my apologies. Piras for 7s, and around 18 bigs goes for limp. Not the first time he's limped.
No, he has limped quite a few times, you're right.
One of those 7s is folded, and Bosco on the button picks up jacks, cresting that $500,000 mark.
Yeah, I didn't realise he was over $500,000. That's pretty sweet.
Quite the chip stack he has assembled. He's going to continue to attempt to add to it now.
Now, does Piras shove here? Was that his intent with his whatever that is?
Ooh. Waris wakes up in the big blind with aces.
Wowris, more like.
Here comes 3-bet. We had a limp, an ISO, and now Waris from the big.
Don't flat. He's cut out chips to flat. No, he's going to raise. Surely.
Now, if you are Bosco, I mean, now we will lose Piras. If you are Bosco, the alarm bells will be ringing, because out of the big blind.
So talk us through what you do, though. So your alarm bells are ringing.
Yeah.
But you've got pocket jacks. It doesn't look like you've got pocket jacks. You could have anything. You just isolated a limper.
Yeah.
So what are you thinking about how to play this?
Well, we call in position and hate our lives and continue with extreme caution.
Why can't Waris just be 3-betting our isolating raise?
Well, he can be, but it's not popular. Specifically from the big one. We got an all-in from Bosco. and a hold.
He'd quite like it to hold.
Yeah, he wouldn't mind a holding. Bosco decides to jam. I think that is premature.
Let's hear it from the Isifo fans in the chat, if there are any. We had plenty yesterday.
Yeah, and Waris just needs to dodge that jack. 24% equity will mean we've probably lost an ace. I think.
Bit mad that though, isn't it?
I mean, something's happened.
Yeah, something has happened, but
only spades working for Bosco.
Let's see if it holds. Huge pot. Clean flop.
Yeah, hearts covered by Waris as well, so only a jack, which there are 2 remaining of.
I think this is the biggest pot we've seen on stream, Nick. Nearly 500,000.
Yeah, 477,000 in there. Big moment for both these players. Waris on the line. Turn card. Oh!
Oh, that's gross.
The jack of clubs is a dagger to Waris. And now only 1 remaining ace would save him from elimination.
Absolutely brutal stuff.
Bosco.
Pain in the chat. Pain on the table. Waris has done the full bottle, bag and coat maneuver.
Hammer blow for Waris as the 5 of spades sees the end. And he is not happy. Understandably.
Well, it's rough, isn't it? He's travelled to the tournament. He was on stream for a lot of the time yesterday. Played really well. Ended the day with, I think, triple his starting stack. He's got himself into a 500,000 chip pot where he's a, 80% favourite. And he's been drawn out on. But it's just one of those things, isn't it? The money goes in, it's jacks versus aces, and that's tournament poker. You've got to be on the right end of those.
Not just tournament poker. All poker.
All poker.
And Bosco, honestly, I think jumped the gun. It sounds harsh, but jacks in that spot is honestly fairly unappetizing. We probably would have seen that happen anyway, given the cards that were in the order they were in, regardless.
Yeah, I don't think it's so bad if he plays a lot of aggressive players and if he doesn't know how a CFO plays, for example. I mean, because there is a limp and he's raised on the button, so he can have a pretty wide range for that. So if I put someone like a competent, aggressive player in the big blind, they're going to 3-bet a lot wider than jacks.
I will die on this particular hill.
What hill is that?
The hill that particular spot at this stage of a tournament, especially from that stack size and from general population, is horrifically underbluffed. In fact,
no, but it doesn't need to be a bluff, does it? Because what range are you giving that big blind 3-bet? Because he can absolutely be doing that with tens, ace queen, right?
Well, we know that we saw exactly the same player cold call ace queen suited yesterday in a similar
Yes,
spot.
but I'm saying if he doesn't know the player, which is a good chance he doesn't.
No, but I meant on a big rant yesterday about cold 4-betting. I know it's slightly different, but it's similar because we had a limp and an ISO here. The cold 4-betting range being a polar range, and then what do you do with your middle strength hands where you kind of just fold them? But a lot of players do elect to go ahead and call them, and what that does to your calling range is it exposes it to the world. There's just too much middling. The hands you don't want to 4-bet, you feel uncomfortable, that you don't want to fold because they're too good, quote unquote. I think it's a similar situation. I think you're going to start with polar as a theoretical standpoint, and then you're pretty much going to chop off the bottom because people don't find bluffs with 20 people left in tournaments often enough.
No, but the value 3-bet range there, I think, is wider than you're giving it, isn't it? From the general population, because you got to remember there was a limp and then it's a button raise. So it's not like that button raise should be crazy wide.
I agree with you, but whether we know that or not is not relevant to the general population tendencies at this particular stage of a tournament with those stack sizes.
Oh, look at this. Oh, and Bedell's lucky that he has missed ace king. By the way, Bedell's only been dealt premiums, basically.
Yeah, he has, but...
now there could be some trouble. See, we asked for action. We got a lot of action.
We can barely finish talking about the previous action before we're at it again. Check on the turn. Bedell finds check back. king on the river. How are you ever losing here? Check again from Bosco. 3 checks. Bedell's going to bet. He should bet large. He's going to believe he has the best hand almost all the time. Bosco's found the sneak attack. Triple check raise with a set.
The only problem for him here is when he raises, it's never a bluff. I mean, like, Bedell's so strong that he's probably going to have to call. But he knows immediately, you can see from his reaction, he knows immediately that it's probably not a bluff, and he also probably has to call. It's so sick.
Wow.
That's such a sick spot. I want to come back, I want to die and come back as Bosco, but just with my hair.
Bosco will feel fairly smart, but I believe that there are other ways that are going to be played where he gets all of the money. I mean, Bedell has seen some proverbial in his career.
Yes.
And you could tell as soon as that happened, he knew he wasn't being bluffed. And again, I go back to it, Nick.
Yes.
I go back to it because it's so important. If Bosco had 6-5 there, for example, pair plus something, or that didn't think it could beat a value bet, and you wanted to choose a hand to bluff there, it's so unnatural and difficult to find a bluff. You're not going to find it within 5 seconds or 10 seconds. It's going to take you longer. So if you're going to value raise, you also need to take longer. Otherwise, it's just not likely, in my mind. And I haven't seen anyone do anything quickly yet and be bluffing.
And also, that would be such a flary bluff. Like, it's not the kind of bluff, like some bluffs, like when players miss a flush, for example, they can make a bit quicker. But a bluff like that, where there's absolutely nothing on the board, there's been no action, then suddenly out of nowhere you check raise the river, nobody's making that instantly. You're absolutely right. Bosco with another decision, relentless action here. Now he has to decide whether to call what is probably a bit bigger to call here, but he's thinking about it. He does fold. Piras is all in. Now a decision for Bedell, but Bedell only has 160 left. So this is a harder call to make.
Yeah.
But he'll make it. Why not? This is a bit tilty, I think.
Yeah.
This is a bit tilty. I want to gamble and try and get my chips back.
You're certainly not doing great against shove here in general.
No.
And you have several players behind as well. It's not ideal.
It's a bit tilty. I think he'd admit that in the cold light of day.
I think he has got one of the highest percentage equities he could really realistically hope for here.
We're flipping coins. Piras is the all-in player, but Bedell will be basically crippled if he loses, so this is very significant for both of them. Piras has got his coat in his hands. I haven't seen this maneuver before. We'll see how it works out for him. Not well. Not well. He should have fully put it on or not put it on, I think. I think that's what he's going to reflect on tonight.
Backdoor steel wheel for Piras, though.
Yes, not over. 6% is not dead.
Dead.
That is a bit dead.
Stone dead.
Bedell is back.
Yep.
Now, you've seen him play more than me, but I suspect he's not the kind of guy that just wants to sit there on a 10 big blind stack and get grinded away. No, he wanted to get some chips back or go home.
Yeah, and he's also not the kind of guy that gives a single about min cashing. 3.7 million live earnings.
Yes. Well, we need to get rid of, I mean that the nicest possible way, about 19 players to get to the money, and it looks like we're going to get rid of them all from our feature table because we're losing one a hand here at the moment, Nick. It's relentless.
It does happen.
We've had half an hour of blinding action.
Yeah, I mean, and unavoidable situations for a lot of players. Noodloo asking Nick, you do need to be slightly more specific.
No, it doesn't matter.
In our instance.
Doesn't matter because then just either of us can.
Yeah, I'll answer it, if you don't mind.
Yeah, no, fire away.
The term wouldn't have been a lead. He would have just been a bet. He would have been betting. He was out of position. So he checked. He didn't check back a set, as you alluded to earlier. He checked.
It checked all the way to the river.
He checked all the way to the river. He checked to check raise, probably turn and river. I actually quite like. I know he could have made more money a different way, but that's not how you look at hands. I actually quite like the way he played the hand because very feasibly in check, Bedell has a lot of ace high. It's not really your card, so to speak, on the turn. So you want to play a lot of check because you have to respect that the raiser from before the flop has a lot of ace X that checks back flop. So definitely reasonable. And then after Bedell checks back, which he should do with, you know, ace 10 sometimes and things like that, and maybe even king queen that wants to stretch a value bet on the river, Bosco decides to check raise again, which I'm a fan of, to allow Bedell to go for that value ranging from thin to thick and then launch his check raise plan. So yeah, that's all.
Yeah, seems valid.
And he's got a pile of chips. Big old pile of them. May even be close to chip lead.
Yeah, it must be close to chip lead. Definitely won't be far away from it.
And it just goes to show winning every hand leaves you in a pretty good situation.
Shout.
Yeah.
Good shout. Top analysis.
I thought I was going to lose it earlier with that hair comment. I barely pulled myself together to analyze. Barber the only one threatening us with not a good time so far. He hasn't really had anything to do though. Stevic on the button. He's going to open things up. Mammon cannot compete with 8-5 offsuit from small. A vicious toss into the middle. And Till has queen duck off and will let Stevic take one of his first pots in a while. Has done a little bit of bleeding. Still feel a bit sick for Warris.
Oh my god, that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Yeah, we've had so much happen since then.
It's a lot of action. I hope you've been enjoying it. As we promised post-dinner, there would be action, there would be blood. But that was horrible for a CFO who is popular in the chat and played really well on stream yesterday. So unfortunate to see him catch a bad beat like that. Actually, horrible to see anyone catch a bad. It does make me a bit. I don't like to see it.
It was particularly gnarly.
Particularly gnarly, and also when it's one of those where you're just powerless. Like you've got the money in with aces pre-flop. You know, what else does the world want you to do?
No, not much. We have another sunglasses and hoodie combo. We did have one yesterday. I wonder if it's the same fellow. It's the same fellow confirmed. Thank you, Mark. Perez. I get to do the Perez.
Bringing some ammo to the table as well. Bringing 450k to the table.
And I believe the sunglasses are the same, but the hoodie has changed, which is probably the way around you should do it. Bedell opening things up with ace-9 of clubs. Till, small blind with 5 deuce off, goes for fold. And king 4 suited for Bosco will continue the Bosco-Bedell wars. I did say earlier, watch out for Bosco-Bedell violence. And we're going to see some more here, at least in the form of a defend, as we're going to go heads up again. Little smile from Bedell, a smirk from Bosco, the re-chuckle from Bedell, and queen, ace, 5, all spades. Check, check. Bosco whiffing completely. Bedell with top pair, but not a particularly thrilling top pair. Gut shot now for Bosco. And Bedell makes up for lost time with 20k. Maybe a little bit loose, but lots of pair potential and continuance from Bosco. Could extract some value from that region, but unfortunately for Bedell, Bosco had a load of breeze. This round goes to Bedell. I don't think it's the end of the story here, though. Each level is 40 minutes. I think.
No.
Huh?
It's an hour.
Each level's an hour right now.
Yeah.
Each level's an hour. 60 minutes. But the same length of session, because we now do 2 levels a session rather than 3. I imagine.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
Hour levels at the moment.
JP Barber. João Pedro Barber. Juan Pedro. It is Juan Pedro. Oh, we don't know. Mark also thinks it's probably one of those. It often is. It's our John Paul. All in from Utilt. And Aaron Baroni, 68, coming through with a raid of 212 participantes. Thank you, Aaron. I hope you had a good session. Welcome along, sir. This is 888 Live. Madrid, main event, €888 entry fee. I am here, Nick Eastwood, alongside Nick Wealthall. Nick, say hello to the newbies.
Hello, Aaron, and hello, the Baronis. Is that what he calls them?
Yeah, I think so.
The Bronistas.
Yeah.
The bro. I don't know what he calls them. Hi, Aaron. Sorry you're not out here in Madrid. But thank you for sending your peeps. Thank you for being here.
He would be here, but he's
got family.
He spawned a
family concerns. Congratulations.
Yeah, an infant.
Congratulations on the youngling.
Yeah. Lucky kid is rich already. Being related to Aaron. I'm not quite related to Aaron enough to be rich. Maybe he'll adopt me one day. We're seeing some things and some stuff, Aaron. I think you'd appreciate it. We had some fun hands so far, Aaron. I think some of them you would have had some things to say on. I've attempted to say things that may or may not be true. I'm just speaking.
I think some of the things were pretty non-controversial.
Yeah. I tried to keep in line. Safer in line.
Aaron's getting his daughter a lot of Pokemon cards as an investment. An investment for whom?
Oh.
That's like, if I have a kid, I'm going to get all of the PlayStation games and just make sure. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just see which the good ones are.
For
them.
When they grow up.
For when they grow up. Exactly.
Obviously. There's April. Someone said Pokemon cards and she's like a squirrel out of a hole.
Okay, you're going to have to translate this for me, Nick. What is Pokemon Center prismatic stuff?
We're going off the rails here. Well, Pokemon Center is a shop.
Yeah.
It's in the game it's where you heal your Pokemon, but
of course.
In real life it's where you buy things from Pokemon, the official merchandise.
Yeah.
And prismatic is the most recent set of cards.
Okay.
So Pokemon Center prismatic stuff would be the set of cards from the Pokemon Center.
Okay.
Are you with me?
Yeah.
At what point in that did you get bored? So I had a couple of guesses at JP's name, and the second one was right. It's Juan Pedro.
Same as the Brighton and Hove Albion player.
No, João Pedro.
Exactly the same.
Same thing.
Yeah, just different name. Otherwise the same. Day 2 action here in Madrid. I'm doing some commentary. Day 2 action here in Madrid. 67 players remain in our main event field. We're playing down to our money bubble, which is at 48 players. So we are getting to the, you know, the getting concerned about cashing if you're a short stack type bit of the tournament.
Did you say we're playing down to that and then stopping?
No, I didn't say that.
You said,
well, what's happening now is the players are playing down to it.
I thought you meant
I don't know when we're stopping.
Playing down colloquially.
I haven't decided when we're stopping.
I thought you did decide those things.
I do, but I haven't decided.
Okay. Mammon with Jack 10 suited.
I don't decide when we're stopping.
Look, let's quickly talk about poker before we lose all of Aaron's viewers.
That's what I said.
Well, you asked me the question about Pokemon.
Yeah, I also did that. I'm not really that reliable.
No, we're going off topic.
Truth be told.
You're pretty much the nut low.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
King 10 suited for Perez.
Raise or fold. Raise or fold. No calling from the small blind. Disaster. You might as well set fire to money.
Perez.
Aaron's in the chat. He'll back me up. He knows. You might as well.
Aaron does his fair share of calling out the small blind.
Does he?
Yeah. Perez, as you may remember, guys, if you were here yesterday, is the gentleman that had the nuts every hand and won every pot.
Yes.
Now, could be interesting with someone else having taken up that mantle, Bosco.
Yeah.
You can't both have the nuts.
You can't both win every pot, that's right.
Yeah. Anyway, Perez continuing his efforts at having the nuts every hand with the nut flush draw. Mammon attempting to win this pot with mere backdoors. Check call from Perez.
Mammon is inhabiting a different climate to me. Like, I'm quite hot and just about to go down to a thin T-shirt.
Don't get me excited.
He's wearing a coat that he could happily exist in quite... Look at it. Look at that. It's like 2 fleeces in thickness.
Well, he's about to crank up the temperature on this one, I think. Seemingly a very decent card to barrel. Stuff like pocket 4s and pocket 5s will have to start relinquishing the turn. 7s, etc. Maybe even some weaker flush draws. Not the nut flush draw that contains a gut shot to the nut straight.
Aaron's just made me chuckle. I just bought a bunch of Pokemon cards as an investment. What makes you think I hate small blind flats?
Yep. I mean, I think Pokemon cards have a higher ceiling than small blind flats, personally.
I think that's his joke.
Yeah. But I think he's trying to say that Pokemon cards aren't a good investment. I just agree.
Yeah, he is.
They are. Factually.
Okay.
Perez has a decision. He could shove. You're going to have equity no matter what happens, which is always a good thing if you're going to go for a bluff shove. All in it is. And guess what, guys? Mammon has probably the worst hand he ever would have here.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. It's really difficult to
Don't count your chips now. It's too late. You've bet.
We are saving face.
We are saving face.
Ooh. Not sure about this one, guys. I've got Jack high and 6% equity against bluffs. Yeah, I'll let it go. Good move.
I feel like both people played that hand well.
Perez has graduated.
Why isn't he hotter?
You really are befuzzled, aren't you?
Yeah, because I'm very temperature sensitive.
Me too,
I operate in like a 2 Celsius band of comfort. Higher or lower, I start getting twitchy. And like sitting at that feature table with those lights in a casino, in like even that hoodie's quite, warm. But in that double fleecer, couldn't do it.
F-Jack, I bet it's not bad because it doesn't work. I think that bet was mandatory and good.
You arguing with the chat.
Yep. It's a long week.
Are you trying to act the big man now? Aaron's here.
Sometimes you've got to put people in their place.
Well, we were a little bit disappointed in our first table. We can't have been disappointed in this one, Nikki, so it's been fun.
Yeah.
A lot of action. Some pretty sick spots. Some horrible bad beats.
I've even written down some things that happened. I
There you
couldn't do
go.
that in the first one.
No, not really.
Because nothing did.
It was dry, wasn't it?
Perez has graduated from having the nuts to bluffing with a potential nuts, which is a string to his bow. We don't know what he has this time. We can only assume that he'll probably end up with something similar to, or with potential to have, the best possible hand. 18k from Perez. And Barber goes for fold. Stevic with king queen and options. One of them is to call. The other is slightly more aggressive in its raise. Definitely completely reasonable to do either here, and he has settled on call. So, an unknown hand. I imagine it's aces from Perez, because the board's ace 9-9. Just king high for Stevic. Gonna be tough to end up with the hand that wins here. You would have thought that if Perez had a worse hand than king queen, he'd find a way to leverage Stevic off of this one, and any better hand has Stevic in pretty rough shape. No heart either, but king high. So call is what we start with. Now the 10 of diamonds brings in sneaky Broadway draw for Stevic, who checks. We still don't know what Perez has. I think, as you can see, his cards are not quite in that little bubble. They're a little bit to the right of it, which is resulting us not knowing what Perez has. But we can assume some things based on what we've seen so far and work with that. And the muffling you hear is Nick moving to thin t-shirt.
Just don't understand how you can wear a massive fleece in a constricted indoor environment. I just don't get it.
Check on the river.
These
king
young
high.
players are sick.
I don't think it's any good because Perez saw the king high and then snap showed his hand, which you wouldn't expect to see unless it was the best one, and it is a pair of tens. Spiked on the turn, good enough for the pot. Potentially could have thought about some value on the river, but understandable check back. Sees Perez pick off another one, and I still don't think we've seen the man lose a pot.
He must have been on those outside tables constantly begging the tournament staff to get himself back on the feature table, mustn't he?
Yeah.
He's like, I just print money over there, get me back over there. Look at that big sexy stack of Lorenzo Bosco, 900k, Nick.
909k. Yeah, 114 big blinds at this stage of a tournament, approaching the bubble. Lots of middling stacks to put pressure on. Yum, 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 yum. He'll be licking his lips, especially because he hasn't had to do anything that spectacular, I want to say. He absolutely panged off a jack for two out Warris and leave him on the rail. Set versus top two against Bedell. Pretty standard stuff.
Yeah. Just the way it goes sometimes, eh?
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to be a poker genius, other times
you need to be
just
Lorenzo
play your
Bosco.
hands. Yeah. Have your big hands hold up, ping a set, that kind of thing.
Yep. More cutting edge analysis to follow.
Chat, would you like some tickets? Would you like some tickets, chat? Also, I'm checking you're still there because we haven't talked to you enough recently.
Yeah. It's not a rhetorical question, chat. You actually do need to let us know if you want tickets.
Slava Paladin, good to see you. And that's it. They're the only people in chat, so I'm going to give them all the tickets, I think.
Yeah.
No, wait, there's other people. Boxwax is here. G Dinsmo, Only Poker, good to see you. Raj, what is up? Rodrigo checking in. Welcome, welcome. PJ, okay? Good to see you all. Let's do a quick and easy, super fast, everyone's a winner giveaway. Fempop's still here. Cindy Bear, good evening. Hi, Catchfire. No Money Player, what's going on? Hi, Paul. We're going to do a keyword giveaway. If you're watching us on YouTube, we appreciate your support over there. But to play this contest, you've got to fire up the Twitch channel, 888poker.tv, because it's software-based, and the software's on Twitch. It's a keyword giveaway. All you need to do is type in the keyword, the easiest money you'll ever make if you win. You're trying to win a $33 ticket for Play on 888, 2 of them up for grabs, randomly drawn. All you have to do is type in the keyword once it's up on chat. Lime is the keyword ready.
We will not act until we get the go-ahead.
No, I can't.
Physically, it will not.
It surely is, says Lime. Let's get this bad boy underway in honor of Asifo, Asif Waris, who bust recently, our friend from chat, who suffered a horrible bad beat. The keyword is bad beat. Bad beat is the keyword. We don't want them, but this could be the time you do want one to come in for you. A $33 ticket is up for grabs. Bad beat is the keyword. Type bad beat.
Yeah, you'd pretty much have to one-outer everyone to get a ticket here, wouldn't you?
Well, 2 people get to 1-outer, yeah.
Yeah. You see, there's a distinct difference between the amount of people that said yes when we asked if they wanted a ticket and the amount of people putting bad beat in the chat. Why is there such a stark difference between those 2 groups?
Because people are selfish and greedy, Nick.
It's a shame.
It is a shame. But that's why we're in the mess we're in. Just try and love each other a bit more, yeah? Think of your poor isolated commentators here in a booth at midnight in a strange city with no friends, where only one of them speaks the language and the other one walks around in a sort of a daze. Type bad beat. Type bad beat to win. If you're watching this on YouTube, you need to come over to 888 888poker.tv, which is our Twitch channel, if you want to play the contest. You can stay on YouTube to watch just for this contest. And also the big ticket contests you can enter on YouTube, but not this one. Bad beat is your keyword to victory. And then you should be readying a question.
Don't worry, I'm stewing.
Yeah.
I actually have the beginnings of what I think could be quite a good question. But I need to...
It's like a concept that you're refining into a... Okay.
You know, like when you're making clay pots.
Yes.
And you've sort of like, you've got a shape.
Yeah.
But you really need to work it.
Always turns into a phallus when I do it.
Yeah. That happens when you're trying to build phalluses.
You're right. Yeah. I should change it up.
Yeah.
Because I start out thinking I'm going to do an ashtray, and then
a
couple of minutes in, I'm doing a phallus again.
Yeah. Suddenly phallus.
Don't know what goes wrong, really. But yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. So you're sculpting a question, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I just need to work on the wording, but I think there's something there.
Okay, good. Oh, we have to close the contest, don't we? I keep forgetting this extra bit of work.
It's too much expected of us. All in from Mammon, by the way. Pocket nines.
Seems like a good hand to go all in with. He has removed the double fleece, and now he'll start to make chips. That was a ridiculous wear a big jacket campaign that he carried on for too long.
Something interesting did happen here while we were arranging ticket giveaways and etc. Perez still hasn't perfected the art of putting his cards in the circle.
No.
He has perfected the art of having the nuts, but this he's still working on. He did open. Stevic.
With an enterprising button 3-bet.
Yeah, and unfortunately for him, punished by the fact that Mammon has woken up behind with a reasonable shoving hand, and now with only 8k to call to win about 4 billion, he's going to have to call the 8,000.
Mammon says fold.
Which will put Mammon at risk.
And this is either terrible or brilliant for Stevic's image. But he definitely didn't plan on showing the Queen 6 in most realities.
41%.
Hold'em's not fair, is it?
That is just egregiously high. So something to do with the folded cards means that Stevic has 41%, down to 24 on the flop, though. A few backdoors. Queen available.
How's that 24?
Don't ask. Just go along with it. Now it's 9. That's accurate.
That was a bit broken,
Well, I
surely.
think it's just the product of the very many backdoors
Okay,
available.
yeah,
Has to be a
okay.
queen.
Many backdoors.
It's not a queen. Mammon survives again through Stevic. Back up to about where he was when he last doubled up off of him, actually. So if you're Mammon, it's quite good, really. You can just do whatever you want, click some buttons, and then when you're at risk, just pop it in against Stevic and get it back.
That's the way. This is the way. All right, let's close up this contest. Let's run this bad boy. 2 $33 tickets need homes. Who are they going to go to? Make someone happy, Lime. Make 2 people happy. Here we go. Poker Pool. You have been picked from the Poker Pool to win. Poker Pool, you're our first winner. You've won a $33 ticket. Well done. Our second winner is CF Jam. Charles Fitzroy Jam, your real name, I'm sure. You are the second winner of our giveaway. Congratulations, winners. Well done, Poker Pool. Well done, CF Jam. We've been going for some time on this stream, but crazily, we still have a load of tickets to give away. This is good stuff. Still got 4 $33 tickets and 3 $109 tickets to give away.
Well, that is the clear product of just giving away far too many tickets. Giving away loads of tickets and still having loads of tickets left to give away. This has been a very enjoyable table, though. It has to be said. This is an actual. This is a proper day 2 poker table.
Yeah, it is.
With the dealer helping out and everything. Everyone's in on it. People are clicking buttons. People are having the nuts. People are getting knocked out, as they should. It's a poker tournament. People are accepting it's their time to go when it is. And it's making me just that little bit happier. Unfortunately, Nick will not be happy.
Me?
Yeah, because
Why?
something's happened that really ruffles your feathers.
What's that?
Mammon's called out the small blind.
Well, people do it. I mean, it worked for the Perez with the flush draw recently, so, you know, can work.
Did he have 9 8 of hearts there?
I'm not sure.
I swear he had 9 8 of hearts.
I was talking to you. I didn't see if it was suited or...
I think Till just folded 9 8 of hearts. I don't think he should do that if that's what he had. Not punished, though. But an ace-high board and Mammon, that call out the small blind, has the best hand. Stevic decides to check back.
No, aren't we all tricky and clever and tricky and we've all got aces?
Mammon.
I might have peaked in my analysis about 24 hours ago.
Mammon is going to decide to value bet the turn, which seems fair. And given that Stevic checked back the flop, this is kind of what he wanted, really. I was wondering whether he was carving out.
That was a bit weird, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That would have been a funky raise, which we're not against here. Definitely into funky raises.
Yeah, we like funk.
Yeah.
Mammon with an option to value bet again, which I believe he should take.
Well, yeah.
Checks.
I don't totally understand that. So on this occasion, it's not going to make any difference because on this occasion, Stevic has an ace, right?
Yeah.
But most of the time, he doesn't have an ace.
This is totally unnecessary. You need to win barely ever, and you have a hand that beats value. Flick it in and take the pot. That's my advice. Mammon up to 244k, and every single one of those thousands has been generated through the generosity of Mr. Stevic.
Weird, isn't it? His personal ATM.
There's not one chip that he has that wasn't Stevic's, other than his own that he brought with him. Stevic is being appropriately aggressive. I have some sympathy. you know, it's had a few rough run-ins with Mammon specifically. Well, I think I could go into a big tirade about not blocking in position. I don't know how interested people are in that tirade.
No. I think, you know,
I'll sum it up.
It's a bit technical for frickin' midnight on a Saturday night.
I'll just sum it up very briefly. Generally speaking, when it checks you on the river, you're in position. You want to start your value betting threshold slightly higher, which means you're going to use 2/3 pot generally or larger.
Oh god, it's happening.
Using a block size reopens the action. Nick.
Yeah.
Who's fallen asleep.
Can't we talk about how to make our favourite martini? Or something like that?
I don't believe regulatory speaking we can, actually.
Why?
I don't know. Not my
Definitely
rules.
can. There's no rules about that. I learned this week that there's a type of martini called a perfect martini, which makes it a bit weird that there are then other types of martini.
What's the need for the others?
Exactly.
If that one's perfect.
It's really weird. But there's like a dry martini, and there's another one, dirty martini, and then there's a perfect martini.
Who in their right mind
is looking at dry, dirty, or perfect? Well, I would be drawn to the dirty. That's my business.
But we're not talking martinis.
Well, I just, you know, the heart wants what it wants.
Yeah.
But I don't understand perfect martini. Someone in chat, educate me. I could look it up on the Google, but that would be boring. And I needed to find a escape route for whatever it was you were banging on about.
Yeah. Excuse me, guys.
Blocking something, I don't know.
No more poker talk.
But poker talk, but like keep it light. It's Saturday night. People have got other entertainment options, Nick.
They do. I wasn't necessarily shooting for entertainment. I was shooting for informative and educational, but
Yeah.
I was thrown off by your distinct lack of interest.
When we come back tomorrow, somewhere around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, final table, big money. Then bring your red hot poker knowledge.
Very bold of you to assume that we'll be at a final table tomorrow when we start.
I think definitely.
Really?
Yes.
We've got 63 players left.
Yeah, but they'll go like 9 pins once we hit the money. This is all the tiddling about, isn't it? The post-money bubble fiddle. That's what this is.
Well, if you're setting the line at 9, I'll take the over.
F-Chat Poker says sour. So gin sour and vodka sour, making a sour martini.
King Jack on the button for tilt and 10 big blinds. That should be a good enough. You don't get many opportunities like this, and Bosco wants to count. Another opportunity for Bosco to take another scalp. Ace-5 offsuit. Only Bedell behind, and safe to assume he's ahead of, generally speaking, the range that wants to shove the button here. But does go for fold, which is understandable. And King Jack off as well for Bedell. Similar story for him. King Queen probably call, King 10 probably fold, and then King Jack chuckle, show it in the air, turn it over. I believe that means it's dead, and it is going to be folded. And that's why we shove. We knock out the same hand and get to take all the chips.
Yeah.
And a better hand that folded the small blind.
I can see the emergence of pink chips.
They are a rare breed, but they'll become less rare as we move through the stakes, or the levels, I should say.
Fenfop with important information. Perfect martini is just gin, as in the classic, to make a martini. Take a measure of gin, take the vermouth bottle, show the label to the martini glass. Then away you go. So basically you just drink neat gin. That's a perfect martini. I'm going to look it up.
It's a bit subjective though, isn't it? Is perfection subjective?
In what?
Good question. when
Yeah.
we think about that.
In a woman, no, it's my wife. In a martini, probably.
Good answer.
Well, the thing is, she doesn't even watch or
There's no-
listen to this, so it's
Yeah.
it's a waste. Perfect martini actually is a thing. It's so weird. It's one that uses 50% dry vermouth, and 50% sweet vermouth. I can't talk.
Mamouche.
Vermouth. That's one of the players, isn't it? Maman.
No, Omar Mamouche.
There's Omar Mamouche, the footballer. There's
Yeah.
Maman, who's playing poker at a table,
Bit
and
of a mix
vermouth.
of the two.
This is terrible. So yeah, perfect martini.
My question is now sculpted. I'm ready to take it off of the spinny thing and put it in the kiln.
It's now pert and perfectly formed.
Oh, I don't know if I go there. Perfect.
Okay.
But
sufficiently well formed.
Yeah, sufficient.
What
for
that
our
means,
purposes.
chat, is that we are closing in on giving away a $109 ticket. Get hyped. Get your perfect martinis ready. Take a sip and try and win $109 in ticket form, which could turn into thousands of dollars. I'm not joking. So, here's what we're going to do. You can play on YouTube if you're watching us on YouTube. You can play on Twitch. You get one guess per player. Nick Eastwood is going to ask me, Nick Wealthall, a question. I am going to guesstimate the answer. I'm going to do my best to give my best answer. You are trying to predict what I will answer. You are not trying to find the answer on Google if it exists on Google. You're trying to predict what I will answer. One guess per player. Lime runs a contest in chat. $109 ticket to the closest guesser. Nick, what is your perfectly sculpted phallus question? Sorry, question.
Question. So, people that have been paying attention may have a better chance. Slightly. Not hugely, but maybe. Second day that we've watched Mr. Perez playing poker.
Yes.
We haven't seen him the whole time. He's
been
come
on.
and gone.
Yeah, sure.
How many hands has Mr. Perez won so far in this main event?
How many pots has he won?
Yes.
Okay.
How many pots has Perez won in this 888 Live
It's day
Madrid
2.
main event?
We watched a lot of his day 1.
But not all of it.
All of it.
There's 2 levels that we don't even cover. Two sessions.
Two
whole
sessions. Yeah,
we
yeah,
haven't even
yeah.
covered.
Yeah, yeah.
And he's been around the room as well.
Yeah.
So work that one out.
I can't, but I have to.
The good
I have
news for
to
you is
now.
whatever you stumble upon is actually factually correct. For
How many
purposes.
pots has he won? How many did he win on stream?
I mean, if he's won that many every time he sat down, then it's a stratospheric number.
I should really have watched the stream more. That's what I'm wrestling with.
What, the one you were commentating?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's at times like this where you think, ah, I knew there was something.
Oh, there's some controversy in the chat. So everyone knows what's going on here. Nick did flash an answer, but then second guessed himself. So it is tense in here.
Is it?
I've seen someone enter 3 answers. I'm not trying to be that guy.
Okay.
But if Lime
One
Ricky's
answer
paying
per
attention,
player. Lime will disqualify you.
I think they should.
She'll digitally slap you so hard you'll feel it in real life.
I've seen a 4th answer from the same person. That's only the ones I've seen.
One answer per player. What is difficult about the words I'm saying? Red boy, stop answering multiple times. I'll come around and make you red boy. See what I did there?
Yeah, sorry. He'll use his clay sculptures to attack you.
Yeah, I'm going to attack you with a load
Oh,
of
look at it.
clay penises.
Red boy. Hammered.
Oh, Lime brings the heat.
Look, guys, we're not posturing here.
No.
We tell you the rules. If you want to, stretch them.
It is a fuck around and find out situation with Lime Ricky in the chat. Let me tell you.
And they found out what it's like to cross us.
That's right. the one way you can mess up in this life, multi-guess. Then what does Nick think?
I really hope their first answer wins. Someone take their first answer, please.
Someone take their first answer.
And we'll make it. Or we'll make that the answer.
Just to rub it in. Brutal. Brutal. Bosco's going to win this. Cupid with the main character energy.
I think he just said I was wasting time. Fair enough. How are you getting on?
With what?
You've entered it, have you?
Yeah, I've done. Yeah. I'm doing other things now. I've moved on to other projects.
Martini related.
I wish. I wish.
Maybe in the end of tomorrow.
It will be difficult to have his work. Yeah, you're going to need 1,000 more of those.
Players are waking up. They're getting excited. They're getting to the money here in Madrid. You're watching main event coverage, day 2 coverage of our main event 888 Live. Nick Wealthall and Nick Eastwood in the booth, bringing you the action. More poker tonight. Not quite sure how much. I'm trying to find out how much poker we got tonight, but no one's talking to me.
Are you trying to leverage your influence?
No, I'm just literally trying to find out how long the stream is.
It's reasonable.
I mean, I could look at the script and figure out when it ends, but who knows? But we are here for a little bit longer tonight, and then tomorrow we're going to bring you the final of this, not just the final table, probably a little bit more than that. We're going to start in the afternoon, and we'll see how we get on. But we will see the final table down to a champion tomorrow, so we hope we can join us. Same place, same channel.
It's Bosco Bedell, part 13.
You predicted it, in fairness, when they both got some chips.
Yeah.
You said we get action in this corner.
In the Italian corner, it's Bosco. And the Norwegian machine in the red corner. From Norway. Norwegians generally from Norway, of course. Goes for 3-bet with King Queen off. And this should work in these positions.
Show one.
I haven't looked myself.
Bedell announces that he hasn't looked himself, so you can take one.
With no cards. Without looking.
So, Nick.
Yeah. I asked you a question, Nick.
You did. What was the question again?
I
We're going to give away a
asked you-
$109 ticket, kids. Here we go.
I asked you how many hands do you think that Beerith has won so far in this 2025 888 Poker Live Madrid main event?
So they've played quite a lot of pots, we know that. They won quite a lot on stream yesterday. They've also played a decent amount of hours off stream. Obviously, it's a complete guesstimate. I went for 34 pots, Nick.
Well, you shaved one off.
I think they've won 34 pots.
34 pots is actually correct.
Yes! Another win for me.
And for?
And for the person that got it bang on, the first person to get the exact right answer, that was 22 Zorro. Zorro, come on down. Probably when I announced that, you carve a Z in the sky above your TV, I would imagine. With a stick. Not a sword, that'd be dangerous. 22 Zorro, you are our winner. $109 ticket for your trouble. You deserve it, you got it bang on.
In the meantime, Bosco Bedell part 14. As Bosco opens under the gun on +1, Bedell makes it 51k again with ace-queen suited. Perez thought about ace-queen off for a non-zero amount of time and ended up folding. Where does Bosco draw the line, Nick? Is it now?
It depends what his view is. I mean, we know Bedel's an active player, but it's sort of not. We also know he's a good player, and it's not really a spot to, you know. He's so covered in a serious way by Bosco, and there's a lot of players to act. I don't know. I don't know Bedell well enough. How likely is he to be just really light here?
Yeah, pretty likely.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. So if Bosco knows that, obviously that changes everything. Because actually, he could fall. He's got a 4-betting. I mean, I think he's just going to fold, but you never know.
So I like only two things really here with this stack depth from Bosco. I like 4-bet click, like 100k-ish, or fold. I don't particularly like taking flop out of position. Don't think it plays very well at all. And I can certainly get on board with the 4-bet click or the fold. Shoving and calling are shoving's not necessarily my least favorite. They're probably on a par. And then I don't mind which way you go from there. It's like 2 paths. You get to the forest and the shiny side. But what is the shiny side?
Especially because you're under the gun. Like if you did 4-bet click, it just looks unbelievably strong.
It does.
So I think ace queen
yeah
gets folded, for example.
But how good is click 4-betting against a guy that couldn't care less?
Yeah, that's the other problem. Yeah. Who might just, you know, ship it in with 7s or whatever.
Or just take flop in position.
Or take flop in position, yeah. This is the exciting part of day 2 action, or one of the exciting parts, because we are getting very close to the money bubble. That's the shot from outside our feature table. We need to lose 10 more players, Nick, and these players cash. And as I've mentioned before, if you didn't pick up on this before, chat, people watching, it's a big bubble. So it's 1,800 euros for making the money.
Yeah.
€0 if you bust in the next 10 players.
It does seem unfair, but we do have to draw some sort of line.
But it's quite a big line, isn't it?
Yeah. It's not in the sand.
2 days of battling to win 0 at this point is a bit upsetting.
It's not a line in the sand. It's more a permanent marker.
Yeah.
On a whiteboard.
Yeah.
They're a really tough thing to get off.
Agree.
In this case, impossible, because there will be no changing from here. 48 players will cash this event, and not one less or more.
Yes, them's the rules.
And Barber. He's, I think, making it look like he might be interested in opening, and I don't think he has any interest at all. From what I know of my man Barber, and I know Barber, that's what we like to call posturing. Q-pick is a little bit shallow for the tanking strategy. And therefore, from the cutoff, this is fairly mandatory, I believe. Not really much else you can do. Q-pick pops it in, or Q-pitch, not sure.
Q-pitches it in.
And he will be begging for folds.
Really?
Yeah, definitely.
Really?
I think at this point, self-preservation is the
I suppose the
number
money
one.
bubble is the number one, yeah. I suppose that's true.
Yeah, because that's a huge cliff.
He's going to get, like, if someone has a close decision, he is going to get that. He's going to be stronger on the money bubble fold, isn't he?
This is.
I mean, he's like doing a thing here where he's telling everyone he desperately wants to make the money. It's sort of trying to leverage a little bit more fold equity, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because he's sort of making out that he would only do this if he was really strong, because he's desperate to make the money.
I mean, I think this is just way too strong not to shove. It buys him a whole extra orbit, which is huge at this stage of a tournament.
Yes, it is.
And you could get called and win.
Also true.
That's allowed.
He knows something.
There's our chip leader
Kings I call.
with a big stack of pinks.
And a well-formed beard.
Which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I call and see if there's a king on the flop. If not, I... over yet. No way.
22s are our latest $109 ticket winner. Says, even a blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while. Enjoy your nuts. I hope you turn it into a harvest of many nuts that you can then go and buy shiny objects with.
Yeah.
Or just more nuts if that's what you want. It's your choice.
Forget again, yeah.
So we had some news filtering through regarding the break.
Yep.
Apparently, due to persistent time taking, is that the phrase?
Tanking.
Tanking. I was going for something gentler, but that's not your style.
No, it isn't.
Due to
I'm not a subtle man.
Due to persistent tanking, we have reduced the length of the next break in order to squeeze in more hands today. So our break's gone from 20 minutes, and we've calculated the exact amount of egregious tanking that took place was 11 minutes.
Right.
Subtract that from 20, and you're left with 9 minutes exactly.
So it's a 9-minute break.
That's, yes, correct.
Okay.
That'll teach them.
It will, won't it? The problem is, I didn't realise, I was very slow on the uptake, that there's no shot clock, and I am now worried about the money bubble, because it is a big money bubble.
Yeah, I'm worried about my flight on Monday afternoon.
Yeah. I'm worried about the money bubble. I'm worried about the quality of poker on our stream, Nick.
Yeah.
In the break, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to give these players and the other 50 players a bloody good talking to.
Yeah. I mean, someone in your
non-Spanish speaking position.
Yeah. May struggle to explain yourself.
Why is this preppy Englishman just shouting at me for no reason?
Just like get a small toy tank.
Right, yes. Make it clear.
Nada mas. Tanky.
No more tanky.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're literally going, what is going on?
We've even got an emote for it. Where does tanking, or you've been around for a while.
Yeah.
Do you know where tanking originated from?
Well, it means in the tank.
Yeah.
Which means you're, I don't know why it is, but it means you're thinking, you're going into
is it
the
think tank.
Yeah, but I don't know where think tank comes from. But yeah, it means you're going into the tank. So you are tanking. Box Waxers put tiny tanks, which is also appropriate. But I don't know why think tank. I don't know if anyone would like to tell us where the think tank expression comes from. Please tell us. I don't know. I could Google it, but that's no fun. Chat could tell me.
Because think tanks are now they use that as to describe something else, don't you? In sort of in business or.
Well, they're like political lobbying type organisations,
which isn't the same.
No. Well, although I've always quite wanted to work for one, because it's just like you could just sit there, couldn't you? What you're doing. I'm thinking, obviously.
I mean, some of these guys would probably qualify.
I'm high up in a think tank. Look at me.
We've got several applicants on our feature table to the think tank.
I once walked off a golf course in America, and there was a late middle-aged guy sitting on a bench behind the 18th green, and we said, like we were walking off, we said, nodded, how's it going? And he nodded, how's it going? And then he went, just working on my mental game. Just sitting there staring at the golf course, and he was just working on my mental game. Brilliant.
That's fantastic.
Even better if he told his wife that's where he was. I'm just going to the golf course to work on my mental game. Here we go, Noob Frost Mage. At some point in history, the term time bank became abbreviated into tank to describe a player who's taking time while making a decision, yes. The term think tank was first used in military jargon during World War II to describe a safe place where plans and strategies could be discussed. Parabellum, happy birthday, says think tank comes from when they used to train dolphins to find subs and attach explosives. Many explanations, one of those is correct. We'll reveal which one is correct after the break here in Madrid. We'll be back with more poker, more prizes, more Nick Eastwood, more Nick Wealthall, more late night Saturday fun in about 9 minutes.
Are you ready for an unforgettable year with the 888poker Live 2025 series? This year, we're bringing the excitement to you with 5 major stops and 6 incredible UKPL events. We start in Madrid, where the thrill begins in one of Europe's most vibrant cities. Then it's on to Glasgow, a city known for its heart, energy, and epic poker showdowns. Next, join us in Barcelona, where poker meets party under the Spanish sun. And in London, we'll see you at the newly renovated Victoria Casino, where champions are made. But that's not all. Stay tuned for a 5th event to be revealed later in the year. And while you wait, the UKPL is back with 6 stops bringing poker closer to you. So whether you're a seasoned pro or new to the game, 888poker Live is your chance to be part of something unforgettable. Play our satellites online for a chance to qualify or win a tournament package in our passport promotion. Get lucky and you might even be our next 888poker Live champion. 888poker, made to play. If you've been looking for a new game to play, maybe something a little bit different, then we've got good news for you. An exciting new poker experience is here, and we think you're gonna love it. Now available on 888poker, try our new PLO 5 and 6 card cash games. For everyone that wants more draws and more action, the perfect game is waiting for you. 888poker, made to play.
Robbie, Jack 4, Garrett.
Who?
Yeah, exactly.
Who's that? What about
Give me.
It's a good hand. I played sometimes, Jack 4 off, yeah.
Come on, I know you've talked about this a million times. Okay, number 1.
Actually, no one's ever asked me anything about it.
Shut up. Number 1, did she cheat?
I don't think so. You know, obviously we'll never know the 100% truth, most likely, but, you know, at this point, I don't think so. And as time went on more and more, it made me believe more and more that nothing happened.
It's just, just the stupidest hand in the history of poker.
Yeah, I mean, I have some theories in my mind of like what it was or what she was thinking or, you know, all of that. It's hard to get in her mind. I wish somebody would find an exclusive interview with her to like get her to just say like, what happened? Like, what were you thinking? Were you on drugs?
Your
like,
next 888 ride, Robbie.
Like, were you on drugs? Like, were you just trying to like make a viral clip? Like, what are you doing?
Did you think you had a 3?
It's so weird, right?
Did you think you had a pair of 3s maybe?
Because no one ever, the part to me that day that was the weirdest and the most questionable was just the weird like kind of lies and things like that she said. It's like that didn't make sense, you know what I mean? But yeah, I don't think so. The more time goes on, I think that she's just insane and out of her mind and made a terrible play, and maybe she was trying to be famous. I don't know. It's just
one of the
weird.
most insane hands of all time.
It's weird, but but like, it just those next few months were just like brutal for us, and you know, yeah, we got stronger from that, but I think it was so tough that I wish that never happened, to be honest.
one of the reasons I reached out to you to be part of the 888 ride was the tweet you put out. And like I said, I had known who you were, and I was impressed by your poker ability, but you know, there's a lot of good poker players out there.
Yep.
And I was so intrigued by what you said in that tweet.
Yeah.
And hopefully we can get the graphic up so you guys can see it.
Yeah. When I was writing it, you know, it's never easy opening up about something like that, because like most people they just think of me as like strong, just always smiling, outgoing, but you know, no one ever knows like really what, you know, what brought you to that stage. And I kind of wanted to tell it because I want people to know that, like, you know, it's not just poker or like studying or anything. It's kind of my skill and everything comes from, I'm a product of my environment and what happened to me as a child and everything. So it's a lot of things that I'm good at in poker can't be taught because it's from a tough upbringing, tough things that happen, traumatic experiences that shaped my brain and the way I think, different than anyone's ever going to be able to think from me telling them how to play or something.
Yeah, I mean, I just found it so compelling and vulnerable.
Yeah.
What did part of you feel a need to kind of tell everybody your story?
Yeah, it was like, you know, it was great to.
I mean, I love. By the way, I mean, I love when people. There's no requirement. You don't have to do this. You can just go on and grind and do your life, and you know, your wife will know and your kids will know. But you know, the fact that you did, I just feel like for so many people out there that has struggles or struggle on a daily basis, if they see you, maybe they find some inspiration in that.
Yeah, and I just wanted. There was two different things. Actually, a few weeks before that, a well-known Sam Soverell, who's a well-known poker player, he posted on Facebook like a long paragraph going into his struggles with like just everything in his life of like a tough upbringing and just like the way he is and why, like, you know, about gambling and just stuff. And it really opened. It was kind of like what I did, just opened up about like a lot of stuff where like people may always think that like we're happy and just always winning and stuff, but there's a lot more to it than just winning. You know, there's reasons that our brain works the way it does, you know, a lot of, like I said, traumatic stuff and that happened. But that, and I wanted to show like how grateful and honored that #1 ranking means and what it means to me, coming from what I came from and what I went through, to be able to, you know, be at the top at the pinnacle of poker and stuff. It's like, just, it means all that and more just from what I went through and just all the, you know, obviously the bad experiences, so the good.
I mean, listen, I thought it was beautifully written and touching.
Thank you.
And, you know, I haven't had Jason Kuhn in the 888 ride, but I consider him a friend. And I remember when he came out and opened up about all the struggles he had growing up.
Yeah, I've heard his,
And I don't think it's a coincidence that, and you said this, you said, I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's a coincidence that people that struggled in their life can find success on the felt.
Yep.
Because that survival
and
fighter.
That and like one thing is what I hear from people, and even when I was like starting off, is that, oh man, poker is so tough. Like, oh, this is so hard. And I'd be like, this is easy. You guys don't know what tough is. Like, you know, like if this is tough for you, then you've never felt tough. You know, and I think Jason's probably the same way. Like, what poker to us, we can lose in that, whatever. It's nothing. You know, it's that we just can brush it off, where a lot of people think that if this is the toughest thing they're dealing with, you know, there's way tougher things out there.
I want to talk about the two big hands that I was lucky enough to commentate on. The commission that you have yet to pay me. No, but
this is the commission, buddy.
This is it. Wow. So 1.1 million off Phil Ivey, and you know, $3.1 million pot off Wesley on Hustler Casino Live. Take us through those moments, and not just at the time of your career, at the time of your life, what it was like to win a 7-figure pot, you know, when you were relatively a young man back in 2009, I want to say.
I mean, the Ivy one, we were playing giant pots against each other all the time, in Bellagio, and I think mostly Bellagio back then. I don't think that one was.
So was it not a big deal except for the fact that it was on TV?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It was probably one of the bigger pots we played, but we played a lot of big pots, and then we played big pots in Macau after and stuff. Yeah, I think that one wasn't as. That one might have meant more to other people than it did to me, kind of thing, right? Because for me, it was like, yeah, it just happened to be on TV. The Wesley one was a bit different because Wesley and I never really played big, right? And you had all these different dynamics of like, in hindsight, like, yeah, I was probably quite a large amount right with my guesses, but at the time, I'm like, I'm paying off this guy that's basically a nit because I have all these 7 different reads that I think kind of add up.
What were the reads, by the way? It was such a weird hand.
So I kind of went into that day thinking he was likely to go for it a bit extra. So I didn't really
Against you?
Just in general, but probably if I had to guess, step 1 was go for it a bit extra. And then step 2 was probably a little more against me than other people.
Right, there's a notch in a belt. I mean, hey, listen, like, I bluffed Tom Dwan, right?
Welcome back to Madrid. We are live at 888 Poker Live. Madrid, and we've entered the commentator and spectator friendly 5,000, 10,000 big blind level.
Oh, yes.
Nick Wealthall and Nick Eastwood in the booth playing to the money bubble at the moment. 9 players left to lose. And if you just joined us or you were not listening before, I should emphasize it's a big money bubble. 1,800 euros is the minimum cash here. And that's going to affect things, isn't it, Nick? Several of these players, this will be a big tournament for them. They'll have satellited in. Even if they haven't, at this point, you still want to make sure you don't blow that 1,800 euros.
Yeah, over doubling your money just for getting through another 9 players, it can definitely take its toll on you in terms of how quickly you act. And Curich proving our point here. He's got 6s again, but this time not in cut-off from +1. It is a lot closer, but we do have 7.5 big blinds and a pair. So we are going to go all in. And leaving a few chips back, I mean, it seems a bit unnecessary. You're not going to get 9 people roll off before
you're not
you're
going
all
to
in.
get disconnected either.
No. So this is, I think, fine. We're all in, effectively, which I think I'm a big fan of. But yeah, there are a few players that we've obviously noticed on our feature table that are in preservation mode and just shaving off a few seconds from the clock where they can.
It gets into this really weird area without a shot clock, doesn't it? Where there's not actually a rule.
No.
Everything is at players' discretion to call hurry up, dealers' discretion to enforce it, tournament directors' discretion to enforce it. So it's always been a weird thing in tournaments until they brought in shot clocks, but now we don't have one.
It's very Spanish, isn't it? They're just, they do things quite leisurely, don't they? They sleep in the day, they sleep on the final table.
Mañana culture.
Yeah, exactly. Just sort of ambling along, plodding, if you will. Nothing done with any real pace. It's much like their football league as well. It's a lot more, here and there, and it's slower, deliberate. Less hectic.
Less hectic, more considered.
Yeah. This is a reflection of Spanish society.
Does Perez call here with King 10?
Well,
it is only a 6 big blind shove, 6.5 big blind shove.
This is again pretty much the line. He's going to fold. Oh, he's not in the big line, so yeah, completely fine. They have to fold that.
Kupich is going to get this through. What a result. As he hangs on to that short stack trying to make the money bubble. We've all been there.
Yeah. Barber's having a good time. That's what we want to see. This game is about having a good time. Yes, there's money. Yes, there's heartache. But overall, we play to enjoy, I hope. some play to win, though. There are a few said players remaining in our field, and they've done a lot of winning. Perez and Bosco specifically. We're getting some Spanish chatter.
Yes.
After the break.
People are getting excited about the money bubble.
They're piping up.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, Q pitch.
Oh god, this could get painful.
Q pitch has got a couple of shoves through the sixes, and now he's treating himself to a tank. It's quite a sensational tank there. Really sold that one. Are they playing to the bubble burst? We're playing for 4 more levels.
Well, you're saying that. I don't think that's right.
Nick doesn't think that's right.
I don't think they're going to play 4 more levels.
He doesn't think they're going to play 4 more levels. How many levels do you think they'll play? What does Nick think? No, guys. No.
No, we're not doing that. Because everyone will guess 3.
We do need to do some more giveaways, though.
They do vary a bit based on how many players are left. And so I think it will, how long this money bubble takes to burst will make a difference. Because they may have to play 4 more levels if this goes really, really slowly.
Yeah, because it has to finish tomorrow.
It has to finish tomorrow.
And that's not really going to credibly happen if we've got 50 players left.
Still got to happen.
Barber, our other culprit. Absolutely no intention whatsoever of volunteering additional chips into this pot.
Let's start quietly booing the tankers. I'll start. Boo. Boo. Is that?
Yeah.
I'm trying to work on their minds. Put social pressure on them.
They are 15 minutes ahead of us.
Yeah.
So could affect our ability to influence them.
Right, yes, that's fair. But maybe their friends and family will hear it, and if they're still doing it, they'll text them, like, people are booing you. This is really bad. This is bad for the image of our family.
If we get someone burst in through the door, it's likely due to our displeasure of their tanking.
Oh, you think they might be annoyed?
Maybe. You keep suggesting to me that I'm in danger whenever I threaten Real Madrid.
Oh, I think that's much more serious.
Yeah.
I think threatening Real Madrid here is much more serious.
I'm just trying to keep Mark alive and awake. He enjoys it. Till. Boo.
Boo. Boo. It's folded.
Now, it is in the non-threatened player's interest to speed along.
I have to say, it's also too soon.
Yes.
There's 9 players left to lose.
That's like 20% of the field, nearly.
Yeah. It's way too soon to be slowing things down, and the dealers really should be told, like, look, you know, there's actually quite a lot of players to get through. You can understand it more if there's 2 players left to be knocked out.
Barber with a tough spot here. 10-5 offsuit on the button. He's going to have a think about it, Nick. Got a few options here. Could decide to throw in a call. This time he's going to fold. Interesting line. How do you feel about sarcastic commentary versus booing?
Boo.
Well, Cupid is probably going to continue here.
He's not. He's going to fold. Boo. 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 Okay,
oh!
I think I pressured him into it.
Yeah.
I think that was peer pressure.
As we've established,
that was peer pressure.
We don't have.
Shut up, Nick. That was peer pressure.
Shutting up, sir.
If they can't tank under the relentless criticism. It's a good flop.
there is a chance, and I think there's a strong one, that Bosco shoves when check 2 here. There's also a chance that Q-pitch shoves before giving that opportunity to Bosco. Discuss.
There's also a chance I call clock on Q-pitch over the checks.
So the reason I like shove here is, obviously we have a situation where the bubble is in effect. We're not getting shove. I think shove's cool. It's like just over pot and puts tons of pressure on this type of hand. Q-pitch now, and the reason I do like it maybe a bit better than this is because Q-pitch now has the opportunity to check shove and knock out all of our equity, which, as you can see, is significant.
Well, I think the really interesting thing about shoving, if you're Bosco, is that you actually get him to fold some one-pair hands, don't you? Because like, what's he going to do? Gamble with 7-6 here and stuff like that. Now you're right. Now he can get some folds.
Well, he's definitely.
Well, we know he's from this. I mean, he doesn't know what he has, does he?
I much prefer shove. I know I can see the cards,
no,
but
I agree with you.
Range on range, like you just get to realise your equity, and the fold equity you have is gargantuan.
That's right, because of the situation.
That's definitely folding. In this situation.
Yeah, he's not calling off to a 9-high straight draw.
There's an argument that he should, but people...
No, I'm saying he's not.
Yeah, he's not. No.
Not someone that's already stalling with 9 players left to go. Femfop says we could do a contest for what will be the longest tank in seconds for an obvious folding hand. I like your idea, but I don't like... It's a really clever idea. I just don't like the amount of admin that we'd then have to do. But it's a good idea.
How many more questions and tickets, etc., do we have?
Well, this is the production challenge that we're under here, Nick, because I want to evenly space them to the end of play.
But we don't know when that is.
No one will tell me when that is.
We just want answers. Red Boy's back. Have you learnt your lesson? We tried to teach them here lessons.
Well, it was lying. It was lying.
Now Till here in a really tough spot.
I mean, this is just rude because it's other players' clock as well.
Till does let it go in the end
after a big think about 4 high under the gun with 8 big blinds.
Bosco with ace queen will open, and he should be opening pretty substantially at this point. Maybe even like it's not ideal because he's got 2 fairly capable players that aren't tanking behind him in Beerith and Bedell. So his seat's not great, but it doesn't stop him from being aggressive. He does have the biggest stack, even though it has whittled somewhat from the top peak of 909,000.
Red Boy and Lime have had a grown-up chat about our choices and the rules.
Well, that's just great to hear.
Conflict resolution.
Yeah. A fair punishment was dished, and lessons were learned.
Perez is going to call, so we're going to see a flop here after Barber's had a good think about 9 high. Decides to fold.
Interesting from Perez. Call on the hijack with king jack off. I'm not really a big fan, to be honest. I prefer 3-bet or fold of all my options. Q-pitch, though, in a really sick spot. Jack 5 of clubs facing open and call. Wondering whether shoving could be an option with such a power. Does let it go in the end, Nick. Controversially so. Mammon with 9-6 off, wondering if he's priced in. Not the most appealing of spots, and we'll let it go. So heads up, none of our at-risk players, well, Perez is technically at risk, but we'll have to go some to get stacked. That's not really going to be the one that gets him. Bosco could play range check here. With this hand he's checking. Makes sense. Showdown available. Perez may decide to do the same with 2 overcards. Does check back. Turn a card now. 10 of diamonds. believe Bosco will continue checking. And Perez the same. Check, check. 6 of diamonds, river. Bosco doesn't attempt a cheeky value bet. Check, check. King high. Going to be second best. Not in love with that hand from Perez. Is that the first time he's lost that hand?
Probably not in his life,
no.
Just on this stream.
Yeah.
Is the free roll over? Is anyone left in the free roll? Is anyone left monitoring the free roll?
Is anyone left out there?
Well, we were in the money some time ago, and it goes pretty fast. But let me know if anyone's still in the free roll, or if it's still going, or if it ended, or if anyone knows anything about the free roll. I'm keen to know. I'm keen to give some shout-outs if anyone got super deep in it.
Not sure you'll get the answers you're looking for.
Well, if anyone went really deep, they'll tell us.
We've lost nobody yet. Concern.
I know.
Builds.
I was very worried about this level.
Bosco wondering whether his range could extend to ace-3 offsuit, decides against it. Bedell, though, will open the jack-9 of hearts, I imagine, from what I know of Bedell.
Hey, there's 11 left in the free roll. Thanks, Spills. 11 left in the free roll. Any of our chat in those 11? Seems unlikely, but you never know.
Bedell with the jack-9 of hearts, and I don't know what Barber has, but I assume it'll be tough for him to decide. It's jack-7 offsuit from the hijack. Typically a tough spot, as exhibited by Barber's tanking. Clearly struggling with this one. Mulling over the various options. Does let it go. Oh, and wow, king-7 offsuit for Q-pitch on the button. Another opportunity to take ultimate consideration. Laughs as if...
I mean, it's sort of just annoying, really, because it doesn't even help you. Like that extra 8 seconds helps you such a marginal extent. Like with 9 players left to bust, it's just stupid. In actual fact, you're probably hurting yourself because you're just seeing less hands, and you know you can't cruise to the money anyway. If you could just fold to the money and that was your plan, then I guess it's fine. But it just seems a bit rude.
It's sort of like does one grain of sand ever make a difference? You know that paradox?
Yeah.
Does 1 8-second tank...
1 8-second tank every time times 12 make a difference?
What makes a pile of sand? Pile of tanks? You know, what adds up to enough to make a difference in the grand scheme? Till's actually got a decision here, non-ironically. And not a very nice one, because he's only got...
Yeah, but no one's going to believe he's got a decision because he's cried tank wolf.
Time cards.
Oh God, we're going to be here for a month. Jesus, not an explanation, but a handle. Jesus Ass finished 30th in the free roll. Well done to you. That's very good going. I think you might be the highest finisher in our chat. Awesome stuff. PJOK got 10th in the Glasgow free roll. Very, very well done. Bad luck on not quite getting the top prize, but both of you beat a lot of players, I would guess, and that's the main thing.
Wow. Nick.
So Till is just basically trying to fold into the money.
And it's going to be impossible.
We've lost 1 player in the last half an hour.
And he's tanking and
we're
folding.
We're going to need some content. Nick, we need content ideas.
I could dance for you.
That doesn't really help the web stream. That helps me tremendously.
Well, you could commentate.
Helps me and Mark.
You could commentate me dancing.
Yes. Okay, but I wouldn't have started with a twerk. I certainly wouldn't be taking my top off this early on. This is weird, Nick. Don't know what you're going for here.
You went there. I just was offering a...
No, but I was pretending to commentate.
Oh, right.
Do you not get it?
No, not at this time of day.
Oh.
/night /morning.
Boxwax says starts drinking. Teodit Witch says sing us a song, Nick. I don't know which Nick you mean, but I think you want neither.
He's one of mine, so...
Okay, he definitely wants you to sing a song.
No one else
We'll
does.
get copyright striked.
Yeah.
Algagori says we can play chess. We can play chess. I don't know that that's amazingly entertaining.
Knight to e4.
You can't do that. It's illegal.
Well, I guess I lose.
Yeah.
That's done. What else have we got?
I mean, I do think the tournament director should have a general word with the players. There's 8 players to go. You're tanking with 8 players left to go. It's not acceptable.
Nick has decided.
It's not acceptable.
Oh, this is just... has to be a shove from Till.
Chat, is it acceptable to tank with 8 players to go? On only 5 tables. That means there's tanking on every single table. It just means the entire tournament is crazy slow.
Till shoved.
Action.
And Bosco's going to call.
Action. From nowhere.
And
from the top rope.
Is this the universe punishing the Queen Jack suited fold?
Andy Rednick, Raj, Noob Frost Mage, all with me. Till has the ace-3. Bosco has the 6s. Till is at risk.
And only an ace currently, and there's only 2 of those, is any good. And that is still the case as the 9 of spades rolls off on the turn. So Till is going to come 56th unless Barry Greenstein makes an appearance, and he doesn't.
No Greenstein.
And there goes Till.
Till is out. It's weird that those 8-second tanks didn't help him.
And folding Queen Jack suited.
But they didn't.
Yeah.
Just another hand for Bosco. Just another stacking of chips.
Yeah. Igrigoras, ace-3 was perfect. Shove that always. Queen Jack suited versus open. We just want to be calling. Yes, we're very shallow, but we can do a lot of just stop and go. Shove a lot of flops. We're getting a great price, and our hand is doing pretty well. It's a good hand. So yeah, we can just go ahead and call out the big blind and be all in a lot on the flop, but that's poker. There's not, I mean, there's 7 people. 7 doesn't sound like a lot to get to the money, but it's a long time in live poker.
It is, and the other problem is there's only 6 tables or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So that means you've probably got someone tanking at every table.
Oh, at least one person.
At least one person,
least
because
one.
there's no, actually you're right, more than one, because there's 7 left to be eliminated.
Yeah.
So there's more than one person tanking. So that just means the whole tournament is going to be slow.
Yeah.
And actually, it doesn't advantage anyone. The only time tanking advantages you is when you're at risk. And so you delay your table so it goes slower, so that someone else that's at risk plays more hands. But that's not happening here. They're just tanking for the sake of it. It doesn't actually do anything except annoy everybody and steal time off the clock. Literally steals time out the tournament. So the tournament will be faster later on for people that are in the big money. So it's just a completely selfish and also misguided act.
Nick's not upset, guys.
He's just stupid.
Do you know what I really like? UKPL, the A-State sponsored UKPL, recently introduced, I believe it's recent, but it is happening. It's either 10-second pre-flop time bank, shot clock, and 30-second post-flop.
Okay.
Which is really cool.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
It's either 10 or 20 seconds, but it's definitely
but it's longer
lower.
post-flop.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's definitely lower pre-flop, which I think is really, really good. I mean, all that really matters, if you're setting a parameter, is that everyone's playing under the same conditions.
Yes, that's definitely true. We need whatever that is. Please. I thought this guy was Swedish. He's not very good Spanish.
It's allowed.
It means it's not updated. Maybe,
maybe
some more
maybe
players.
53. I think just because they didn't see it from here, it's hard to notice on this table. Yeah. Over there they have floors.
Andy Rednick says, DNEG's proposed the idea of the chess clock. What do you guys think? So I presume that means everybody has their own time?
Too complicated live.
Tell us if it's something.
Online, sure.
Everyone would have to have a personal clock to carry round, wouldn't they?
Yeah, it's just nonsense.
Hard to do live.
Yeah, I can't do that live.
It's like a good theoretical concept. New Prosmate says, if you have lots of chips, play faster. If you have less chips, play slower. Difficulty comes when there's lots of little stack players because they all tank. Raj says tanking can make you go blind. I've disproved that. Decades of testing.
I think Barber has now become the most serial offender. I think he started at the beginning of last session. But you reckon there's a runner?
Kupich is still doing it. He's got 140,000 chips. He's still tanking.
It's only 14 big blinds.
It's crazy. He's got 14 big blinds.
Dani.
Big blind special.
Right, guys. We have some news.
Exciting news, because it means something to these people. Tell them, Nick.
You want me to start? I thought you'd be so happy that you could barely contain yourself.
No.
You deliver.
No, wait. Let's have this right.
Okay.
I want to cover good poker.
Yeah.
That's what I want. I want good streams. I want to keep people entertained. I
And
don't want
you
to
wanna go to bed.
I don't want to cover... No. I want to cover the best of this tournament. We don't want to cover hours and hours of slow play. We don't want to do that. And we also don't want to overstay our welcome on this stream. It's been quite a long stream.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do is we're going to do another half an hour of this play today. Play will go on after we finish the stream. We'll come back tomorrow and bring you the exciting conclusion to the tournament. What that means for you watching now is that we're going to give away quite a lot of tickets in this half hour.
A spurt of tickets.
So get hyped.
Yeah.
Get hyped.
It's a real shame that you've got the last question because I've got a hummerdinger again.
No, that's fine. We can mix it up.
You want to mix it up?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm just confirming with Lime how many tickets we got left because I can't quite remember. I know we've got 2 109s.
Yeah, 2 109s.
And how many 33s?
It's 4 or 2.
4?
Yeah, I think it's 4.
Very good.
So, and we obviously will be finishing. We didn't actually get to the end of our story.
Which story were we telling?
We were telling them when we're going to be finished because you were saying
half an hour. I said.
Yeah, half an hour.
We're doing half an hour.
So we're doing half an hour further this evening before we wrap up, and as punishment for the lack of action out there and the field, they'll be playing for another 3 hours after this.
They will.
And we're going to go to bed.
Well, this is the other thing that the tanking players don't understand, which is that the tournament still has to be played. This is the point. Like. Somebody said in chat, there's no excuse for tanking ever. I'm not sure that's quite true because if you are really short stacked and say you're 2 off the bubble and there's 2 other really short stacks and there's like 7 tables, you've got to expect players will act in their self-interest.
As they should.
As they should. That, in that sort of crucial point is kind of fair, and then it's up to the dealers to stop that. The dealer can just say, you need to act. They can actually, sit you out or whatever if you don't. This has actually been silly because what Barber's doing now is actually achieving nothing except making the tournament faster later on, because he's just stealing time off the clock, because we're still 6 players away from the money, and so there are probably 10 to 12 players at risk of busting. So he's not actually gaining any edge because everybody's doing it. So there's a different problem for a different day. The good news for you in chat is that you're going to get a load of tickets now.
Yeah.
That's the good news.
On the outer tables here, we have some action. King 3, 6 and 6 on the turn. An indeterminate amount of chips in the middle. I wonder whether we'll see the end of this hand or whether I've jumped the gun. We get a check. And there's a big tower of chips there. I've tried to commentate a hand that was never meant to be. I was just trying to do my job.
I appreciate that. You did a good job.
So
let's do the big tickets in a little bit.
Okay.
Shall we? Keep people hanging on.
Bosco picking up the kings. And opening. Dream moment for kings. Bedell has been the main opposition for Bosco today. But they have folded, and as a result, I mean, we know Barber hasn't really tangled and certainly won't with this. Not to say he won't take his time, though. In fact, I can tell you that he's going to take his time.
I'm just going to go outside and have a chat to one of the players. I know he doesn't speak English and I don't speak Spanish, but I think through mime I can point out to him how bloody selfish and misguided he's being. And if he's watching this, please come and talk to me about it. Not in an aggressive way. Here we go, action. Ooh. Let's see.
So Stevic, in a spot where if you take 9 or 8 more players out of the tournament, he's going to shove. Decides self-preservation is the key, which is understandable, and only calls the pocket 8s out of the big blind. Queen 7-9 with 2 spades. Stevic won't love to see that. Bosco, comfortable lead. And we'll expect to see c-bet. Will be interesting to see if Stevic decides to continue, because it's not clear.
The thing is, Bosco is so wide here.
Sometimes you know people are up to things, Nick, but there's not anything you can do about it. And sometimes you know they're up to things and you still shouldn't do something about it because it's just not correct. Because it's not like Bosco can't have, I don't know, for example, 2 kings.
Everything. He can have everything. He has 2 kings, indeed.
Stevic crunching the numbers. And gets the 10-second warning from the dealer and does let go the pocket 8s.
We like the dealer policing the game.
¿El qué? Ah, vale, vale. Una manita más.
Con para allá.
Nick.
What's up now?
What do I want now?
Yeah, what do you want now? Why do you keep talking to me? You've been talking to me for like hours.
Yeah. Well, a lot of it is down to that's what I've been told to do. We have received further information regarding our stay.
We're going to stay until the money bubble.
Yeah, we think with only 6 to go, we would be remiss if we didn't show you
the money bubble.
The money
Just
bubble.
Finish your sentence. Yeah.
So we're going to do that.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good. I'm
and
excited.
Mark's going to stay as well.
I'm excited for everyone that makes the money bubble.
So that drink you just ordered, it's going to be warm by the time we're finished. Yeah.
Well, it was a hot chocolate, so well, I hope so.
Tepid.
Tepid chocolate.
Anyway, Barber flicks in a time card. The first time I've seen him use one of them, I would suggest Barber's not going all in.
He's playing the game of a time card spacing out. Josh Manning says, let's hope the bubble lasts 4 hours, aka longer than you lasted in this event, Josh.
He's got you there, lad. He's got you there.
Imagine trying to chat shit in my chat. Imagine.
At this hour.
At this hour. In this economy.
Stevic has got ducks and's going to flat. Stevic is still here to play. Q-pitch, though, isn't.
Isn't. I brought it up myself, is true.
Josh is fair game. Anyway, King Jack off for Q-pitch, who has absolutely no intentions. He was just told he had 10 seconds left and questioned it.
So the dealers have obviously been told to to enforce some kind of time bank.
They may have decreased it, the pre-flop tanking amount. You don't need that long. You don't need that long. And providing everyone else is under the same constraints, it's no problem. You're not gaining anything.
No.
And we're so.
I've made this very clear.
And yeah, and we are still, as you have rightly pointed out on several occasions, quite far away from the money.
We're still 6 players from the money. 6 players, or 10% of the, more than 10% of the field, more to the point, from the money. So, I mean, you literally, if players do play slowly and do tank and also play very conservatively, you could do this for another 2 hours. We were all in Bucharest.
I'm such a monumental fan of to be honest, Bosco's hit the flop like harder than
he's run pretty well.
Yeah, but these checks are really solid. They're not super hard to find, but like Bosco should be doing a lot of pressuring, people see, but these flops, you do a lot of checking out of position in single raise pot, and Bosco is picking off additional value all over the place by just playing really solid poker, not just where he's got good hands. The only thing that I didn't like was that Queen Jack non-all-in versus the big blind versus your best mate. Apart from that, I think he's played phenomenally well.
Yeah, he's definitely played well. And it's that classic combination, isn't it, of a good player, an aggressive player who's also hitting hands. Always equals tons of chips in a poker tournament. If you get a good tight player that hits hands, doesn't always do that because they're not always getting action, they're not always putting themselves in spots, they're not always extracting the maximum.
One thing we should mention, or at least adjust, is people's expectations of the speed at which we give things away now that we've had an
Well,
adjusted time frame.
this is my problem. I now don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
Well,
I had a plan.
How many? We have two. How many 33s do we have? Two or four?
4.
So we may as well just go.
We can give away 2 33s right now.
Yeah, let's do that, just to keep people
excited.
Yeah. To reward Beardith with 20k with 10-9 of clubs.
Lime, can you adjust?
Barber just folded instantly.
Can you just adjust the giveaway to 2 tickets, Lime, or is that really hard and annoying to do? Because we're now more open-ended. I couldn't be more confused because people keep changing their decisions.
Barber just folded instantly.
See?
Has he realised the error of his ways, or has he realised that he's not going to get to the money if he doesn't play any hands?
Ever.
Q pitch, by the way, taking the absolute mick.
Yeah, and I don't know, like, someone should just say it's not benefiting you. It doesn't benefit you. It's like not, it doesn't help you.
Yeah, we're a good 10 months away from the bubble. You might as well play cards. I think Bedell's fallen asleep. It's way past his bedtime.
It probably is.
His Bedell time.
Probably, it looks like it is. He's like completely lost interest. I mean, you know, he could wander off, have a power nap, come back.
Oh, I thought we may get a 10 high board there.
Heart of Pheasant says common sense becomes rare when money is near. That is true in general life, isn't it?
Yeah. Hater of pheasants, by the way.
Oh, sorry.
Doesn't like pheasants.
Fair enough. Everyone's got a bird group they're not keen on. Lime is the keyword ready. Lime is the keyword ready.
April's in the mix.
A keyword for any 2 winners is activated and ready. If you want to play and you're currently watching on YouTube, you need to pop over to 888poker.tv to play this contest only. The software does not work on the YouTube chat. You've got a couple of minutes to do that. If you're in YouTube, if you're in Twitch chat and you'd like to win a $33 ticket, it's super easy to do. You just type in the keyword, which I will now reveal. It's descriptive. Lime's come up with it. It's an actual real word. The word is bubble tank.
Oh.
Bubble tank. Both a leisure activity for... No, I can't. Bubble tank is the key word. Bubble tank. It's what these people think they're doing, but they're not actually even on the bubble, so they're not doing it.
Do you think that by the time we actually get to the point where they're, you know, required to play poker again, they'll remember how to do it?
Break 2 more level? Yeah, maybe.
What happened in Bucharest when we had a similar situation with the final table bubble? Did they then remember how to play? I can't even remember.
I was removed from commentary duties for the final. I actually only got to watch.
Did you really only do the?
Yeah,
I can't
Vivi
remember
came
that.
in and did the rest.
Oh god.
I was only allowed to watch the car crash.
And you came back for more commentary after that debacle.
Yes, I did.
You must love it.
If you know me at all, you'll know I'm a sucker for punishment.
Yeah, well, I saw that when you were like, oh, I'll work as long as you like, yeah. Yeah, I'll watch this for 5 hours, yeah, I love it. That was you, wasn't it, in the production meeting?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it, yeah. Keep making me watch people stall and fold and do nothing.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
But although I do genuinely enjoy your descent into madness. Oh! Oh!
Look at this, here we go. Barber has found the hand he's been waiting for, and it's ace-jack suited.
Right. So, Nick, the age-old question.
Yes.
Does it pay to tank?
We're going to find out.
Barber has been tanking.
Well, it didn't help Tell, did it? Till. It didn't help
Till, so that's 1 of 1. It didn't help.
Yeah.
Barber?
Are you saying, does the universe know?
Yeah, I'm asking that question. Or is it just, genuinely, is it just bad to have dwindled down here, folded every opportunity until this point for the last 3 hours?
Yes.
And now be all in forcibly with ace-jack suited? Was it not better to play the game? Unfortunately for Universe fans, Mammon has got 2 of Barber's outs. Actually, that's good news for Universe fans, isn't it? Well, it depends what side you're on.
Depends who you're rooting for. You can root for whoever you like. the graphics have gone a bit premature there because Mammon hasn't actually made a decision. And in fact, Mammon looks like he wants to play. He does, which means that Barber is going to get a chop here, I think.
Or Perez could shove. I mean, I think this call is quite bad.
Thin weird.
It's weird. And the reason that it's quite bad is that Perez can just go, okay, buddy, what do you think about the rest of the pinks that I have? And then Mammon has to go, not much. Unless Mammon is continuing his entire range as a call.
Oh, so Mammon only has 122 behind. Yeah. So Perez can actually shove here.
Yeah, he could do. And if he continues, it's probably better
I suppose
than call.
There'll be a little bit of fear. If you're Perez, there'll be a little bit of fear that he's just flattered with his big hands here.
Yeah. Well, we know that an ace, a jack, and a 6 have all been folded. So the chances of someone actually connecting with this board are small. The most likely thing that happens, mathematically speaking, is that we check all the way down in our dry side pot and Perez wins. Any takers?
Let's see. Big pot for these players, of course. Nothing doing.
Looks good for me so far.
Looks good for you.
I mean,
my
guess.
For?
My guess.
Oh, for your guess, yeah, for your guess.
And if that does happen and nothing improves for anybody, that will mean that serial tanker and general
slow player, enemy of fast play, certainly.
Yeah, enemy of playing the game will be out of here. And I don't believe that Nick will lose a wink of sleep. In fact, he may sleep better. And there he goes. As exactly what I said would happen, has happened. Perez is going to pick off this rather juicy pot.
Yeah, incredible spot for Perez.
The man donated 70,000 chips that he probably didn't need to donate, and Barber is out of there.
And Barber's going to tell everyone that he got unlucky on the bubble, when actually we still need to lose 10% of the field after him. This is my point. You were never on the bubble. Anyway, let's not speak ill of the dead. He's gone. He's out. We're down to 53.
Any further.
We don't. Also, let's award some tickets. Let's award some tickets. Close the contest, Lyman. Run this bad boy. 2 winners coming out of $33 tickets, and those winners are Ontario Poker, based in Ontario.
I think they won yesterday, did they not?
They did, back to back. Well done.
iPod Shuffle.
iPod Shuffle, you love that. Ontario Poker, you have won a $33 ticket. We got one more winner in this contest, and that winner is Oleg. Oleg 33038. Easily in the top 33,100 Olegs. You win a $33 ticket. We're not done yet. I know it's late. I know this stream started some eons ago, but we've still got prizes to give. Don't go anywhere. We've got 2 $109 tickets to give out.
We have one more villain, though.
One more what?
Villain.
One more villain. One more tanker to destroy.
My tanker's gone. Yours, your arch nemesis, is still there. Had the cheek to question the dealer's time.
Yeah, that was amazing.
That was quite brazen.
Bedell's been actually a little bit frozen out, hasn't he? Because Bossok's been on his immediate right. So
Bosco, yeah.
Bosco, sorry.
Okay.
Bossok.
I'm not offended.
So he hasn't been able to get busy that much. You can see blind versus blind here.
Yeah, we will. Well, we already are seeing it. You can check if you like. Perfectly reasonable. It's the kind of hand that dominates limps sometimes, and it plays well in position. We don't want to get limp shoved on. Ergo, check.
Ergo.
Check on the least riveting board ever dealt. Nobody has any interest in winning the pot until Bedell backs into a pretty reasonable flush given the action, and Perez decides to fold before Bedell can fish the chips out of his stack to volunteer into the pot. Good news for ticket fans. We still have 4 more tickets, 2 of those being $33, 2 of them being $109 before the end of the stream. And the end of the stream is indetermined.
Thanks mainly to you. Yeah, I've decided to blame you.
We've reached that point of the evening where it is indeed my fault, even though I've been on your side.
Quite instructive for you if you ever get into this situation live, because obviously, I just want to say one thing to balance the vibe. Obviously, an €1,800 cash is a big cash.
Yeah.
And we totally understand players want to win the big cash. The reason that this was such a problem was that it didn't actually benefit the players that were tanking, because there were so many people to go to the bubble and so many people tanking. That's why it was a situation that was just out of line.
Not to mention the fact that some players started doing it literally 3 hours ago.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
When we were literally we had 70 players left.
Yeah.
And we were absolutely nowhere near the money. So, yeah. It's always been a thing in poker. It will continue to be a thing until we find a better, fair way of dealing with it that balances the pressure that the players must feel at this stage of a tournament with the willingness to move the tournament forward. Stevic, by the way, is quite the opposite of waiting for things to happen around him. He's pretty much taken every single spot he could have possibly taken.
Yeah, he has. Fair play to him.
Now, what does the universe think about that?
Well, it should be rewarded. Adventure should be rewarded where possible.
The problem that Stevic has is that anyone with a stack, and we have a few, can just go, excuse me, sir, you've got 14 big blinds there, and there's only 4 players to the money. Here are all the chips that I have. Would you like to play? And he can go, not really with much of my range, which is a problem. And that's why you generally don't see middling to short stacks opening semi-weak hands from early position at this stage of a tournament.
Yeah, you wouldn't sort of, for some reason, I wouldn't pick it sort of physically in terms of how he looks, Stevic, but he's actually a very loose, aggressive player, isn't he? He likes to make moves and be in action.
We've got another Perez. Perez Docio, as opposed to just Perez. A Perez and C Perez. And hoodieless Perez is all in. And Stevic, I think, there's some coughing going on. Stevic has potentially overstepped his boundary there.
Well, yeah, it gets through a lot of the time, doesn't it? He's just trying a little cheeky under the gun, see if I can get one.
Yeah.
But obviously, you're right. It does, with that stack, it does open you up to problems.
He's come down the crease early in the innings to a
early in the over or whatever.
Well, yeah, when there's no need for it.
There's no need for it. Yeah, early in the innings. Yeah.
And the ball's gone through him.
That's it.
That's it. Cricket references. It's 1:30 in the morning. Yes.
Cricket. We're coming up to a break, I think.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. Or does it go straight on?
Why would we have a break?
Oh, is it not?
Mark
it goes
says
straight
no.
on, so we're coming up to a blind increase.
Yes, the level. is coming to an end.
Psychological break.
41, 5, 1. 51 players left.
Yeah.
I got there in the end.
Yeah.
It's late. But what do we do ticket-wise?
Well, we've got to give them away.
Do you think that the best thing to do is, even though they are juicier tickets, is to do the 109s now or like soon, and then when we're about to lose our last player, maybe we've got 49 left, we give away the final 2 keyword tickets? Thoughts?
I think we'll keep the tickets flowing as best we can, I think.
Okay.
If we run out of tickets, we run out of tickets. Not my fault.
Yeah, I have a really...
My job is to give them away.
Yeah. I know that we've had an uneven amount of ticket distribution. No, question distribution. Sorry.
Look at this. Look at this. Focus on the action, Nick. Things are happening. Stevic with the 10s is all in.
I think that we will just see folds, no?
I think so.
Stevic has not been the culprit of our woes.
No agenda against Stevic. He did just open King 7 under the gun.
King 8.
Yeah. Oh, that's way better. Yeah, King 8. Yeah.
Great spot this, by the way. Great spot.
Yeah, good instinct by him. Although he's obviously got a big hand.
But it's just picking up the 10s there is such a
clever move. Clever to pick up the 10s.
Yeah. Anyway, I was saying, I know that I've asked 2 questions, you've asked 1, but I think my question is particularly good. And so unless you've got...
No, I'm fine with it.
Yeah?
Yeah. I've asked too many questions in my life.
Okay.
I'm asking a lot of questions about my life right now.
Okay.
Sitting in a kitchen at 1:30 a.m. with you.
I think this question is...
We're not doing it yet, wait. Do you want to do it now?
No, I don't mind when we do it. I'm just saying it's,
you just think it's
kiln
good?
Ready.
Okay, good.
So all you have to do is say the word. But that word can be whenever you so desire.
This is one of the outer tables.
As you can see.
Action from the outer tables.
When does hand for hand start?
When does hand for hand start is a question I've just heard on the rail.
49 players.
At 49 players.
So pure
oh no, it's cute. It's your man asking when hand for hand is.
He is ludicrously motivated to get this cash. No one is grinding harder for this cash.
What percentage of your being wants to see him bubble?
No, I'm not like that. I'm not like that. I'm not like that. He might be a lovely chap. This might be his first big tournament, and he might just really want to cash.
So what's the answer?
Look, it would be lovely for him if he cashes. It would be great entertainment for the stream if he doesn't.
But the way he's played, it's going to be extremely difficult for him to lose his stats.
Yeah, but well, he's actually fine, isn't he? He's now he got above crisis levels. There must be short stacks out there.
Yeah. I mean, if I was Stevic, by the way, I would just like pile my whole range here, because clearly Cupish has got absolutely no interest in volunteering chips.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're just going to get an absolutely obscene amount of folds.
Yeah, that's a really interesting question, actually. If Q-pitch moves all in pre-flop, what hand... Sorry, Stevic. What hands does Q-pitch call with?
Great question.
It's a really good question, chat.
Does he call ace-10?
No.
Does he call
no shot. Ace-10, no shot.
Okay, ace-queen? I think ace-jack surely calls.
Like, this guy has been, like, tanking and asking for whatever.
No, it can't be King's Plus. He has to. There's so many more hands he has to call than that.
No, you're saying he has to call as if like there's some.
No, as in him specifically. Still,
I think that Ace Queen goes in the muck. I don't think he gambles 120,000 chips pre-flop with Ace Queen, 3 off the money bubble.
Stevic wins, by the way. Q-pitch does not.
Ace Queen suited, yeah, maybe Ace Queen suited, don't know.
Little bit of jeopardy with the blinds going up potentially for Q-pitch.
Definitely. I'm really interested by that question, what he calls it. Anyway, let's give away our last 2 big tickets, Nick. What do you think?
I'd love to do that.
Let's do that. Let's make the people happy late on a Saturday night. We've got 2 $109 tickets to give away. You can play on YouTube. You can play on Twitch. You just put your guess in the chat. Lime runs the contest. Look at some action from an outer table that seems to not involve anyone going out. No. One guess per player. One guess per player. Now, this is slightly different. There's 2 tickets. So let me explain. It's still only 1 value per player. So if you guess the right answer, but someone else has already guessed it, then the next closest will actually win, if that makes sense. Whoever gets the value first owns that value. So, aces for Bedell. We'll just see Bedell's aces play out, which at current rate of play should only delay the tickets by 6 minutes. And then Nick's going to ask me a question, which I'm going to endeavour to answer.
You'll do your very best.
I'll do my very best.
Which is the point of the game.
Kind of the problem, isn't it?
Q-Pitch doing his very best to make the money. Asking questions off the big blind before taking a look at his own hand, which is Jack 5 offsuit. And as we know, Q-Pitch will evenly spread his hand and get the 10 from the dealer.
22.
Okay, I understand nothing.
21. It's called 21.
I don't understand anything. The
So,
graphics must be
No, they're not
wrong.
wrong. Q-Pitch didn't realise that Bedell had opened.
Oh,
Q-Pitch tried
I
to open the small
see.
blind into Mammon.
Classic. Things that happen when you're so worried about the clock and nothing else.
Yeah, he has literally only been looking up and not at the table. He thinks it's folded to him.
He does.
Q-Pitch has tried to steal Mammon's big blind and has ended up calling out the small blind.
If he now flops a jack, this could become
Universe.
absolutely brutal.
This could be, okay, no jack. It's
Okay,
6,
okay, he's going to get away. He can't believe it. Look at him.
If it had been Jack 6, there truly would be no justice in the world. Anyway, Q-Pitch will live to fight another day, but has lost another 21,000 chips that didn't need to be lost. Anyway.
Pretty funny situation there.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's award some tickets, Nick. $109 tickets coming your way. 2 of you are going to win them. Well done for hanging on this long. I hope you've enjoyed the poker and the banter and so on. I'm assuming this is going to be folded. Yeah, it is. He's laughing because he didn't even mean to be in this hand, in this situation. Nick, what's the question? One guess per player, chat.
The question is, how many seconds over the course of this stream, have we lost to unnecessary tanking?
How many seconds on this stream have we watched a player tank?
Unnecessarily.
Unnecessarily.
When they have no intention of playing.
See, my complete lack of short-term memory and the fact that I spent all of the tanking time shouting at them.
You filled it up.
Means I have no clue. What are people putting as guesses? I can't look. That's cheating.
Yeah, don't look.
That's cheating.
Don't fill your mind with poison. Q-Pitch has got 7 big blinds.
I'm just going through, like, how long is one of those tanks actually? 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. They are about 8 seconds, aren't they?
Over the course of the
They feel
whole
so
stream.
long, don't they?
Yeah.
But they're about 8-10 seconds. Maybe a bit longer. And there's 2 of them at it. 3 of them until Till busted.
Yeah, Till was in there.
God, it's actually quite a lot, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let me just see some maths.
Taking the question seriously, as we always do. King, Queen suited for Perez. 10-5 offsuit on the button for Q-Pitch. It won't go in the muck quickly, guys. It will not go in the muck with any haste. What I would like to see, Nick, just out of curiosity, morbid curiosity, is like Q-Pitch get dealt like a really, like a medium to strong hand and just see what happens. Do you know what I mean?
Like ace-jack suited.
Yeah, something like that. Just I want to know what he's going to do.
Yeah.
Because he hasn't, to be fair, he hasn't really been dealt that many good hands.
No.
But he's tanked all the bad ones.
I mean, I sort of feel slightly... I've now sort of come full circle. I'm feeling slightly sympathetic towards him.
Yes.
Because I've never seen anyone quite so...
desperate.
Obsessed about a cash.
Yeah.
When he actually hasn't... Like, I've seen people like this when they have 3 big blinds.
Yeah.
right? So you got like 3 big blinds. You're like running over to all the tables. You're like really sweating. But he's not actually in that much danger.
He's been comfortable. Delay is 15 minutes. 15 minutes.
I'm trying to think of an answer to this question. It's very confusing, actually.
Sorry,
How much time have we lost?
In seconds. So it doesn't include. It's only unnecessary tanking. It doesn't include when someone was tanking. With
No,
a
I
genuine
understand.
decision. Just explain for the chat.
Yeah, but I think it's 25 to 30 seconds a hand. Jesus Christ. It's bad, isn't it? It's bad, that.
It is bad.
It's bad, that.
We're approaching our 6.5 hour mark on stream today. Well, minus the time we spent eating, which was quite nice, actually. Ooh, aces again. Red aces for Perez Docio. He's going to open it up. Is Q-Pitch going to get dealt jacks or something? My devious side just wants to see it. I don't think he necessarily deserves it or anything. I'm not trying to put it out there, but like, I just want to see. Oh no, Nick. He's got 6s. Okay, I think versus the Open, he's probably going to fold. But this is a genuine decision.
Has he seen the Open?
I would hope that he's learned his lesson.
Okay.
Is he going to shove? I mean, I can't imagine he will. 4 time bank chips. He might use them all, you know. And he's just going to fold.
Yeah, he has to with the Open in front.
Mammon, though, might fall foul.
This is tricksy.
What an awful spot.
Yeah, horrible. Because obviously he's ahead of range, and he does put his money in. You can't blame him. He doesn't know he's running into aces. Just sucks.
Do you know what hand he isn't ahead of? Aces.
No, he's behind aces.
Quite a long way behind, and as you'll be able to see on the screen here, Mammon's only got 14%. Now that's a product of our folded cards that have already been dealt, which means that there aren't 2 9s left in this deck. There aren't not 2 9s left in this deck, which means Mammon probably only has 1 9 available, and
or
then
some running
spades.
cards or spades.
Yeah. Probably.
Probably. Let's see.
Oh, the last 9!
Wow. What a shot from Mammon.
The last 9.
Aces all in has not worked out well on this stream, has it?
Oh. 9 for Mammon in the window. Ace on the turn!
Spade, anyone?
But spade
for the double redraw.
For the double re-get there. Only a spade for Mammon now. There are no 9s left in the deck. As you can see there, grayed out 9 of hearts. A roller coaster of emotions as the river is dealt. And it's
black, but not a spade.
And Mammon goes through the ringer.
Well, he leaves with a story, doesn't he? He leaves with a story. Played really well, everything we saw, but he's not going to cash. Very understandable shove of 9s.
Catching the rear end of a double up here, and the acclamation of everyone surrounding him. One of our, is it Teodorio or something like that? Rings a bell.
Oh yeah, he was playing on the stream yesterday. April, it was mental as a run out. Great for TV. We love the content.
Teodoranu. I knew I was there or thereabouts. Thank you, Mark. What a guy. Mark, that is. And Teodoranu. Both guys. Absolute guys.
Both guys. Confirmed.
Confirmed men. So we probably are about to hit hand for hand as we're down to 50. Only 1 more player.
2 more. 48 is the bubble.
Oh, so 47 paid?
48 paid. Oh, excuse me.
So 1 more to hand for hand.
when do we do hand for hand? Only with
49.
one to go?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
That's what I heard from
okay.
Q-Pitch was asking, obviously.
You risk the double whatever, don't you?
Look how many blues Teodoronu's got. He's in the mix, you know.
He must have had a big hand to double through with.
Yeah, for people to be putting it all in at this point, you really kind of need some rather adventurous pressure.
We've closed the contest. Well done for everyone for entering. We'll have winners for you soon. 2 big $109 winners, and then we'll end this stream with a cheeky $33 2-ticket $33 giveaway.
That is cheeky.
Cheeky little send you off with a wafer thin mint.
Yep.
Except it's a delicious box of wafer thin mints.
Right. So we are just looking for the winner. 49 left in the tournament, Nick. It's going rapidly.
We're hand for hand. Now, at the World Series of Poker, this takes 1.5 days when they go hand for hand at the main event. In our main event, probably more like about 10-15 minutes.
Hopefully.
Your
man Q-Pitch probably going to make it, you know. Looks likely now.
Yeah, well, it's always looked likely. That was kind of the point.
Yeah. Oh, what a sick hand that 9s versus aces was. Anyway,
while they're organising things, let's get the 2 $109 tickets awarded, Nick.
Yep. I asked you. Topical question.
Yeah.
How many seconds?
Yeah.
Do you believe that we've lost to unnecessary tanking during today's stream, 6.5 hours long?
Well,
How many seconds?
there were 3 of them at it for about 8 to 10 to 12 seconds each. So something like 25 to 30 seconds a hand lost, which probably reduced the amount of hands an hour to about 20, something like that. And I reckon it'd been going for about an hour and a half. So that was my range, something like that. And so the answer is 870 seconds.
Correct.
Or basically nearly 15 minutes gone, dead air. So if you guessed 870, you might have won. Who won, Nick?
Accurately, it was Antibala 888.
Correct. That was their guess, 888.
Oh, sorry, Antibala, who said 888, which is, you know, topical. And Gumal 554, who said 845. Congratulations, guys. You both won $109 tickets.
A lot of excitement on the tournament floor. Well done, Gamal and Antibala. Thanks for playing, everybody. And it's not over, because we haven't quite burst the bubble yet, and we've got 2 $33 tickets to give away.
But we are on the precipice of making 48 people in this room very happy. We're in the money,
How did that happen? We didn't play a hand.
I don't know, but we are indeed in the money because everyone started clapping. Aren't you glad that we stayed?
Very glad, but also I don't understand how we reached the money just by the power of thought there.
Yeah.
Not the power of poker.
We were going, squeezing it. Anyway, 48 players, I believe. I mean, people started applauding. There we go, 48 remaining, and that is it, and that is us. We need to give away
somebody just kicked out. They just went, you get out, and then we've made the money.
Yeah, by your personal request, Q just has been escorted out of the building in 49th place.
That's what's happened. We are going to go off air shortly, but not before we give away our last 2 tickets.
Yeah, let's do it.
We're going to do a keyword giveaway. If you're on YouTube chat and you want one last hurrah tonight, you need to come over to Twitch. News from the floor that New Frost Mage says that Ian Simpson is in 11th place. Nick Eastwood is delighted for him. Very happy for his 888 team member. Let's do a keyword. Lime is the last keyword of the night ready. As we all wander our way to bed, 2 players are going to wander their way to bed with a ticket in their digital pocket. This is going to be very fast, kids, because, you know, we're done.
Why is the dealer shuffling?
Keywords ready?
We're not done. we're done. They're not.
They're not. They're going to play on for another 2 or 3 hours.
I was like, no, please.
The keyword is money.
Money.
Money, 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 money. Type money and win. And this is going to be fast. You've got to be fast. You've got to type it very, very quickly because Nick Eastwood needs his jammies.
Yeah. I need to sleep.
Need to sleep. We're going to come back here and entertain you rubes one more time tomorrow.
I wonder who will be here. We won't know.
What do you mean?
Well,
who'll still be
I'm
left?
assuming we're going to lose some people.
Well, I would guess that Q-Pitch will have 1.7 million chips.
Yeah.
I think that's almost absolutely certain.
Yeah, guaranteed. I'd love to see him play now.
Yeah. Now that anxiety's over.
I don't want to stay to watch it, but
the only thing that annoys me is we didn't have our camera on him when the money bubble burst.
Yeah.
He must have gone off.
I think he called his mum. Pretty sure.
Another 20 seconds or so on this contest. This is for the people who are still on a hair trigger, even at 1:50 Central European time at night.
Type it again, please.
Lime, you saying it didn't work?
Not at this hour.
This is supposed to be fast and furious, Lime.
Money, go guys! Money! Come on!
You got to re-enter. You got to type it again. You got to re-enter. I'm sorry to work you so hard at this time of night.
That's okay, mate.
Sorry to work you so hard, Nightbot, or whatever your name is.
Right.
It's worked now. Type money. You got another 30 seconds, and then I'm going to bed.
I just want to watch like Q-Pitch just 3-bet Jack 7 off or something before we go. In 2 seconds flat.
He's definitely either going to be out in 2 hands or he's going to go on a tear like you wouldn't believe.
Well, these players are going to play for another 2 hours or so. Ian Simpson's one of them.
Hopefully we'll see him tomorrow.
Yeah.
Lime calls it. 10 more seconds and then we're running this bad boy. 2 people are winning $33 tickets and sign off with a win. Do join us tomorrow. We're not sure exactly when we'll go live because it depends on the situation in the tournament. But sometime in the afternoon, maybe 2:30, maybe a bit later. If you don't want to miss a hand, then just follow the channel, turn on your notifications, and you're good to go. Follow the 888 social media channels as well. The 2 Nicks will be back. We'll have the exciting conclusion of this tournament. Promises to be really good. The poker today's been great. I hope you've enjoyed it. Thank you for the pleasure of your company. We're going to have lots more tickets. Rumour has it we've got 30 tickets to give away tomorrow. 30 tickets to give away tomorrow. All right, let's award 2 more prizes. Wow. 2 more prizes to say goodnight to everyone, to end on a high. Lime, run it.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Fart and Roses.
Fart and Roses, regular contributor to the chat. Congratulations to you. You've won a $33 ticket. Fart and Roses. Enjoy playing that tournament. Congrats to you. And our last winner of the night is Market US Pro 11. Mark, congratulations. You are our final winner. Congratulations to all our winners. We're going to have 30 winners tomorrow. Imagine that. You don't want to be anywhere else. Join us in the afternoon for the start of coverage all the way to a champion from here in Madrid. For everyone here who's made the stream possible, thanks for being with us today. Thank you, Nick. Say goodnight to the folks.
Thank you, Nick. I appreciate it. Good night, everybody. See you tomorrow for the conclusion of 888 Live in Madrid's main event.
Night-night. Bye-bye.
Tú pagas, vemos el flop.
Muy poco, muy poco. Las cartas.
Bien, atención a los jugadores, información importante. Vamos a jugar en el día de hoy hasta que queden 24 jugadores o hasta el fin del nivel 21, lo que ocurra antes. Que pay attention, play, please player, we're going to play until 24 players left or until the end of level 21.
Podéis coger los móviles ya, ¿vale? Ya se acabó el directo.
Se acabó el directo, solo estoy escuchando, estoy hablando solo. El pobre aquí diciendo lo que está pasando. ¿Qué pasó? Se acabó el directo, nada más. Sí, el directo, tío. No, claro. No,
Penguin. O cuando queden 24 personas o al nivel 21.
Ya no hay más televisores.
Si acaba el directo, ¿no?
Ajá, ok.
¿Pero jugamos aquí?
Sí, hombre, confío.
Sigo con esta de mientras.